I will be joined by Chief Meteorologist Tom Brandon later in the show. We are watching and waiting and seeing what is unfolding across northwest Arkansas right now, because that will tell the story on how fast we're expecting these storms to go strong to potentially severe. Be prepared for rapidly changing weather conditions as we go through the afternoon hours. I'll tell you right now, the Storm Prediction Center has posted a mesoscale discussion saying that it's an 80% chance that we will be under a tornado watch for most of the state going through the afternoon hours. This is a fast-moving system, but it could certainly pack a punch. And I want you to be on your guard. I don't want you to go outside when these storms roll through, because they will have potential producing damaging wind gusts. And also, we're looking out for that potential of a couple tornadoes. So let's take a look what's happening right now. This is the radar loop, and not too much is happening in central Arkansas. And I've been getting some questions on Facebook saying, Nathan, we have clouds. Usually when we have lots of sunshine, that's when we have severe weather. That is entirely true. But in this case, we've got warm and humid air in place and a surface cold front. That is the trigger for the showers and thunderstorms to develop. And we have plenty of dynamics in the atmosphere that we don't need a lot of sunshine for these storms to take off. But there's radar, just maybe a few showers trying to develop across Perry County and into Conway County and Faulkner County. But you notice what's happening into northwest Arkansas. Storms have started to initiate right over Rogers and Fayetteville, and we're seeing some purples. So these storms are growing rapidly. Those updrafts are starting to get higher and higher into the atmosphere, and we've got heavy rain making its way through Benton County, moving into Washington County. So this is the beginnings of what will likely be a line of storms that will race its way from the west to the east. So right now, you still have a few hours to prepare. I know we have the banana baseball game happening at Dickey-Stevens Park that happened around 1 o'clock. I think for the most part, they'll be able to get the game in. But if you have friends or family that are watching the game, as they drive home, especially if it's a long distance and they're driving west, they could encounter this line of showers and storms. I think it's going to be arriving here in central Arkansas probably around 4 or 5 o'clock, it looks like. But there's the lightning ticking up into Benton County and Washington County. 34 lightning strikes over the past 10 minutes. And we take a look at the cloud tops, because this tells us the story of how fast these storms are growing into the atmosphere. So when you have tops now showing 30, approaching 35,000, there's some orange right there. That tells us that these storms have really started to develop. Notice just about an hour ago, there were just blues showing up, not too many yellows. Now we're seeing more yellows. So the strongest cell located right over Fayetteville, and that's making its way off to the north and northeast. And that's going to be the direction of individual cells from the southwest to the northeast. So it's a good idea that you know what's happening for the counties that are west of you and southwest of you, because that will give you more lead time when it comes to potential of severe weather headed in your neighborhood. So as we take a look at the bigger picture here, we have severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Missouri, but there's where the front is, and you see the color change. We go from the greens to the blues. That's snow happening in Wichita, Kansas, and there is a possibility there could also be some flurries, maybe a few snow showers flying around later this evening and tonight into northwest and north Arkansas. This is going to be a dramatic difference. This is a very potent storm system, clashing of the air masses, and it's going to turn sharply colder once this line makes its way through. So here's visible satellite right now. Notice the temperatures, upper 60s here into central Arkansas, 73 in Arkadelphia. We've got some breaks in the cloud cover, significant breaks in southeast Arkansas and also parts of east Arkansas, and more breaks happening, looks like, over towards Mount Magazine. So it's 75 in Fort Smith. That's going to be plenty of juice for these storms to continue to maintain their strength or continue to strengthen as they make their way from northwest Arkansas into the river valley. If we had sunshine out there today, I would be really concerned. Here's the dew point forecast now. And you see dew points are into the 60s. Once we get into that 60-degree range, that means we have plenty of moisture. It's warm, it's humid out there. the atmosphere is getting ripe for the potential of severe weather out there this afternoon. But look what happens. The dew points, right before that front arrives, moisture continues to move in here. Dew points go up into the mid-60s. So once you get into the mid-60s, that's some very humid air for storms to feed off of. And it's just a small window, just a few hours that we're going to have to contend with this potential of some rough weather. And then dew points drop down significantly as drier and much colder air builds its way in here from the northwest. Timeline. Let's talk about when you need to stay weather aware across the state. Already, it's going to be for northwest Arkansas and west Arkansas, probably until about 4 o'clock, I would say. Maybe even a little bit earlier than that. It may be over by 3 o'clock for northwest Arkansas. But here in central Arkansas, as early as 2 o'clock, right along the line here, so that includes Yell County, Pope County, Newton County, Boone County, Montgomery, maybe western parts of Garland County, Pike County, Howard County, and then towards Little River and Sevier counties. Here in central Arkansas, Saline County, Pulaski County, Grant County, Faulkner County, 4 o'clock at the earliest. It could be sooner than that, so don't let your guard down. It could be as early as 3:30 or 4, because if this line speeds up more than what the models are saying, yeah, that's why we have that window of 2 o'clock all the way until 7 o'clock. And then for East Arkansas, looks like around 4 until 8 o'clock, and it may be ending before 8 o'clock. So just a few hours that we'll have to contend with the potential of strong, possibly severe thunderstorms. Here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center, and we're waiting on that tornado watch because it's an 80% chance that the Storm Prediction Center will be issuing that tornado watch. But this is from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the newest update, and this shows level 1 off to the west, level 2 over towards River Valley, and just the west of Little Rock, and it's a level 3 for the rest of the state. So this means storms are developing in this part of the state. As they make their way into central Arkansas, these storms will continue to intensify, become strong, possibly severe, but that threat of severe weather really ramps up, looks like right over central Arkansas and especially to the east. And this just because where the jet stream is located. So the core of the jet stream, about 5,000 feet, is going to be a lot of support for the storms to maintain their strength, intensify, but also have a better chance of rotation. When we break down each individual threat now, you see tornado, the threat goes up the farther east that you are. So the farther west that you are, into the River Valley, into the Ouachitas, can't rule it out, but the threat of a couple tornadoes is much lower compared to if you're watching us, say, in Stuttgart, in Des Arc, Brinkley, Searcy, also into Monticello, Deshay County, and over towards Memphis. The dashed area is just something new that the the Storm Prediction Center has added to indicate not just the risk, but the intensity of these storms. If they reach their maximum intensity, we're looking at there could be a strong tornado that may develop. It's not a guarantee, but the environment in place does support that potential. We saw that just happened with the one into Nevada County earlier this past week. Hail, not a true big deal, but if we have supercells that initiate ahead of the line, then this hail threat will be a little bit higher. But right now, it's primarily dime to quarter size. Yes, there could be maybe a rogue storm that produces 2-inch size hail, but that's not too much of a concern at this time. The biggest threat out there from this line of storms, and when you have a line of storms that rolls its way through the region, it's going to be damaging wind gusts. And these damaging wind gusts could be as high as 65 to 75 miles per hour in pockets. So it's going to be a wall of wind moving across the region, probably a shelf cloud, that low, ominous looking cloud. When it takes over the entire horizon, that's a shelf cloud. And that just tells you it's time to batten down the hatches because the wind's going to pick up, and here comes most likely some heavy rain along with it. But the winds will have a better chance of exceeding that 65 mile per hour range once you get into East Arkansas, where you see the red here. So that includes the Memphis area, Jonesboro, also all the way down towards Phillips County and even a small sliver of Phillips County. But Central Arkansas, we also have pretty much a enhanced risk of seeing storms that try to produce some really high winds. And winds like that can bring down trees, can bring down power lines, and cause power outages. So just be prepared for that. Let's take a look at the future radar now. I'm going to show you two different types of future radar, our in-house model versus the high resolution rapid refresh model. So this is our in-house model. This is the graph. And when we take a look at it, it's not doing too bad a job. Right now, it's showing storm potential into northwest Arkansas. You look at live radar, and that's exactly what's happening. So this has some confidence with it, because if it didn't show that, then I wouldn't have as much confidence. But here we go. This is 3 o'clock now. I'll stop it here. And Perry, you can take this full if you want, so people can see it. So we're just going to walk you through here hour by hour. We've got a line of storms, according to this, which may become strong, possibly severe, into, looks like, Marion County, Newton County, approaching Searcy County, Johnson County, moving into Pope County. And then that line is trying to develop farther south, Yell County, into Montgomery County, Howard County, Pike County, and Sevier County. And once this line moves through, you're done with the threat of severe weather. And look what happens to the temperatures behind the line. We go from the 70s quickly into the 50s in Fayetteville by 3 o'clock this afternoon. Meanwhile, it's 77 according to this in Pine Bluff, 75 in Stuttgart. So here in Central Arkansas, 2 o'clock, for the most part, we're still watching and waiting for that line to approach. But then we get into the 4 o'clock hour, and here comes the line closer. It looks like the line is about to make its way into Central Arkansas. And you can't take this as exact truth. This could be a solid line, or it could be a broken line of some strong, possibly severe thunderstorms as they make their way through north central Arkansas, approaching Clinton, approaching Little Rock, Conway, and down towards the I-30 corridor, Arkadelphia, Texarkana, and there's the temperature range. 70s to the east, 50s off to the west. So I think the worst of the weather here in central Arkansas, like I said, probably around 3 to 6 o'clock time frame is when we need to stay weather aware. Here's 5 o'clock. So then it continues to make its way off to the east, and you notice this looks more like supercells trying to develop. So we'll have to watch out for that, because if that's the case, the tornado threat, as expected, is supposed to go up once it makes its way east of Little Rock. So Searcy, be on your guard. Stuttgart, Pine Bluff, Camden, 77. You see that line making its way from north to south orientation-wise, but it's moving off to the east. And then it's 44 into Fayetteville. So when is everything said and done? Well, this model says most of it is out of here by 7 o'clock. Should be exiting over into Tennessee and Mississippi, where it's going to be probably a solid area of some really high winds with these storms moving through Memphis, West Tennessee, and entering into Mississippi. So if you have plans to travel east during that time frame, you're going to run into some really rough weather, and I would advise you to hold off on driving through that mess, because that could be quite rough stuff happening into that part of the Mid-South. Look at Fayetteville, though. According to this model, 37 degrees, 55 here in Little Rock, and I'll continue to walk you through because we'll watch the temperatures just drop, and they continue to drop. So by 9 o'clock this evening, we're now saying the temperatures could be into the low 40s here in Little Rock, 33 in Fayetteville, and the 30s continue to spill their way down to the south through the course of the overnight. So by Monday morning, we will likely see the temperatures drop to freezing or below, especially north of Little Rock. 20s, Fayetteville, 24, 26 in Mountain Home. That is a hard freeze. And we've seen a lot of plants are certainly green. My grass is green. I'm going to have to mow the yard pretty soon. But stuff that shouldn't be out this time of year has started to pop up from the soil, like hostas, and you've seen a lot of stuff being sold at nurseries and shopping centers. You bought some annuals. I would advise you to bring that in or cover it up, certainly for Tuesday morning. It's going to be borderline out there tonight, but Tuesday morning will likely be well into the 20s across a large part of the region. So anything of that nature, annuals, tomato plants, pepper plants, basil, ferns, tropical plants, they will be impacted greatly and may not survive this cold snap because we've been so spoiled with this warm weather. Here's a new update from the HER. Now, this is accessible to anybody in the public, but this also is doing a pretty good job. It shows the line of storms primarily in northwest Arkansas right now. And as we go through time here, 3 o'clock, that line moves into Newton County, Searcy County, Johnston County, Yell County, getting into the 4 or 5 o'clock hour. So that's why I think the baseball game at Dickey-Stephens Park should be fine for the most part. I don't think we're going to have to cancel the game early. I don't know how long those games last, but they start at 1 o'clock. So if they're not done in 3 hours, then I would be concerned. But there you see, this is painting the line around 5 o'clock right through Little Rock. So this is going to be probably a line of heavy rain, lightning, thunder, some gusty winds, maybe some severe weather. We'll just have to watch out and see what happens with these storms, if they continue to intensify, if they maintain their strength. But like I said, I think they're going to really strengthen once they move into East Arkansas. The question is, how fast does that strengthening period take place? Does it happen just to the west of Little Rock where they go severe, or do they hold off and then make their way off to the east before they really start to take off and become more severe and also potentially more tornadic? You step outside right now, it's windy. So we have the winds in place. It feels like tornado weather. I mean, it does feel like it out there with the windy conditions, with the warm and humid air mass. And there you see by 8 o'clock, it's all off to the east. And there you go, 24 in Fayetteville is what this is calling for Monday morning, around 31 here in Little Rock. And yeah, maybe a snow flurry or a snow shower. No accumulation is expected for northwest Arkansas or North Arkansas, but it gives you an idea of how cold an air mass that we are dealing with that's headed in our direction. So here are the wind observations, and they've been gusty. We've seen gusts 30, 35 miles per hour, but those winds will continue to kick into gear and increase. Once the cold front makes its way through your neighborhood, those winds will really pick up from the northwest, 20 to 30 miles per hour, but they'll be higher gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour. So even if you don't see damaging winds from the storms, you could still lose power and could still see a tree limb down or a weak tree come down just because what's known as the gradient winds will be making their way through. Once the severe weather threat is done, we still have some high winds to contend with through the course of the evening into the overnight hours. Look at the wind speed. 31 mile per hour wind speeds in Fayetteville. The front has made its way through. You see here, this is where the front is located, where these lines are dipping. So the front is making its way through Fayetteville right now. So the storms are initiating right along that boundary, a gust of 49 miles per hour. And we do have a wind advisory in effect for all of Arkansas. And that goes until Monday morning, 7 o'clock, because the winds, 20 to 30 mile per hour winds sustained, but gusts could be up to 40 to 50 miles per hour, especially over the higher terrain. Here's the wind forecast. We'll walk you through that hour by hour. And there you see those winds really pick up as we go into this evening. So we'll just stop here around 8 o'clock. Those winds are going to be howling. 43 mile per hour wind gusts, according to this in Hot Springs, over 40 in Mena, 43 in Batesville, maybe 50 in Harrison is a possibility, but even down to South Arkansas, winds easily 30 to 35 miles per hour. And then finally, those winds begin to die down as we go into late tonight, early Monday morning, but they're still around. They'll still be gusty, 25 to maybe as high as 35 miles per hour. And with the cold temperatures, look, it's going to be a shock to the system, okay? I know usually temperatures into the 20s and 30s are nothing unusual for March, but we have seen an extended period of unseasonably warm temperatures that our body has not acclimated to this. So we go from 70s today into the 20s for parts of the region tomorrow morning. On top of that, you've got the wind chills that will feel like the teens and single digits in North Arkansas. You're going to be looking for the winter coats. You'll be turning on the heat. It is going to be a slap to the face for the most part as this cold air moves in. So let's take a look at the temperatures right now across the region. Just want to highlight where that front is and how dramatic of a boundary that we are dealing with as it makes its way into Little Rock. 69 here in Little Rock, almost 80 in Shreveport. You hop over the front, 66 in Tulsa, 37 in Wichita, 38 in Garden City, and let me see if I can span this out. I forget what direction I went in. So there you see 17 in Valentine, Nebraska. So this is a lot of cold air headed in our direction, and it's a short cold snap, but it does mean business. So recap, we're going to be here all afternoon long, keeping you updated on THV 11 Plus. That's going to be one of the best ways to look forward to new updates and new information, severe thunderstorm warnings. If there's a tornado warning, we will be going on air on THV 11. But right now, we have nothing happening in terms of severe weather in central Arkansas. But with that said, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Benton County and Washington County. Like I told you, that cell, that was the strongest cell right over Fayetteville. Well, there you see, yeah, it is a cell that's really started to continue to strengthen. And we're looking at the Fort Smith radar. So definitely a real clear view of the storm. The severe thunderstorm warning goes until 2:15. This is heavy rain. We'll take a look at the winds within this storm. And doesn't look like anything too significant. But it's the combination of these storms tapping into the wind energy above us, 5,000 feet above us. You got the winds about 40 to 60 miles per hour. And that energy can be transferred to the surface, along with the momentum of these storms can produce some high wind gusts. But the fact that we're starting to see severe thunderstorm warnings and these storms try to go severe in northwest Arkansas gives me more confidence that we're going to have to deal with severe weather in central Arkansas, because the atmosphere in this part of the state is not as favorable or ripe compared to what we're seeing in central Arkansas and especially over to the east. So we'll go back to regular radar now. So we're just watching and waiting, seeing how things unfold. I know somebody was saying on Facebook, like, oh, nothing's going on right now. Is it safe to go out and get some chores done? You have a few hours here in central Arkansas, but just pay attention to the radar. You know, have that THV 11 app downloaded, and you can watch this coverage on your phone app as well. We have that live, or we're also on YouTube. So we have several ways for you to get updates and warning notifications over the course of the afternoon.
Tornado watch is coming in.
Tornado watch is coming in. Thank you, Chief Meteorologist Tom Brandon. We'll just watch and wait for that to happen, and then soon as it's posted, I'll show you that coming up. So let's see if we have it already.
I have it on the watches page, Nathan.
Okay, I have it right here. So there it is. So a tornado watch has been posted for a large part of the state of Arkansas. It's not been posted for East Arkansas just yet, but I think there will be a new tornado watch for this part of the state. So let's see how long this one goes for. I'm thinking it's probably like 7 o'clock. And this one is in effect until, what time is that, Tom?
I am looking for it. I am scrolling. I'm trying to find the time. Because I've done the same thing you've done in highlighting it, but I cannot locate the time of this. But
let me see if
I'm
I
sure
can.
One of us will eventually.
I had to change my query date, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see if this works. So until 9 o'clock. Although that's kind of, I think that's too long, honestly. So tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock for a large part of Arkansas. And that means that conditions are favorable for the potential of storms to become severe, which also means damaging wind gusts is a possibility, hail, but storms could also produce a tornado. And that's what we're going to be watching rapidly changing weather conditions as we go throughout the course of the afternoon. So there's radar once again. Nothing happening here in central Arkansas, but don't let your guard down. You got a few hours. We'll be watching a line of storms advance its way in here from the west. It's starting to play connected dots here. So there's the storms into northwest Arkansas. Switch over to the Fort Smith radar. And you see what's happening. So we have the storms now starting to develop just west of Fort Smith and then extending down into Oklahoma. So this is where the front is, and this is where storms will continue to develop, most likely into a line. Could be a broken line, or it could be a solid line of storms. And if it's a solid line of storms, then we're really looking at the threat of damaging wind gusts and embedded tornadoes within that line. They would be brief, but they may come very quickly with rotation and tornado warning that, just comes out of nowhere type situation. So just be on your guard as this line of storms starts to evolve and makes its way towards the east. Now, if there are any cells ahead of the line, we'll have to watch out for those as well. There is a potential we could have some supercells that try to develop ahead of the main line of storms, and they would have a greater threat of producing a tornado. And of course, supercells have rotating updrafts, and you have a better chance of seeing a strong tornado from those type of storms. Okay, I'm going to go over to Storm Track 11. I got to log in, Perry, because this timed out on me. So let me see. I just want to look at the current environment. And we can take Storm Track 11, Perry. So we'll get a little more in depth just real quick. What I look at as a meteorologist to see how the atmosphere is evolving. And this is what the National Weather Service is looking at. This is also what the Storm Prediction Center is looking at. So we have a lot of parameters that we gauge. And this tells us, okay, this is where there's a lot of rotation in the atmosphere, or this is where there's a lot of storm fuel in the atmosphere. So let's start off with that. Let's start off with what's known as CAPE, Convective Available Potential Energy, in case you wondered what that was. Basically, it's storm fuel. And what you're seeing here is the blue area. That's where we still have a lid on the atmosphere. There's nothing to allow storms to initiate and allow those clouds to grow higher and higher into the atmosphere. But in this area where these storms are initiating, you see there is no blue. And that's because the surface front, because you have such a dramatic difference in temperatures, is forcing the air upwards. And that pretty much disintegrates the lid on the atmosphere, gets rid of that cap, and that's why these storms are starting to take off in northwest Arkansas and also into southeast Oklahoma. So over the next few hours, this blue is going to be disappearing, and we can actually look at that based on the 3-hour changes that we're seeing. There's still some sin here, but it really starts to decrease, or sin. SIN is what's known as the cap or the lid on the atmosphere. That's still happening over central Arkansas, but certainly has broken into northwest Arkansas. And then when we look at the potential of tornadoes, we look at what's known as the significant tornado parameter. And this basically shows if storms were initiating in this area of this solid orange line, they would have the capability of producing a tornado. The higher this number is, the greater chance storms will produce a tornado, but also the greater opportunity that it could be a strong tornado. So we'll be watching that as this line continues to make its way off to the east in a very rapid fashion. And then the bulk shear, once you get into the 30 to 40 mile per hour numbers, that basically says these storms will be able to maintain themselves and stay strong or continue to strengthen. So that's just a little geeking out weather-wise, because we can do that here on stream. We've got unlimited time. And now I'm going to switch over to our Storm Track 11, because this is showing this storm has produced hail. We now have hail reports of 3/4 inch hail, which is just below 1/4 inch, 1 inch hail. That's technically sub-severe, but this storm is a potent one, making its way out of Fayetteville, away from Springdale, and headed towards northern areas of Madison County and then western areas of Carroll County. I'm going to switch this over to the Fort Smith radar, if it's going to cooperate with me. All right. So that's the only severe thunderstorm warning we have in effect at this time, is for that parts of Benton County and into northeastern areas of Washington County. Now, not sure if they're going to extend that or not. We are waiting on confirmation if they are going to extend that. We'll zoom in here. We'll take a look at the winds. Okay, still not seeing anything too significant there. Looking at this, this is where you're going to have the updraft of the storm. So if this starts to rotate, I'd be looking in this area towards Hinesville and south of War Eagle. But right now, I'm not seeing anything. We'll take a look at the pinpoint rotation tool, which is known as NROT on this software system. And NROT tool, it's just amazing what it can pick up, because, you know, pretty colors are all nice and everything, but when you try to get rid of all that and just focus where I need to be looking exactly, that NROT tool really helps us out here in the weather department. Because sometimes it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack when it comes to some rotation signatures within a whole line of cells. It's easy to find it when a supercell is happening, but when you have a line of storms and you're trying to find these, what's known as a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system tornado, it's a very usually small signature, and it can be tough to find those. And that's probably the situation that we're going to have to deal with today. Is we'll have to definitely have a lot of faith in our rotation tool when it comes to finding out those pinpoint areas of rotation. Well, if you're just joining me right now, thank you for sticking with me. We'll go ahead and do a recap again. So we'll go back over to Max 1 Perry, and we have that tornado watch in effect. Actually, let me see if I can put that graphic in real quick.
Okay.
Because we do have the tornado watch that has been posted until 9 o'clock, although that's a little too long, honestly, because we're not going to have to be concerned about tornadoes or even severe weather, I think, once we get past 7 o'clock for a large part of the state. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Let's go ahead and take Max 2 then. Chief Meteorologist Tom Brandon working in the background, and
there you go,
helping me out here. So there you see, there's a tornado watch issued for most of Arkansas, except for Benton County. That's because the threat of severe weather is already starting to move out. For the most part, once that line of storms rolls through your neighborhood, you're done. It's a short window. It's a short, limited window of opportunity for these storms to take off, but there's enough juice in the atmosphere that rapid development of these storms and going from regular storms into severe storms, it's there. And that's why the concern is in place, and that's why we are here on streaming THV 11 Plus and also YouTube. But we've got tornado watch until 9 o'clock for all of Central Arkansas, South Arkansas, and you're not included in Jonesboro or Lee County, Cross County, Poinsett County, Crittenden County, Mississippi County. I think you will be under a new tornado watch later this afternoon into this evening as this line advances off to the east. I think here in Central Arkansas, again, our timeline is pretty much from 3 o'clock until 6 o'clock. I think that's going to be the time frame of when the worst weather will be impacting us here in Central Arkansas. So let's take a look at that timeline. And no, I haven't changed this since really the past 2 days. It hasn't changed much at all. The models have been pretty good agreement on when things will be rolling through. But there you see the timeline now over on Max 1 Perry. It goes until 4 o'clock for Northwest Arkansas. So only about 2 more hours if you're watching us in Northwest Arkansas. Mena, probably until 4 o'clock. And then right along this line, that's where you get into, well, it's going to be as early as 4, or maybe it'll be early as 2 o'clock. So now we've gotten past 2 o'clock. So things are starting to change here. Maybe make that 3 o'clock. So there has to be some slight adjustments to this. Maybe it's like 7 o'clock for the eastern part of this area, right on the line. And then for East Arkansas, 4 until 8 o'clock is what we're looking at. So by sunset time, we're going to be done with threat of severe weather. This is not going to be an overnight event. This is not going to be something we're going to be staying up all night long, keeping you updated. But I do want to say this. The severe weather moves out, but the winds are still going to be howling because these are pressure gradient winds with the low pressure developing off to the northeast of us and then high pressure trying to build its way in. It's creating a very tight pressure gradient. And a pressure gradient you think about as almost taking your thumb over a garden hose and how the water squirts out much faster when you do that. Well, that's pretty much how wind works, because you have a tightening of what's happening with the pressures in the atmosphere that create wind. And these winds will be easily 20 to 30 miles per hour through the overnight hours, gust 40 to 50 miles per hour, and that's without storms. That is after the storms make their way through. So just because these storms roll through, we're still going to have to deal with some very gusty winds out there through the course of the overnight. Here's the severe weather risk. Once again, we go from level 1, West Arkansas, level 2, Jasper, Russellville, Clarksville, Clinton, Marshall, Danville, Hot Springs right on the line, Mount Ida, Murfreesboro, Nashville, and then down towards Texarkana. That's a level 2, slight risk. Then you go to a level 3 for the rest of the state. Storms are developing in West Arkansas. These storms will continue to intensify. How fast that happens, we're watching and waiting, but it looks like likely we're going to have storms here in central Arkansas. Hopefully, they're not going to be too bad, but we have to be prepared for that potential with the ingredients that we currently have in place. And here is the breakdown of each individual threat. Tornado, yes, it's there, especially in East Arkansas. That's where you have the jet stream located 5,000 feet above us. That's where the winds are really going quite quickly. That's where you have better potential of these storms starting to spin like tops as they make their way into that part of the state. It drops off west of Little Rock, but it's still there. The dashed area just highlights the storm environment in place. We have wind shear. There could be an EF2 tornado. There could be a strong tornado, but that's not a guarantee. We're not saying this entire area is going to see severe weather. Some will see severe weather out there, some won't. Your severe weather chance goes up the farther east that you are. The closer that you are to the Mississippi River, the higher chance you have of severe weather out there through this afternoon into early this evening. The hail threat, not a big deal, but we've already seen hail reports, 3/4 inch hail, very close to Fayetteville, and we'll still have that chance of dime to quarter size hail across anywhere in Arkansas if these storms can reach their maximum potential. There's no dashed area at this time, but could there be a hailstone that tops out at 2 inches, especially if there's a supercell that initiates in advance of the main line? Yes. The main threat out there today, though, is going to be a wall of wind. This line moves through, the winds pick up, and there could be some pockets of winds easily 60 to 70 miles per hour. Your chance of that is primarily going to be into northeast and east Arkansas, where you see that red happening in that part of the state. So, weather aware, that's all we can say through the course of the afternoon as the radar continues to light up in northwest Arkansas, and more storms are now developing in Flora County in Oklahoma and about to approach into McCurtain County, Oklahoma as well. Here is okay, Perry's just talking in my ear, but our director giving us some important information for the future. Thank you, Perry. So here's future radar. This is the HER, and this is still doing a very good job. It shows that line moving through Fort Smith. 2 o'clock, it's pretty much right over Fort Smith at this time. So this gives you a really good idea of how things should develop through the course of the afternoon. So there you see by 4 o'clock, that looks like it's going to be the main get-go here with north central Arkansas, pretty close to Russellville. Hot Springs, could be a line of storms start to make its way into your neck of the woods, Pike County, and then knocking the doorstep of Texarkana. And then once we get into the 5 o'clock hour, it looks like that is when we're going to see the main event move through a large part of central Arkansas. So there you see these areas could have some damaging wind gusts, could have a tornado warning associated with it. If these are more intense cells, we'll have to be on the lookout for that, especially into northeast Arkansas. And then it's kind of a broken line, but these storms could be rowdy, could pack a punch, moving through Texarkana, Arkadelphia around 5 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock, that's time frame. Little Rock, probably skies going to be getting dark. 4:30, you look off to the west, probably that low shelf cloud will really be darkening the sky. It looks very ominous, but if it just spans the entire horizon, that just is a shelf cloud. Yes, it's still time to batten down the hatches. You don't want to be outside and the shelf cloud move over you, because this is the gust front of the storm system, and that's when the winds will really start to pick up. Now, if you have a solid area of clouds and then some clouds that are all by themselves, like one cloud just kind of drops from the base of the storm, and especially if it's rotating, that's a wall cloud. And that's when you want to be prepared that it could spin up a tornado at any moment. So there's a difference between a wall cloud versus a shelf cloud. A shelf cloud extends over the entire horizon. A wall cloud, it's just a part of the storm, but it's the most concerning part because that's where all the inflow of the storm is going in, so much so that the air is rapidly cooling and condensing, and that cloud drops from the base of the storm closer to the surface, and that's when you have the initiation of potential of a tornado. Not all wall clouds produce tornadoes, but storm chasers, that's one thing that they look for, is a wall cloud, because you have to have a wall cloud before you have a tornado. So here is 6 o'clock, and if these are supercells, they're going to have a tornado potential with them moving through East Arkansas. Little Rock, we should be pretty much clear according to this information. Our severe weather threat here in Little Rock, Arkadelphia, Texarkana, and off to the west should be over by 6 o'clock. But different story just to the east. And then it continues to make its way off to the east. So by 7, 8 o'clock, all the severe weather threat for the entire state of Arkansas should be completed. Line of storms makes its way into West Tennessee and also into northwest Mississippi. And look at the temperatures. 70s right now, 35 though in Fayetteville by 8 o'clock. So that's why we have so much wind coming in, because there's such a sharp temperature difference as this front slams through the region. And in case you missed it, we are talking about a freeze warning. So if you have any plants, such as you went to the garden center yesterday, because I was there, I saw, it's very tempting to get all these plants because it looks so pretty. And when you have warm air, you're thinking, hey, I'm ready to put these plants in, get spring started. Well, marigolds, colas, ferns, tropicals, any annual plants, tomato plants, pepper plants, warm season vegetables, they're all going to be in danger of being impacted by a hard freeze. And we do have a freeze warning, which is unusual to be issued in March, because usually we continue to deal with freezes. Our last freeze usually happens in late March, but things got started ahead of time with all the warm weather. The growing season has begun, and that's why we do have this freeze warning in effect, as temperatures will drop below freezing for a large part of the region later tonight, Monday morning, but especially into Tuesday morning. I think most locations will wake up into the 20s. So let me show you those low temperatures, because it's kind of baffling how wild this weather is about to get, going from 70s and close to 80 in some locations right now to, upper 20s, low 30s for your temperatures. Those are your temperatures for tomorrow morning. This is saying 18 in Fayetteville. They were at 70-some degrees this afternoon before the front moved through. And highs tomorrow, even with lots of sun, there'll be some clouds, but even with sunshine tomorrow, this cold air is coming straight from Canada that we're talking about numbers staying into the 40s, maybe not even reaching 40 degrees, Fayetteville, Harrison, Mountain Home. So that is going to be a huge shock to the system. The good news is it's brief. I think this is like winter's last gasp for the most part. But there you see 29 is what I'm expecting for tomorrow morning, or not tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning. And then we start to warm back above freezing, well above freezing as we go into the rest of the week and into the following weekend. And here's just the highs, just to show you. So we would go from 47 Monday, 56 Tuesday, 70 on Wednesday, and then look at this, 80s Friday, Saturday, and there's potential we could see more 80s on the board here getting into the following week. I haven't looked at any new information weather-wise, but let's get through the severe weather threat first, and then I can work on the forecast and make adjustments as needed. Let's go back over to the radar now. And Tom, is your mic on?
It's on. Yeah, I'm looking at the YouTubers.
Okay.
They're a crazy group. They like to party. So. Just looking at some of the comments. Oh, hi there.
I just want to get a drink of water real quick. So.
You do? Okay, fine.
Yes,
go right ahead. That's great. Take a little sip there. You know why we're looking at radar right now? Perry, I want to mention another tool, if you don't mind, and I'm going to let you pull it up and show everybody at home. This is how you can follow along with us whenever we're tracking strong to severe thunderstorms. Live radar 24/7. Perry's going to show you what it looks like. He'll call it up. It's a way that you can track along with us, and we've got it broken down to certain regions of the state. Here it is. And we've even got a little music behind it. It's going to take a journey into central, east central, south Arkansas, and eventually a statewide mode. So you can see where the active weather is located. You can see just out to the west of the Little Rock area, there's some shower activity. As soon as we get back up to that region, we'll talk about what's going on. But this is Live Radar 24/7. If you have THV11 Plus or even THV11.com, if you go there and you go under weather, you will see 24/7 live radar. So you can pull it up anytime, day or night. Got a little rain happening outside or here's some thunder. And we're not here. Hopefully we'll be here for severe weather events, but sometimes thunderstorms happen and they're non-severe. And you'd like to know what's going on, you can pull this up at home on your computer and track along with us. There's that line that we're looking at. Nathan's been talking about this last hour or so, and the strongest storm is up over the northwestern part of the state. You can see the tornado watch box that is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. And of course, we think that this is going to be over with well before that for a good part of the state. And only one warning right now, that's up toward Branson, Missouri area. But we'll keep an eye on what's developing in southeast Oklahoma. That will be moving into western Arkansas, Polk County, Scott County, next on the list. But right now, all non-severe. Nathan, I'll say that it began to come together pretty quickly. They kicked out the mesoscale discussion for tornado watch, and then they waited on it. But now they've issued it. So we'll play the hurry up and wait game. There's always that element of it doesn't happen, but we're here just in case it happens.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't happen. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah. Got that little sip of water?
Yes, I feel
refreshing.
Better. Talking,
I know. It does.
Wears down.
Water standing by, a cup of coffee standing by, and sometimes you have to have snacks on those late nights.
Yeah. But fortunately, it's not going to be a late night tonight.
We hope
this is a fast-moving system. It's going to be out of here probably by 7, 8 o'clock this evening. It's just this little window that we have to work with that these storms could get feisty. They could get spicy, as I like to say.
Spicy storms.
I just don't like to say the same thing over and over again.
Spicy, strong, severe,
Yeah, because when you say severe storms, so I change things up. Spicy, feisty, storms with attitude. What's your go-to?
That's a good question. I don't really think about it that much. I just say it. Strong storms, severe storms, but you do have the catalog of would it be adjectives to describe those storms? You know, and we can be all fun and games right now if you want. I know that it could get a little bit different this afternoon, but to also have somebody along to kind of break up, the conversation here or there, just kind of tell you what else we have. That's also a good way to go. But Sunday afternoon, we got you covered. A little bit of cap outside that hopefully will stay in place, but it'll eventually break. Let's just hope those storms don't get too bad for us out there. But we're here for you. I'll let you take it back.
All right, Tom, thank you so much for that break. Yeah, I'm just looking at some other information on Storm Track 11. You don't have to pull this up, Perry. This is behind the scenes stuff for the most part because the National Weather Service is also looking at, it's a very detailed weather model that they only operate when certain parts of the country are under a higher threat of severe weather. And it's called the Warren On Forecast System. It is a research model done by the National Severe Storms Laboratory, and it gets into more detail on, I guess, the smaller features of a storm system. So this has the ability to try to pinpoint on, okay, where is there going to be rotation within storms as this event unfolds, or how certain micro and mesoscale features are within the storm cell. So that's just looking at the smaller grid size of this model for the most part. That just gives us a better idea on if we're looking at tornado potential going up, or is it going down versus damaging wind potential. So I'm going to continue to look at this time and time again because it updates pretty much almost every hour. And it's a great tool to have because it uses what's happening in the atmosphere right now to try to predict what could happen in the next 1 to 2 hours. And that's what we're watching, waiting on. Let's go back over to the radar loop here, and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Branson. But you see that line, it is coming together, it's trying. So as it made its way from Crawford County now into Sebastian County, there it is, still extending through Oklahoma. And I'm just gonna go ahead and loop this, and we'll see how fast this is going to give you an idea. So this is an hour loop. If I play it first. So if you just kind of extrapolate this and try to figure, okay, so this is where it was in the past hour. So it's going to be here, probably about 3 o'clock, Newton County, 4 o'clock getting into Searcy County, 5 o'clock, Stone County, unless it accelerates a little bit faster. And then this is what would be moving towards Little Rock, this activity developing into Oklahoma. And we'll just have to see what happens because it could change. It could change county by county. It could be like, right now, Scott County, you may get just a regular thunderstorm, but then that line could intensify and we could have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Yell County, into Perry County. And then as it moves into the metro, does it stay severe warmed or is it starting to show rotation? If that's the case, then they would go with a tornado warning. So it's just going to vary county by county, but the farther west that you are, the less chance of severe weather you have out there through the course of the afternoon. The more to the east you are, closer to the Mississippi River, the higher chance you have of severe weather, including damaging wind gusts and also the possibility of a tornado, and it could be a strong tornado. So just watch the radar. If you're going to be out and about for the next couple hours, notice what's happening to the west and southwest of you, because that's where these storms will be coming from. And a lot of people are like, have difficulties reading a map. It's always just a good idea. Just take initiative and try to remember looking at a blank map and figuring out what counties are to the southwest of you. So for example, if I live in Perry County, here's Perry County, I want to know what's happening in Montgomery County, Garland County, but even Howard County and Pike County. Because if there's a supercell in this part of the state and it's moving off to the north-northeast, which usually happens, that's our typical direction of supercells, then you've got plenty of time to say, okay, I need to watch that cell. If this shows more rotation, if they're talking about the potential of a tornado warning headed in our direction, you've got lots of lead time. The one that hit Little Rock back in March 31st, 2 years ago, that originated in Pike County, and then it made its way towards Little Rock. And we had plenty of heads up because we knew the atmosphere as it made its way into central Arkansas this cell was going to spin like a top and most likely would produce at least a tornado warning. We didn't know it was going to be a big tornado like that, but just gives you an idea. Of course, you know I-30. Stuff comes from Texarkana. It usually rides right up to Little Rock. So it's always a good idea. Just know where you are located on a map, because we can't call out every single town on the map. And also know some towns on the map. You know, Mount Ida, Montgomery County, Hot Springs, of course, Garland County, Daisy, Murfreesboro, into Pike County, Nashville, Howard County, Arkadelphia, Clark County. Those are your bigger cities and towns. Hot Spring County, Malvern. So I just encourage you and, your kids to take initiative when it comes to knowing your geography, because information can be life-saving when it comes to severe weather here in Arkansas. The more that you know about your geography, the better chance you will have time to prepare and make those decisions that can save you from big impacts from severe storms. Let's see this lightning counter. Let's see if that's continued to go up. So this is the past 10-minute lightning strikes, and we'll look at the cloud tops too to see if these are continuing to develop. Okay, so lightning counter, not too much change. It's 39. This is everything on the image that you see here. Storms trying to get going in Oklahoma, but nothing too crazy. Now let's look at the cloud tops. So there's that cell. It weakened. So you see it was about 30,000 feet into the air as it made its way through Fayetteville with that severe thunderstorm warning. And then it's dropped down. So the updraft has lost some of its strength. But we have new cells popping up here into Madison County and Newton County. Not too bad, still about 20 to 25,000 for the most part. And let's see the cells in Oklahoma. Those have come up a little bit. So these are coming up 20 to 30,000. Once we get to 30 to 40,000, if we start going to the reds, then the chance of that becoming severe really starts to spike up much more, because that tells you we've got a big updraft, a strong updraft, and when you have a strong updraft, the bigger the updraft, the taller the clouds, the more potent a thunderstorm will be. And we'll take a look at the temperatures around the region. So this is visible satellite with the temperatures, because of course it's always good to analyze what's happening in the right now moment. So 70 is the temperature in Little Rock, 78 Monticello, still some significant breaks in the clouds into Ashley County, Drew County, Deshay County, and also Lincoln County, and then into East Arkansas. There's some breaks right through here, seeing some breaks in the River Valley. Russellville might be seeing a little bit of sunshine right now. Look at the temperature in Fayetteville, though, 53 degrees. So that tells you the front has made its way through. So those storms are initiating right along the front, and that front is about to approach Harrison and Fort Smith, so those numbers will continue to drop. And here's the timeline once again, as the computer loads. It's thinking a lot. Now until 4 o'clock for West Arkansas. 2 until 7 for Central Arkansas. So obviously I got to change that. I'm going to change that right now, because that's getting on my nerves. It's past 2 o'clock, so we'll make it 3. It's a perfectionist in me, Tom. It's a perfectionist in me, okay?
I know, Nathan. It's okay.
I want to know, is anybody out there a perfectionist? Because you don't know unless you're a perfectionist on what goes through my mind.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that people are paying attention to you. We've had some folks. You bring up a good point that there are some folks that may live in a certain county that don't know what's to the west of them, so they are paying attention to you on the whole know where you live thing.
Yeah, well, it's good to hear. And we know is it outdated with a NOAA radio? I mean, people depend on their apps, but a NOAA radio also a good thing to have. You can get it at a lot of stores and have the counties programmed to the west and southwest of you. You can choose what counties you want to hear the warnings from, but if I'm in Pulaski County and I program my NOAA weather radio, I want to know what's happening in Saline County. I want to know what's happening in Clark County when it comes to tornado warning, and probably also Garland County as well. So that's also a good thing to know about geography, because that will help you when it comes to programming your NOAA weather radio. Okay, so let's see if this is now updated. So a little behind the scenes, how we make a graphic. I mean, usually just a weather show is kind of like a big PowerPoint presentation, but it's much more user-friendly than PowerPoint would be, because this would be really hard with PowerPoint. So there you see 3 to 7, and then probably 4 until 8, and that may need to be 5 until 8 for East Arkansas. We'll just see how things go. So we've had the banana baseball happening at Dickey-Stevens Park. It's 2:30. It was at 1 o'clock, so I think they're going to be in good shape. I don't think they have to be concerned about any storms ruining that very unique event here into North Little Rock. I'm sure people are having a good time. Our director, Perry, said the stadium was packed when he was going by. So it's always good to bring in people to the city, and if you're going to be out and about having some dinner for this evening, just watch out. There's going to be a line of gusty storms rolling its way through. If you're traveling to the west, as this line moves in, that's where you may encounter some rough weather. You just want to look at the radar before maybe you head out in that direction, because this could be a situation where you're driving on the highway and you see blinding rain for a short amount of time, but also very gusty winds. It doesn't last very long. I think for the most part, the worse the weather, 30 minutes, maybe as long as an hour, and then it's done. It's over. So it's just a narrow window of opportunity. But when you're talking about storms that extend for about 10 miles or so, the worse the weather can just be within about a mile to a 5-mile range, where you get those really gusty winds. And they may only last for about 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But the environment is primed that we do have that potential of seeing some rowdy, feisty storms this afternoon. And we're still watching the storms develop into Oklahoma. I'm looking on Storm Track 11 here to see if there's anything there of interest. I'm not seeing anything. Got some winds. That's about 600 feet above the surface, moving through Greenwood, 40 miles per hour. So it looks like the front has made its way through Fort Smith, I would say. And you see those reds start to get brighter once they made its way through Greenwood and Barling. So we got winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour, about 900 feet. And obviously, once you get into Paris and Mount Magazine, so Mount Magazine is going to be very windy there. The National Weather Service is saying that the lid over the atmosphere continues to erode right over central Arkansas. So that's the race. We are in a race now. Does the lid or cap of the atmosphere break over central Arkansas, or does it hold off until it moves into East Arkansas? Because this is a fluid situation. Yes, it doesn't look like it's changing that much, but as a meteorologist, you're looking at each scan, because that's how fast it can change. So right now, that line still, it's there. And there you see the hail reports, 3/4 inch size hail around Fayetteville. But this is a strong cell trying to develop. And then it looks like we got some heavy rain here around the border of Franklin County, Sebastian and Crawford County. And then more storms moving into Oklahoma. So as this gets closer to Russellville, we'll probably, or maybe in Clarksville, we'll start to look at the iDrive cameras and see what they're seeing. So I'm gonna set that up pretty soon. I don't know if it's gonna be facing to the west. It should be facing to the west, but we should see that dark line of clouds start to approach in that part of the region. We'll go back over here to Max now, Perry, if we can. And Tom, do you have anything to add over there?
I'm trying to answer as many questions as we can. Of course, you're getting the timing questions from everybody. And in Northeast Arkansas, 4 to 8 o'clock tonight, according to what I'm looking at on the Max box there. But here's something for you. You have sirens, tornado sirens that are placed outside are not intended to alert folks on the inside. They are for folks working or playing outside. So keep that in mind. And sometimes they do not go off. And no, we do not fire off the sirens. We took Nathan's switch away so he would stop doing it. No, but seriously, it's emergency management that has the tornado siren switch. We don't do that. Other things, NOAA weather radios. I know that some folks are picking those up at thrift shops, Goodwill shops. Make sure they work. Sometimes people will hand those things in and the circuitry's been melted off by the battery leakage. So if you need a NOAA weather radio, this is as close to a commercial as I'll get. I know for a fact that a partner of ours, Batteries Plus in West Little Rock, they have them there and they'll program them for you and they're at a reasonable price. So, and I trust those guys. If I were to walk into another box store and pick one up, they're not going to know how to program NOAA weather radios for you. So go to Batteries Plus in West Little Rock. They'll take care of all of that for you. Okay, that's all I can say.
That's a great commercial.
That. Thank you very much. But that's just one important element. THV11.com, THV11 Plus. You know, your phones have a toggle switch. Make sure your emergency warnings are turned on, especially at night and overnight, so that you can be alerted. And this is Mr. Perry's time to shine. Another way to follow along with us, even outside of severe weather, is Live Radar 24/7. Hit it, Perry. Take it away. Show us what it looks like. This is the radar that Nathan and I use to track storms. And it's on you can THV11.com, under weather, click on 24/7 live weather or live radar 24/7. And this is what it looks like. And it's a great tool to have whenever you need to know what's happening at night. Even sometimes when we don't have severe weather, we'll have thunderstorms. They get a little loud and obnoxious at times, and this will help you determine where they're located. And in this regard, you got Live Radar with the Tornado Watch until 9 o'clock. And you've got that line that's trying to come together. And Nathan mentioned the cap is slowly but surely eroding. So hopefully, Nathan, that answered some of the YouTube questions that we're getting in this afternoon.
All right, appreciate it, Tom.
Sure.
So I mentioned that we may see a scary looking shelf cloud, and I want to explain what exactly this is because it does get a lot of attention because it looks like the movie Independence Day. It looks like a spaceship, certainly low cloud hovering across the horizon, approaching your direction. Yeah, it gets your attention and you probably want to batten down the hatches. So this is a picture of a shelf cloud, probably like what we're going to see out there for today because it is cloudy. And you see on the horizon what's happening here is that lowering of the sky. What's going on is this is part of the downdraft area of a storm system. So what's happening is you have the cooler air from the thunderstorm that is pushing away from the storm. And as this happens, it encounters the warm and humid air in advance. So the cooler air is heavier and forces the warmer air up. And as that warmer air gets forced above the surface, it will cool and condense, and it forms that cloud known as a shelf cloud. And yes, it looks scary. When you see that, that's indication heavy rain is headed your direction. The winds are going to pick up. So if you're out on the lake or if you're out hiking and you see something like that, you want to get indoors as soon as possible. But this is not a tornado type situation. That is a wall cloud. And I'm going to see if I have that in my graphics here because I'm just trying to change things up and, you know, use this as a learning opportunity as well. I thought I did have something of that. I may not. As I look through here. So just give me a little time. And I don't see anything. All right. So I guess I don't have that right now.
One of those SLCs?
Yes,
clouds?
yes,
Yep.
that's what it's called, SLC.
Get a lot of comments on those. SLCs. And the first time I heard that term used, Nathan, I think it was Ed Buckner, that coined that phrase.
It's a great phrase.
SLCs.
It's funny when you move around, because in this career you move around so much, and you learn certain phrases that are regional. Like my old chief in Mississippi, I've never heard the term of a toad strangler or a frog strangler.
Yeah, frog strangler. I've heard frog strangler.
Until I moved to Mississippi. Now we say gully washer.
Gully washer, I've heard that.
Up north.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't say toad strangler or frog strangler.
That's yeah. I think that's one of those regional things in our region.
Yeah.
Frog strangler.
Pouring snow. That's another one. We don't say that up north.
I never heard that. Pouring snow.
I've heard pouring snow. I have always just said snowing like crazy. Of course, the technical term is heavy snow.
Heavy snow. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about these terms, watch versus warning. So many people get these confused. And a watch is basically you are watching and waiting for the potential that there could be storms that develop across your region. So that's what we are in right now. This is not a current map of the watch. This is just an example. It covers a large area. Be prepared for rapidly changing conditions. Don't cancel plans, but be prepared to make those adjustments. Just because a tornado watch is issued does not mean you are guaranteed to have severe weather. I've seen several times where tornado watches are issued and storms don't even develop over the entire region. The reason behind that is because most likely there was a cap. The cap or the lid on the atmosphere held, and therefore the storms did not develop. But they had to put that watch in effect because if the cap did break and the storms developed, they could quickly become a tornadic situation. When you have a cap in the atmosphere, that's basically atmosphere almost holding so much energy and just ready to let loose. So like shaking up a bottle of soda, you build up all that energy, eventually the soda will explode and the cap will come off. Well, that's how the atmosphere operates. Or when you put a lid over a pot of boiling water and you have all that steam developing, because the lid is on top of the pot, that steam doesn't go anywhere. But you take the lid off and what happens? The steam shoots out and up into the ceiling. And that's how the atmosphere operates when we're talking about a cap. Now, when there's a warning issued, that's when you want to take action. And a warning can cover one or more counties. For example, this warning went from Newton County into parts of Boone County and also Marion County. And that's when you want to take action. That's when you want to get to safety, because that means rotation is being detected on radar, that a tornado may develop at any moment, or we now have the ability to have different types of tornado warnings. Maybe we're saying it's observed because a spotter saw it or law enforcement saw it, or maybe it's picking up debris. Radar sees debris being launched into the atmosphere. We can detect that with radar, and therefore we can tell you, okay, there is a tornado happening at this time. And we can even go further into detail saying this is a strong tornado, because depending upon how high that debris is being detected into the atmosphere can give us an idea of the intensity of a tornado. If a tornado is launching debris over 10,000 feet above us, that's usually an EF3 or EF4 type of tornado situation. So that's just some tidbits there when it comes to the watch versus a warning. Of course, I'm sure you've seen the whole graphic. You know, you have all the ingredients here with making a pizza or a cupcake, and then the warning is cupcake warning or pizza warning or taco warning. All the same idea. It's just the ingredients are in place out there today that we could see severe weather, and the chance is going up, especially into East Arkansas. So here's the newest radar image now, because we don't want to neglect this. We want to go back and forth and look at radar, make sure nothing's sneaking up on us. There you see the line. So severe weather threat, it's done. Fayetteville, pretty much looks like Fort Smith should be done too. Look at the Fort Smith radar once again. And we'll zoom in here. And there you see heavy rain, storms trying to move from Madison County into Newton County. So Jasper about to get some heavy rain. But once that moves through, you're done. Once this line moves through Jasper, Edwards Junction, you're done with the threat of severe weather. So it's just this line making its way through now Cravens into Ozark. You play connected dots, and it'll take you through Charleston. But right now, it does not look too concerning. And it's a narrow line. It's a very narrow line. Let's see if these cloud tops are still popping up. I think another thing, Tom, that people always get confused about is when the emergency management pulls the siren, it's for the whole county typically.
Right.
So even if you're not under the polygon warning of a tornado warning, let's say, there's a tornado warning for southern parts of Pulaski County, and it's sunshine in Maumelle or northern areas of Pulaski County, but they're hearing tornado sirens. Well, the storm is headed to the east. It's going to miss them. That can be confusing to people because they're like, okay, why did the tornado warning siren go off if we're not going to see anything here? It's sunshine.
Definitely a challenge with the warning system because you've got the polygon. It could be just a very small tip of Pulaski County, like right here, and the rest of the county's in the clear. So that's why we want you to have not only that way to have and receive severe weather information, but make sure you can watch what we're talking about. What I do like is the polygon system that will give you the idea, give you the path of who's in that, who could directly be affected. So that's good stuff there. The tornado, I've never been a huge fan of the tornado siren system because of that, because of the failures, because sometimes they don't go off, and there's even times that they do and provide false warnings. We've had people that have sent us messages, Nathan, that they said, hey, the warnings are going off here in X county. There's no warning here. So there's a failure rate there. I'm not dogging on them. They are good for some things. They were never intended for warning people on the inside.
Yeah.
Only on the outside.
Yep. And then also, I like to go over some myths that people hear.
Let's talk.
You've heard the whole thing, when the sky turns green or bluish green, a tornado is on the way.
Had that question on YouTube. That was a great question. And I said, not necessarily.
Mm-hmm. And the reason behind that is because storms have hail. Right. And when the sun goes through the cloud and it's getting all this hail interfered with the visible light, it will actually break down the light, scatter out that light, and the only light that makes it is going to be the blues and the greens. So that is indication that there's hail. That's not indication that a tornado is coming. However, when we take a look at this example of a supercell, this is from the Hot Springs Village tornado just a couple years ago.
I remember this one.
It just depends on where you are located within the storm. So let's just play a little game here.
You take it full.
And we can say, let's say we are located in Jessieville. Okay, we're in Jessieville. We'll just say this is a tornado warning right now. This is your classic hook echo signature. But let's say that the storm is going east. So Jessieville, you would get the heavy rain and the big hail, the purple area right here. That's where the hail core is. But the tornado would be down here. And that's just because you have to think about this as a 3D image now. This is where the winds are going into the storm. So you have the winds going this way, this way, this way, all into the updraft part of the storm. So as this is happening, it's tilted updraft. So you have to think about it's going like that direction, and then all the rain and hail get blown off according to the upper level winds, which is off to the north and northeast. So if this storm is moving east, you're just getting the hail and rain. You didn't get a tornado, even though you were under tornado warning. Meanwhile, this area, it could be sunshine at first, and they're seeing dark skies in this part of the region to the north of them, and then you see most likely if you're located right here, you would see the wall cloud within this storm because there's no real rain showing up. And the hook echo develops because the rain that's falling on the backside of the system is getting wrapped around on the backside to produce this hook echo, because the inflow of the storm is so significant that it can do that. But let's say the storm's going a different direction. Jessieville, same story, but now the storm's going from south to north. You would get the hail, then the rain may start to wind down, and you may see an end to the rain before the tornado comes. So a tornado can happen when there's no rain, when there's sunshine, when there is heavy rain, when there's hail. It just depends on what part of the storm you're located in before the actual updraft moves over your location. So never assume that, okay, we're in tornado warning, it's cloudy, because that's what happened here in Little Rock. We had sunshine and then clouds, and then the tornado came. There was no rain before that tornado happened. All the rain was pretty much off to the north. So it just depends on where you're located within the storm on how the storm will impact you. And even if you're under a tornado warning and you're like, oh, I didn't get anything, I just got rain, I just got hail, well, it's because the rotation was probably just south of you and you got very lucky. And we're actually, I want to mention this, weather-wise, okay? We have weather-wise, it happens every Tuesday at 3 o'clock. If you want to become a National Weather Service storm spotter, I actually invited Dennis Kavanaugh with the National Weather Service to give a spotting class, how to become a storm spotter on WeatherWise. And it is a special presentation series on all the steps that you need to become a spotter. We go over every detail of storm dynamics, the difference between an updraft, downdraft, what clouds you need to be looking for, what clouds you don't have to be worried about. And even if you're scared of storms, maybe you have a threat of, or maybe you're just scared of threatening weather in general. I used to be terrified of storms when I was a kid. I get it. But the more education that you have and the more that you know, that will calm your fears. I promise you. Because when I was a kid, I used to just freak out. Even when I was like 10, 11 years old. If there was a tornado warning, because I'm from Maryland, if there was a tornado warning 5 counties away and we were under tornado watch, I'd be like, I'm ready to go to my aunt and uncle's basement right now. And we might not get anything. I was never impacted by a tornado. I know that has happened here for a lot of folks. So the more education that you have, and you can look at radar and you can be like, okay, this is something I really need to be concerned about because what I learned, or this is not really that big of a deal, will help you, I think, beat that fear a little bit, or at least calm some fears. Because we're in the day and age, you're going to see scary maps on social media, okay? You're going to see lots of colors. You're going to see, oh my gosh, this is the end of the world type situation. Every severe weather event is different, and we can't compare anything from last year to this year or years before for the most part. Severe weather gets a lot of attention on social media. And there's a lot of pages out there that you just need to be aware of, because if you share that page, if you comment on that page, if you have any interaction with that page whatsoever, those people can make money. And it can be significant amounts of money, especially if their page goes viral or their graphic goes viral. So just remember, before you go ahead and share something, look at the page, look at the description of the page, see if they are actually weather knowledgeable, and if they're making a lot of excuses, if they are using a lot of capital letters, maybe try a different source. That's all I'm going to say on that. But it's definitely something that meteorologists are battling on a day-to-day basis when it comes to getting out correct information versus scare tactics and hype. So there's a radar loop once again. And let's go over to Storm Track, because now we're going to look at the surface observations, because I want to see where this front is. And refresh it here. We're at 3 o'clock now. So we're in that window of opportunity of where things could start to get going here in Central Arkansas, according to the model information. But what you see here, lots of pretty numbers, and you can take this full, Perry. So what we're looking at are the surface observations at all the different airports, and you can see the outline of Arkansas. The red numbers, those are the air temperatures, and the lines that you see, that is the wind direction. So you see the winds coming from the southwest in Little Rock, coming from the south at Russellville, and then they switch over to the northwest. So this tells you the front has made its way through Fort Smith. The winds have switched over to the northwest, and it is gusty. We got winds of 34 knots now in Fort Smith. So that front is about to approach Harrison. And the dew points, they're also a big difference. That is the green number. Dew point of 57 in Russellville, dew point of 59 in Little Rock, 61-degree dew point in Stuttgart. And these dew points are expected to continue to go up as we go into the next few hours. And then they will drop significantly once we get into this evening. So once that front moves through, we can say bye-bye to the threat of severe weather. And we can have a quieter night, although once again those winds will be howling across the region, so trampolines could still fly around if the storms didn't get you.
Not only that, you got the wind and then the freeze tonight.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, you've got a lot of weathering here in the next 24
It's March
hours.
Madness in the weather department.
Yeah.
Let's just
Hey, speaking of March Madness, those of you that are watching us may not have heard the Razorbacks won the SEC basketball championship. They beat Vandy by 11 this afternoon, so they win the championship for the first time in 26 years. Here I am doing Tyler Cass's job for him. He should be in here. He should be providing the updates, which brings us to, let's say this line intensifies and it gets nasty by 5 o'clock, Nathan. And our fingers are crossed that we don't have to deal with tornado warnings. The selection show on CBS is from 5 to 6. And I just want to say this out of respect for those of you watching us out in Central Arkansas. If we do get a tornado warning, we will be breaking in, not only here, but on the main channel to pass along that information. And gosh, we hope we don't have to, but you never know. That line it's unimpressive right now. It can stay that way.
Yeah. It doesn't look too feisty or spicy right now. It's a green bell pepper situation. I don't think we got habanero yet, but yeah, they could get going pretty soon. I mean, it's amazing if you work in weather how things can change rapidly. We've seen it time and time again where it's like, oh, this doesn't look too impressive in Oklahoma, and then it gets into Arkansas and things change in a hurry. So that's what we're watching. Let me see if I can go back over to the mesoanalysis here to see if that's changing at all. And that has changed. So the lid or cap of the atmosphere is starting to deteriorate more and more. Now it looks like the cap has disappeared over Montgomery County and Pike County. No surprise with that front getting closer and closer. I'm going to look at the significant tornado parameter too, and that's right over Central Arkansas. Hasn't changed, still 1. So Perry, we go over to Storm Track 11, please. Sorry. So this is the significant tornado parameter on Storm Track 11 that we're looking at, and this tells you where storms, if they do initiate and develop or move over this region where the solid area of 1 is, the atmosphere could indeed produce a tornado as these cells move through. Now, just because you have a 1 does not mean you're going to get a tornado. It's just the possibility is higher in this part of the state versus other areas of the state. And we look at the storm fuel. This is the blue area is the lid on the atmosphere. That's where the clouds, they can't grow any taller. But we're seeing that cap break here into West Arkansas and through the Red River Valley of Texas. And that continues to inch its way over to the east. And we can advance this. This is the RAP model. This updates every single hour. And it really gets rid of that cap in 2 hours. And it's showing storms developing, looks like right over Central Arkansas. Let me see if I can try to clean this up a little bit. So let's see if we can look at some other information here. Yeah, so that's the Cape difference of the past 3 hours. That shows it's starting to increase. And when we look at the supercell composite parameter, this is showing the potential of a supercell developing. Once you get the higher numbers, the higher confidence there is for storms to develop into supercells. And supercell is a rotating thunderstorm. It's a storm that has a rotating updraft, and they can maintain themselves for a long period of time, but also supercells are notorious for producing tornadoes. So, and there's my Facebook page, which I was giving up an update earlier today. So we go back over to Storm Track 11 now. Or not Storm Track 11, sorry, Max. I want to look at that 1 forecast system off too. This should be updating. All right, so here is the radar loop once again. As we continue to watch that line advance its way to the east, we'll take a look at the cloud tops to see if they're behaving themselves or if they're starting to get a little more gusto to them. Looks like the strongest cell right now is in Newton County, so that cell has come up. And that was predicted by the graph and the HER for the cells to develop in that part of the region. So Jasper, the cell is knocking at your doorstep right now, and when we take a look at the radar with that, yeah, heavy rain, lightning, thunder. Radar signature wise does not look too concerning, but we'll look at the winds. Looks like it has some wind with it. Of course, this is going to be really high into the atmosphere too, but we'll take a look at the query data here to see what type of winds we are seeing. Well, yeah, it's not detecting too much wind because we're so high above the surface. But I assume that would have some gusty winds with it as it rolls its way through Newton County. And then there's Clarksville. Let me see if I can get on iDrive now. And we'll take a look at that. Maybe some camera shots from iDrive to see what's happening into Johnson County. We'll go just to the west of Johnson County. That's eastbound. These are all facing east. I need these cameras to face west.
That is a problem. Not too many west-facing cameras. We could always call for a little help on that, Nathan, if we needed to have somebody pull up some camera shots for us.
Okay, there's a westbound shot.
Okay.
All right, so this is Lamar on Storm Track 11 now, Perry. And you can see it's getting dark on the horizon. So that line is approaching.
There you go.
And Lamar is just to the east of Clarksville. So we're looking into the storm as it approaches. So I-40, but it's not a long period of heavy rain. We go back over to Max now. Max 1, please. So I'm zoomed in. And got Clarksville on the map here. There's Lamar. So Lamar is to the right. There's Clarksville, Interstate 40. So it's a brief period of some heavy rain. 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, that's it. I can go ahead and loop this. So yeah, see how fast it's moving. So it's already starting to wind down in Ozark, but Clarksville is about to get hit with some heavy rain, but it still looks like for the most part it's not looking too suspicious. let's see those colors. Once you see the colors start to ramp up, so we've definitely started to see some strengthening because it was nothing east of Greenwood. Now it's over Paris, and those colors have started to show up. And this only shows the intensity of the rain. That's all this shows. But we can look at certain parts of this line and we can detect on where there could be some rotation or something that could be more concerning with damaging wind gusts when we look at the radar rain data, which is known as reflectivity. And now line's starting to approach Waldron, Mena, starting to approach you folks. So Mena, you got, I mean, that doesn't look too bad. Looks like, Mena might get away with nothing except maybe a shower unless this starts to really fire up over the next 5 minutes or so. Looks like the worst is going to be riding right along the border of Polk County and Scott County. And then once that moves through, Mena, you're done. No more severe weather threat. So timeline, because I'm sure people are still asking about that. Let's talk about it. So your timeline, this 4 o'clock, this is about an hour to go. So this is probably going to do well. I think this is going to verify. I think we're going to be done with severe weather threat by 4 o'clock in West Arkansas. 3 o'clock, still a little, certainly once you get into this part of the state, I would say that verifies, but it's going to take some more time here. So, yeah, I would say once we get into 5 o'clock time frame, that's when things will probably be the worst weather here in central Arkansas.
Do you have visible satellite available?
Yes, I do.
Any little sunshine peeking out, that's not nice. It was toward the Morrilton area.
Yeah.
I saw a note.
Oh.
Yeah. Disappeared. There it goes.
Yeah. It's
still fairly thick, though.
Some breaks in clouds, yeah. But they warmed up to 74 in Russellville, so we'll see if the temperature jumps up. And we'll see what that line does as it approaches Russellville, hitting that warm air. Hot Springs, don't have an observation for you. Looks like the observation site is down.
It's a pretty nasty one up there between Harrison and Jasper. It's probably one of the strongest ones we have. A little hail showing up.
And I have those reports. Yeah, like you said, just it's watching and waiting, but you never assume anything in weather, especially in Arkansas. Okay. So this is Interstate 40, just west of Russellville, looking off to the west, and you can see that we are definitely seeing some darkening of the skies as that line starts to approach. Tom, you mentioned hail. On our Hail Now tool, I'm seeing the potential there could be some pea to maybe dime-sized hail along Highway 7.
I noticed that with the hazards today, hail wasn't as big of a concern here in this region of Arkansas. It looked like it was going to be more south and east. So, although it's possible, it's not as much of a concern as the gusty winds or the threat of a tornado. But northwest Arkansas has the lower end of severe weather anyway today. So if you get some hail, that's just part of it.
Yeah, I mean, pea-sized, dime-sized hail, that's not severe hail. It still gets a lot of attention because anytime it hails, people are like, what's going on? But we're not talking about tennis ball, baseball size hail, and that's just because we're not dealing with big supercell thunderstorms. Yes, there could still be supercells out there, but they're not going to be as intense as what we have seen in the past when we do have baseball size hail to deal with. So this is more of a damaging wind threats with embedded tornadoes type situation going into this afternoon as these storms continue to make their way off to the east. Also a little hail looks like trying to develop with that one cell around Rich Mountain. So Queen Wilhelmina State Park. maybe seeing some hail very shortly, according to this information. And when we look at the reports, we have seen hail that has been bigger than dime size into Fayetteville, with the one cell that developed pretty close to Johnson, looks like, is the community, and there was a 3/4 inch size hail in that part of Washington County. So that is the only report we have. Let's go back over to warnings now, because at this time we still have no warnings anywhere in Arkansas. But there are warnings in Missouri, and those are big warnings. So when you have a warning that extends that far out, they're pretty confident that it's going to maintain its strength and impact a large part of that region. That is a likely severe thunderstorm warning for that area. I don't think I have Springfield radar. No, I don't. Fort Smith might be able to reach a little bit of it. Man, it doesn't look as significant up there.
While we're watching and waiting, Nathan, it might be an opportunity while people are watching us on YouTube asking questions. I know that recently the Storms Prediction Center added some criteria for the way that they're going to, in terms of storm strength and significance, 1, 2, and 3. So I've got the severe outlook up on Max 2. But Nathan does a great job of explaining what all of this means.
I can pull that up.
Yeah. It's a good time here while we have folks with us this afternoon in between, waiting for the line and whatever's going to take place and take shape here this afternoon. So there we go. He's got the outlook up, the hazards up, what they all mean. There's lots of colors and dash marks and hash marks. It's all very convoluted.
Yeah.
There it is. There's, and I can do that. Well, he's pulling it up. Let me just talk about those. I mentioned the hail hazard. Notice that 1 inch in diameter is really what severe thunderstorms provide. 1 inch or hail or winds greater than 58 miles per hour, 1 inch hail. There has been some hail reports up here in the low end threat, but you get down to the hatched area, it could be upwards of golf ball sized or even larger than that in southern Arkansas as the storms mature and move from west to east. The winds greater than 58, possibly upwards of 70 plus miles per hour, especially in northeast Arkansas. And the tornado threat, you've got a strong tornado possible statewide if one occurs. So even these brief spin-ups that occur today could be a very strong tornado. May not last long, but has the potential of being strong statewide, with the greatest concern over from Little Rock, Newport, Jonesboro, roughly the eastern half of the state. Did that change with the afternoon update? Maybe it did, because I could have sworn this area was just east of Little Rock. So now it looks like it's backed up on us a bit. So those are the hazards this afternoon, and there's a lot to take in with that. Just know that severe weather is possible, and you could have all modes. You could have a little hail, you could have some damaging wind gusts, or even the potential of a tornado is there this afternoon.
That is a new update, and looks like they did push that back. Yeah.
Well, that's not friendly.
Yep.
Don't like that.
I haven't read this discussion just yet, but we can go over to Storm Track 11 because we'll break it down exactly from the Storm Prediction Center. So you're used to the 5 levels that we always talk about. Level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. That's not changing. This shows the confidence in coverage of severe weather. So the higher the level, the more coverage of severe weather that we're talking about for the most part. Now they have broken down the intensity or max intensity according to the storm environment on how things could work out. So this is today's forecast. This is the newest information from the Storm Prediction Center. And if you see here, I don't know if you can see it. Let me zoom it out here a little bit. That legend in the lower right-hand corner tells the probability that a tornado may happen within 25 miles of a point, which has changed because it used to be 50 miles. So this says the confidence has gone up when it comes to trying to figure out how severe weather will unfold across the country. We have a 10 to 14% chance that anywhere in this area, if I put a point, within 25 miles of that point, there's a 10 to 14% chance there could be a tornado in this yellow area. In the brown area, it is a 5 to 9% chance. You put a point anywhere within 25 miles, there could be a tornado. This dashed area is saying the max intensity that is possible according to the storm environment in place. This dashed area highlights if a storm does reach its maximum potential and goes all out, it could produce a strong tornado. And you're going to see pretty much this all the time in springtime, just because there's always wind shear in place across Arkansas during springtime. So you'll probably see a lot of dashed area when it comes to tornadoes over the next couple months with these severe weather outlooks. That is just the tornado breakdown. Now, this is the damaging wind threat breakdown. Same story, but your damaging wind probability is higher. So we're looking at this purple area has a 45 to 59% chance within 25 miles. If I place a point anywhere in this purple area, there could be wind gusts 70 miles per hour or greater. And then this red area, it's a 30 to 45% chance. The dashed area means the wind gust max intensity could be over 70 miles per hour. And then you see the dashed area really drops off once you get into West Arkansas. So everything's saying the same thing. Storms, they initiate off to the west, they continue to strengthen, they continue to intensify as they move into central Arkansas, look at the storm environment, looking at where the jet stream's setting up, and that's why the percentages go up with everything pretty much as you go into central Arkansas and also into East Arkansas. Here's the hail outlook. Much lower. 15 to 29% in the yellow area, and then a 5 to 14% in the brown area. And the dashed area, that means that hailstones could be up to 2-inch size. So that's golf ball size or a little bit larger than a golf ball if storms can reach their maximum potential. So those are the new maps that you'll be seeing when it comes to severe weather. And speaking of severe weather, we do have severe thunderstorm warning now for Little River County, Sevier County, and also into Howard County, with this line moving out of Oklahoma. So that is brand new information. It goes until 4:15. This is from the National Weather Service out of Shreveport. And let's take a look and see what's going on here when it comes to the winds, if there's any rotation. Looks pretty messy. Let me look at Fort Smith too. Looks like Fort Smith has a better read on it. So the winds are picking up in Broken Bow, Oklahoma, Bog Springs, and southern parts of Polk County, not under the severe thunderstorm warning because you're under a different jurisdiction. You are under the National Weather Service out of North Little Rock versus Shreveport. So that's why it's kind of odd how it just kind of skips over you folks in Wicks and this area. Of course, we did have, I forgot to mention this, but we had our third confirmed tornado.
Oh, we did.
Gillum.
Okay.
By National Weather Service out of Shreveport. It was only on the ground for about, I think it was a mile. But it was the EF1, and that happens into Sevier County from that last event.
So 3 for the year.
3 for the year. Yeah, it was quiet, and March came around and said, we got to make up for it.
March in like a lion.
So hopefully it doesn't try to add more today. But
did you hear about that while you were growing up? The whole march in like a lion and out like a lamb?
Yes, that is a very common thing. Yeah, that's okay. But have you heard of redbud winter?
I've heard of blackberry, but not redbud.
Okay, so when I was in Tennessee, they had redbud,
okay,
and then it went to dogwood, blackberry, And some people even said whippoorwill winter.
Whippoorwill,
Yeah.
whippoorwill.
The bird.
Yeah. Not heard of that one.
It seemed like it verified, though, because when the red buds came out, we would see temperatures drop below freezing.
Yeah.
Dogwoods came out a few weeks later, temperatures would drop below freezing. So I'm saying that we are going into red bud winter with this cold front moving through tonight. Because the dogwoods aren't out yet, right?
Yes, they are.
They it's
A lot of trees are blooming. I've seen
know.
the dogwoods. I know that the smelly pear trees.
They're
have
almost
bloomed.
done.
Yeah, they're done. Dogwoods are blooming. Redbuds are blooming. Maples are starting to bud out as well. It's with the warm spells that we've had, everything is rushing to bloom, and with this freeze coming in tonight, after all of this active weather is over with, it's going to hit your blooms pretty hard.
Yeah.
I've got blue azaleas. There's azaleas blooming. They're a little early this year, so those blooms will be hurt as well.
Okay, so that cloud top, 45,000 feet.
Okay.
So what I said about once we get to 40,000, that's when things get a little dicey when it comes to starting to see severe weather.
They've added Polk County, the southern part of Polk, to
Okay.
that as well.
Yes, so that doesn't surprise me. So now we have that severe thunderstorm warning issued for Polk County, Polk, until 4 o'clock. And there's Wicks, Highway 59. So if you're watching us in those locations, the Cossatot River Natural Area, beautiful area. Umpire,
Vandervoort.
hopefully people are, if they're camping, they're weather aware and they know that some rough storms are about to move in. So we'll keep an eye on this. I'm going to use I guess Fort Smith is the best one, seems like. But it's such a narrow line. Look at that. It's so,
Yeah.
we're not talking about a huge line, but again, you get on one of these storms and they can pack a punch. Let's see how big these storms are. Let's see here. Get my ruler out. Because they're not too wide at all. I mean, like 10 miles. That's not going to last long at all. But if they are packing winds, then you're going to know it. And I guess we should say, we want to hear from you. We want to know what's happening in your neighborhood as these storms roll through. Some of the best ways to get that information to us, of course, would be Facebook, THV11. You can just post on there, direct message. Another way we always talk about is just text message us, 501-376-1111. You can attach pictures, video. If you have a new phone, probably the best thing. If you have an older phone, sometimes the video doesn't come through as well as it should be. But yeah, we want to hear what's going on in your neighborhood as this line of storms is now starting to gather steam, and we're starting to see things tick up a little bit this afternoon.
One thing I do want to mention is, again, we have a lot of weathering. If we could take just a quick jaunt over to Max 2, a couple of folks have mentioned the wind after the line of storms, and I just want to fill you in on what's going on here with a wind advisory in effect after the storms. It will be a windy rest of your night, and this is going to last us through Monday morning, 7 o'clock. So from this afternoon through tomorrow morning, the whole state under the wind advisory. Most of the state is under the freeze warning for tomorrow morning. So we're concentrating our efforts right now just on the severe weather threat. Things are beginning to slowly ramp up here around Arkansas, but we will return to our regularly scheduled weather forecast once we get the severe weather stuff out. We'll talk about the freeze and the wind. So there, wanted to touch on that. Now back to our regularly scheduled severe weather tracking with Nathan Scott.
Well, soon it'll be you, Tom.
Yeah, probably so.
It'll be both of us if this continues to develop. We can go over to Storm Track 11 now because this is what's happening in Clarksville from iDrive, Arkansas. Visibility down greatly. You see the branches are moving around quite a bit because that line of storms is now moving right over Clarksville. It's not severe, but it's certainly packing a punch. Heaviest rain, Clarksville and Lamar. Let me see if I can see some winds here. So yeah, you can almost think about hearing the winds. I mean, that visibility has cut down quite a bit. That's going to cause people to probably turn on their flashers and maybe pull over on the side of the road. It's a very short duration, but things get ugly pretty quickly. So there you go. This is the radar loop. This is where the camera is, right about here. There's the heavy rain. Let's see if I'm seeing any hail. I didn't see any hail on that camera, but there could be a little hail. Looks like maybe right over Walmart. That's what the W stands for. And that's when we zoom in this close, I have personally put on Walmarts and Dollar Generals on the map because people, you know where Walmart is, you know where your Dollar General is. So just to give you perspective, I think it really helps when it comes to, hey, where am I located according to how close the Walmart is or how close Dollar General is. So that's just something to keep in mind that we have only on here, THV11, that you can find that information. So that is the line moving through. Let's take a look at the winds. Let's see if the winds, because that looked like those winds were picking up quite a bit. You know, probably easily 40 to 50 miles per hour. And I'm going to pull something else up after we take a look at the camera. But okay, so you see that camera. We can go back to Storm Track 11. We'll just go off to the west now. And this is just west of Clarksville. And things have quieted down.
Yeah, didn't take long.
Yeah, so it doesn't last very long at all. Now let's go over to, let's see if this is west. So this is Knoxville. This is Interstate 40 just to the east of Clarksville. And we'll just let that roll. We can come back to it a little bit later because that will be approaching Knoxville probably in the next 5 minutes or so. Maybe less than that. Let's see. Yeah, it should be getting in Knoxville pretty shortly there because the rain's moving in. Not a lot of lightning, though. Not much lightning. It's primarily just heavy rain. Okay, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for northern areas of Searcy County, and then you get into Marion and Baxter County with this cell. Now that looks like more of a damaging wind threat. When you see almost like a backward C type signature, that tells me this is most likely packing some pretty good winds. Yeah. And that's headed towards Gassville, Highway 412, and Mountain Home. And we were in constant communication with the National Weather Service as well. So a lot of people are watching a lot of data. You got Tom looking at data, I'm looking at data, National Weather Service is looking at data. We can communicate with one another. That's the great thing about technology these days. Because we can say, hey, are you seeing this? Or they will tell us, hey, this is the environment we're watching and this is changing.
Yeah, that's, like you said, Baxter, Boone, Marion, Newton, Searcy counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail. And that was what I commented on not long ago that looked like it was getting stronger.
Yeah. Let's go back to that one into southwest Arkansas and see if that's still maintaining its strength with its cloud top. It's still there. The strongest updraft is going to be right on the border of Polk County and Sevier County, looks like. Again, this is, I think, the Fort Smith radar is the best to use. So, Mina, you're pretty much done with the threat of severe weather. It's pretty much over for you as that line has made its way to the east. And we're seeing a few showers starting to pop up in advance of the line. So that's what we have to watch out for, Tom. You see those showers starting to develop into Garland County, Montgomery County, Pike County. If they are just showers, that's no problem. But if these cells start to spark off and climb quickly into the atmosphere, then that's going to be more concerning when it comes to a tornado threat. Because any cell that can really get going ahead of the line can become a supercell and have a better potential of producing a tornado. So we're just going to have to see how this evolves because there was that chance, according to information, it looks like that showers continue to grow right over Glenwood along Highway 70. Just go ahead and loop this. We'll see how this does using Little Rock radar. Just give it a second. There we go. Yeah, so they're starting to pop.
Man, the timing was pretty much spot on, because it's 3:30. By 4 o'clock, that line is going to be out of the northwest and the west. So their severe weather threat comes to an end. And then we'll begin to focus on central Arkansas. So that would not be a good thing if they continue to strengthen at this rate. And we keep an eye on those cells in Garland, Montgomery County, Pike County. If they continue to grow, they will be of concern. Out toward the west of Pulaski County, I think another nasty cell there in Waldron, or near Waldron in Scott County. Then you've got north of Danville up into Logan and Franklin counties. And the only other warned storms that we have are for Polk County, Howard, and Sevier County in southwest Arkansas. And there you go. Once this line moves through your area, then the severe weather threat comes to an end. But there are the cells Nathan was mentioning that are now beginning to pop up in Montgomery County, Garland County, and even a few here and there. If they can get going, then they do bear concern. The line now in western Yale County, Scott County, Franklin, Logan, and even a little farther to the north. If you want to take it to max 2 while Nathan updates what he needs to, I can take us a little farther to the north there, Mr. Perry. Thank you. And Director Extraordinary Perry Black joining us this afternoon. Without Perry, this could not take place. I don't know how to direct, neither does Nathan. This is what we do. That's what Perry does. But there you go, a little northern extent. Can you go to max 2, Perry?
We can't do everything, Tom.
We can try.
No, I don't want to try.
Our news director, JD, is in with us. He says he can do everything, so I'm ready. And there's that other nasty storm, severe thunderstorm warning in northern Arkansas. This one's going to track right over Mountain Home, and you can see the reflectivity, a little bit of purple in there, could have some hail with it. Let me put on the glasses and take you to the hail path, or the hail now, and see what's going on there. It could have some hail, yeah. Upwards of nickel to dime size. That's going to take a track to the northeast. So that's what that looks like at the current time. But yeah, again, the storms are starting to slowly but surely come together. In that line, there will be some stronger storms. And like I said, like Nathan has said, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll be here this afternoon, and hopefully we don't have to break into CBS programming, because I know that a lot of eyeballs are going to be on the selection show and where does Arkansas go. But folks, if we've got tornado warnings, lives are at stake, we're going to have to break in. I'll send it back to Nathan. What are you doing over there?
I'm looking at more information from the National Weather Service chat. They're looking at that warn forecast system model that I explained from the National Severe Storms Laboratory that really hones in on what's happening in the near future. And what they're saying is the signal is stronger for more persistent storm potential, and maybe a better chance of those discrete supercells might be more of a concern as we go through the afternoon. So yeah, that's just something we'll have to watch. And like, it's a short window. It's not gonna last very long, but these cells, they tap into the warm and humid air, the jet stream dynamics we have. We're gonna have some problems. We're gonna have some tornado warnings to deal with. Right now, it's just the beginnings of, looks like, a line trying to continue to develop. There's just so much information on here. It's like, what do I choose?
Pick something, right?
Like, it's just overwhelming. It's great.
Yeah.
I love it, but it's just like, I can't find what I'm looking for right now and trying to talk at the same time. So let's go back over to, this is Knoxville, as that line has made its way into Knoxville from Johnson County into, about to enter into Pope County. So Clarksville, you're done. It's over. That's all you get for today. That's pretty much it. That's probably all the rain you're going to get. Not much at all. We need the rain. We need a lot more rain. We're still dealing with a drought situation, extreme drought across a large part of the region. This is not going to produce a lot of rain. Yes, it's a fast hitter. It's a hard hitter, but you'll be lucky if you see a 1/4 inch of rain from this event, because it's just pretty much scattered showers off to the west.
West of Russellville? Okay. So we're looking west of Russellville, I-40. So next in line, Dover and Russellville, and Atkins and Danville as well. I wonder if we're picking up any of the shelf cloud, Nathan.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. Like, I think it's just the angle of the camera. It's too low. I wish it was a little bit higher, but obviously, you know, RDOT doesn't care about what's happening in the sky necessarily. They care about what's happening on the highway. Yeah. And we don't have any control over that. So
it'd be nice if we did, though.
Yeah, it'd be great.
We'd be tilting it off the highway and looking at the sky. For
exactly, sure. Yeah. It'd be great if we had control of that, but we don't. So here are the storms still rolling their way through Polk County, about to enter into Howard County and Sevier County. Not a lot of lightning, but gusty winds expected with this. I don't see anything too concerning when it comes to any rotation. So that's good news, but we'll continue to watch things because sometimes the geography plays a role in how storms can actually pick up rotation or lose rotation. Because as the air goes over the mountains, that can speed up rotation with this storm, or it can actually slow it down. So sometimes you see weird things happen as they move over the Ouachitas and also over the Ozarks. We'll go over to the one into the Ozarks now. Take a look at that. And looks like Yellville seeing quite a bit of wind. This is a situation where it's definitely bowing out. So I do expect winds happening here, and it could be 50, maybe as high as 65 miles per hour, maybe higher than that. It's hard to get a reading in this part of the state because we're just kind of in a hole when it comes to the radar beams because you're pretty high. So Gassville, time to batten down the hatches. Mountain Home. I know we have a camera in Mountain Home. Well, we don't. iDrive does. So we'll take a look at that coming up. Yeah, the rain's picked up in Knoxville, but we'll switch over to Mountain Home now. Actually, let's see. Edwards Junction. Yeah, nothing there. In Edwards Junction, let's go to Mountain Home. I don't know if it's going to see anything. Oh, yeah, look at that. There you go. That's definitely looking west. That's Mountain Home as that line that does have a severe thunderstorm warning with it is starting to approach Mountain Home. And it looks like you can see some sort of shelf cloud with that if I look real close. So that's a damaging wind threat when we look at the radar. It's that backward sea. So we can go back to Max, please, Perry. We'll go back over to the storm tracker just one bit. But this is the backward sea. So what's happening is you have the winds going around and coming on the backside of the system to produce that bow echo. So at the apex or center of this bow echo is where the worst of the winds will be located. So that's right along Highway 412, Gassville, headed towards Mountain Home. So that's where you could have some very high winds headed in your direction with this severe thunderstorm warning issued for Baxter County and Marion County. You're almost out of it in Searcy County. And then we have the cells continuing to intensify on the border of Johnson County and Pope County. So Dover, Russellville, get ready. It's going to rain here pretty shortly over the next 5-10 minutes. Yell County doesn't look too significant. This is a stronger cell into East Scott County and Southwest Yell County. And then we saw that severe thunderstorm warning for Howard County, Sevier County, and southern parts of Polk County. Central Arkansas, not happening, nothing going on, just a few isolated showers, but we got to watch those. Make sure they don't try to develop into anything. So the severe weather threat, it's done. It's done for Madison, Washington, Benton, Carroll, Franklin, Crawford, Sebastian counties. Most of Johnson County's done with it. Almost out of Logan County. And then almost out of Scott County. So everyone to the east of this line need to stay weather aware. This line is approaching Little Rock probably around 5 o'clock. It's when we're going to start to see the action get more of an uptick here in central Arkansas. And we go back over to that Storm Track 11, Perry. Once again, this is iDrive Arkansas. This is looking at Mountain Home. Yeah. Looking off to the west. Ugly looking sky. So that's probably a shelf cloud developing in that part of the region. I would not be surprised.
Love the little sign down at the bottom that says City of Mountain Home. That helps us identify where we are for sure. Yep. And
it's going to be windy regardless. You get a storm or not. The winds will pick up. The winds will really pick up once the front moves through. And they could be gusty, 40 to 50 miles per hour. I'm going to take a look at power outages here in just 1 second to see if we are seeing any power outages in this
While you do
event
that,
just yet.
If you wouldn't mind, I want to talk about the timing of these storms once again, Nathan.
Yeah, sounds good.
Pick that up and give you a second to get a little bit of a drink of water because we're still getting a lot of timing questions. And we'll go over to Max 2, Mr. Perry, and here in just a second, as soon as it gets up there, we'll come back to the warnings as we have them. But here's the severe weather timeline, 1 to 4 o'clock. We'll wait for him to be able to hit the button up there to go to Max 2. One moment, please. There it is. Okay. And where Nathan is talking about, where the storms are currently located, it's 341. So I think that this area is done. You've got 3 to 7. And when we say central Arkansas, of course, we're talking a lot about the Little Rock Metro. But there's this area between now and 7 o'clock from Mountain Home, Searcy, Little Rock, down to Arkadelphia, Texarkana. This is where you find the greatest threat of severe weather, 3 to 7. And 7 may be, we might be done with it by 6 o'clock. It might be 5 o'clock. It just depends on the speed of that line, that broken line that's coming together. But find your location here: Batesville, Searcy, Conway, Little Rock, Pine Bluff. Of course, Pine Bluff would be more toward the 7 o'clock ending time. Little Rock, again, 5, 6 o'clock. Camden, also around 6 o'clock. We just can't draw lines all over the map, but we're just trying to give you the best idea, the best knowledge in knowing when storms are expected. So the central swath of the state, from Mountain Home to Camden, Texarkana, this is your time period. And getting questions about eastern and northeastern Arkansas, let's say as early as 4 o'clock till around 8 o'clock, and it could be over with a lot sooner than that. So this is panning out 1 to 4, it's 342, and that line has pretty much cleared where you're finding this dash line. So we're almost completely in the clear west of this area. The wind is going to pick up, the temperatures are going to drop, it's going to be much colder, and the winds on the backside of that are going to be upwards of 45 to 50 in terms of gusts. So expect that. That's non-thunderstorm winds, but after the fact thunderstorm winds. And now we'll put our concentration here over the central swath of the state. And let me go to a radar picture real quick, and I've got us in southwest Arkansas, a part of our viewing area, which is Polk County. There's Mena. Polk County is a part of the THV11 viewing area. Southwest Arkansas, Shreveport viewing area from Howard County, Sevier, down to Little River and Miller counties. There's a storm, strong storm, severe storm, possibly with winds of 60 plus. And just to the north of that, let me go. I'm working 2 computers right now, and I picked up the wrong mouse. Wouldn't you know it? We go a little, yeah. You're working 3 over there. But just a little farther to the north, you can see this nasty cell that is now in western Polk County. Russellville, you're next in line. Danville's getting some shower activity. This was more impressive in Scott County, but is not quite there, but could intensify as it moves to the east. And then as we head up the road here, before I hand it back to Nathan, just to give you a little run of radar, we were looking at Mountain Home just a few moments ago in northern Arkansas. So we have 3 really hot spots, the one here near Mountain Home, the one that's just to the west of Russellville, Pope County, and that other hot spot in southwest Arkansas. That's what we have going on for you now.
All right, Tom, thank you. I'm going to read off the new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center now. This is going to be technical, but it just gives you an idea on what they're thinking, how things are going to evolve. So it's going to go word from word here. Across the Weather Watch 53, the tornado watch, a broken band of storms has gradually intensified along a surging cold front across far southeastern Oklahoma into western Arkansas. The environment ahead of these storms is still destabilizing, with temperature warming into the upper 60s, low 70s, resulting in 500 to 1,500 joules per kilogram of mid-level CAPE or mixed layer CAPE. So far, capping has remained stout, which we talked about the lid. The lid's been holding, especially with the southward extent, slowing storm intensification organization. The arrival of robust mid-level ascent and continued surface heating will erode remaining inhibition ahead of the front this afternoon. So they're expecting, as the cap continues to wear down, then these storms will really start to intensify and most likely become severe. Most guidance shows gradual strengthening of the frontal convection into this evening, given the strong deep layer shear, large low-level photographs, and sufficient buoyancy. A risk for all severe hazards is expected to increase. So this basically says nothing has changed. We're still looking forward to the line intensifying as it makes its way into central Arkansas, becoming more severe, having more severe thunderstorm warnings, but especially East Arkansas. And then also the tornado threat is still in place. The big question is, they're saying it remains possible but unclear if discrete prefrontal convection can develop. Should this occur, supercells with a possible higher tornado risk in addition to hail and damaging wind gusts would be a possibility. This appears most likely where low-level moisture can maintain dew points near 60. Given the expected increase in severe risk, the threat continues across the entirety of the tornado watch this afternoon into this evening. So what we've been saying is you've got the line we have to watch out for, primarily damaging wind gusts, maybe a brief embedded tornadoes within the line, and then you also have any cells that develop ahead of the line. If those cells develop ahead of the line, then the chance of supercells and a higher tornado risk is going to be in play. The first tornado warning with this looks like it's in Missouri right now, so maybe that's where the dynamics are a little more favorable for storms to get to that intensity, but we have to watch it. County by county, it can make a huge difference from Yell County to Perry County. And looking at this, now we have most of Johnson County, you're done with the threat of severe weather. Newton County, you're done. Searcy, you got the next hour to work with. Pope County, P-O-P-E, 30 minutes. You should be done. So by 4 o'clock, it's going to be in Van Buren County, Conway County, entering into Perry County. And then probably it's going to be entering into Garland County around 4 o'clock. We're close to it. 4:15, 4:30, we should say. I didn't see how far the time's going by. It's 3:48 now. So Clark County, again, like 4:30. So still looking at probably around 5 o'clock for Saline County, Pulaski County, Faulkner County. 4:30, 5 o'clock looks like a pretty good bet. And then down to the south, that line's going to continue to advance its way off to the east. So the strongest cells with this line, as of right now, are in North Arkansas. And let me see if I can go back to that. We can go over to Storm Track 11 now, Perry. And this is still the camera iDrive Arkansas Mountain Home, where it's about to let loose. I'm waiting for the winds to pick up and the rain to move in, so that should be happening momentarily. But certainly an ominous looking view to the sky. And when I look at the hail now tool, there's a possibility of hail, Gassville and Mountain Home, dime to pea-size hail looks like. So that's the one really big cell I think is the strongest in the state. I'm going to look at the cloud tops here to see how strong that is. Yeah, that cell, okay, it's showing a cloud top of, query this, 45,000 feet, about to head for Mountain Home. So that's a potent cell. That's a strong storm, severe storm that's moving through that part of North Arkansas, and then still watching these cells in Southwest Arkansas as well. And those still have cloud tops about 40,000 feet. So the higher the cloud top, once you get into the 30 to 40,000 foot range, you're dealing most likely with a strong to severe thunderstorm. Once you get to 50,000 and above, that's when things get wild, because you have a very strong updraft to produce cloud tops that high. And that's when you get large hail, and that's when you have really strong updrafts, and those updrafts are rotating. You're going to have a better chance of producing a tornado. So here's the line of cloud tops. Let me take off this query data real quick. Where you at? There it is. So there's the cloud tops of all the storms, and you see these brighter colors showing where the strongest cells are located. So that cell in Dea County has now started to flare up as it moves into Perry County. You got the cell in Pope County. And this is a pretty strong cell in the northern parts of Pope County. So let's take a look at that. We'll just use the Little Rock radar, not the winds. So around Victor, Simpson, Solo, Divide Mountain, Fork Mountain. That's another thing we have here on THV 11. I've gone ahead and added some of the local mountains to also help you out to know exactly where you're located. So there's Divide Mountain, if you're familiar with this area, Brown Mountain, the community of No-Go, Fork Mountain. This is going to be your hail core, Highway 7. Beautiful drive, not right now. I don't know where that, no, it's not. The rest stop is, I think, farther up. But that'd be really cool to look off to the west from that rest stop off Highway 7 and see that storm coming, because you can see pretty far from that rest stop. But that's a beautiful drive as you go up to the Ozarks. I should add the rest stop. That's what I should do next time. I'm going to do that next time. Gives me a good idea. Because then we also have, I think I have the Grand Canyon of Arkansas somewhere up here too. I forget where that is. That's farther up. What am I saying? Because that's closer to Jasper. But yeah, heavy rain, some hail looks like, definitely a threat moving through parts of Pope County. Not too much. Dime, quarter size. No, dime, not quarter size. Other areas with the hail, just small splotches. Looks like the largest hail is now happening in Sevier County with that one cell north of DeQueen. May have quarter to ping pong ball size hail north of DeQueen. We'll look at that.
Report from the head radio operator flipping me a half-inch hail up there. Nickel size north of Marion County Airport, and half-inch hail near Flippin.
All right.
Arkansas.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, that should pop up here. Maybe I didn't add that. There it is. There's Flippin. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, I mean, that's right along Highway 412. So that definitely makes sense.
Folks up in the
Okay,
Flippin
now
area.
the winds are picking up in Mountain Home. The traffic lights are actually moving around a little bit. So that's some strong winds. We want to take a
Do we
Storm
have
Track
a
11.
camera shot?
Yeah.
Yep.
Storm Track 11, Perry, please. See the traffic lights kind of bouncing up and down. Got some
look at the stuff
litter
blowing across the road.
So that's the gust front moving in.
Let's keep it here. Watch it roll through.
Trying to think where that is, because I'm looking at the radar and expect the rain to be there any moment now. But yeah, you look at the signs. Even the signs are moving quite a bit. So that's some strong winds. Because when you see a highway sign shake like that, that's easily probably 40 to 50 mile per hour winds.
I was just looking at the line, Nathan, and it's not a thick line. It's a very thin line of thunderstorms, and I'm kind of impressed by that we're looking at a thin line of very strong thunderstorms, and that's what we're getting. They're going to be wind makers, and still the possibility of them strengthening as that line gets into central Arkansas here this afternoon. We'll go back to radar in just a moment. Let's watch the storm come through the downtown area. But
I assume visibility is going to be cut down.
Yeah, thin band from Baxter County through Searcy, Pope, Yell, northern Montgomery down to severe Little River counties of southwest Arkansas. Here it comes.
Definitely batten down the hatches.
And thank you for hanging with us on THV 11 Plus this afternoon. Also, THV11.com. If you don't have Plus, you can click on the little radar thing or the little live thing, and you'll see Nathan and I. And you're looking at a picture up in Mountain Home, Baxter County, with the leading edge of that thunderstorm, that line of storms now moving into Baxter County. And here comes the rain.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that's a good shot.
There you go. You say Cardinal Road? Cardinal, like the bird? Okay.
I'm going to take a look at that. Yeah, I'm trying to see, is that rain or hail?
Can't really tell from that angle.
I think that's hail from what I'm seeing. Well, let us know if you're up there. If you're watching us in Mountain Home. I mean, it's not the viewing area for THV 11, but also we would like to know what's happening up there.
I know that there are a few folks that pick us up in Baxter County, Fulton County, just a few. But the main, they watch stations out of Springfield, Missouri.
Yeah.
And I think Scott Covert in northwest Arkansas, they pick them up over there too. A new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Pike and Montgomery counties. For that cell, we can go back to radar, let Nathan track this. That's that cell moving out of southern Polk and Howard. Just on your radar screen there, Nathan.
Okay.
That was just posted. Oh, now a tornado warning has just been issued for Howard and Sevier. It's just west of Derricks.
Derricks, yeah.
Once that cell, once that warning gets out of Howard County, that's in our neighborhood.
All right, let me take a look at that.
And that was issued by the Shreveport National Weather Service, by the way, folks.
It doesn't look strong. I'm looking at Fort Smith. I'm looking at
Shreveport.
Not looking at Shreveport just yet. Let me take a look at Shreveport. Because again, this is like no man's land for the most part when it comes to the radar beams. Because we're at 9,000 feet from Shreveport. And then with Fort Smith, you're going to be 7,000 feet. So Fort Smith's going to get a better reading on that, but still 7,000 feet's not really good when it comes to trying to find a circulation that's usually below 5,000 feet.
Okay. Also in that area, what we were talking about with that that storm, the line of storms moving now into Montgomery and Pike County. So Clark, Montgomery, Pike, and Polk counties under severe thunderstorm warnings to go along with that tornado warning.
Okay, well, let's see. How fast is that going?
Let me go over to the Shreveport thing here.
I'm going to make a track on it just to give people a heads up if they're watching us in Pike County. The lightning has ticked up quite a bit with that. So when we have a lot of lightning start to show up in a cell, that tells us it's got a powerful updraft, so a lot of suction going into the storm. And usually when you have a lot of lightning with a rotating storm, that's an indication that it's trying to produce something. So whether it's going to stay in the clouds or actually make its way down to the ground, we don't know right now, but that's still more concerning, most concern we've seen so far today.
Yeah. East at 45.
That thing's booking it.
Yeah, it's 8 miles west of Derricks, 7 miles north of Locksburg. It is radar indicated.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put 50 miles on just to give people a better idea. Let me see here. We'll put a track on this. Looks like if there is something, it's pretty close to Derricks. And we'll just take that out. Hopefully it picks up some things. So, I mean, it's pretty much almost at Derricks. The community of Nathan, it's not a very big community, but I've been there, took a picture at the convenience store.
Next to the sign?
You know, I had to, right? Yeah, I had to.
Sure.
423 is when the rotation could be moving over in that part of Howard County, and then it goes into Pike County, 431 Murfreesboro, Pike City, 439, and the town of Delight, 444, and 448 for majors. And we can extend this even more. If you're watching us in Clark County, because that's going to be coming towards Clark County. Now, does it maintain a tornado warning or does it weaken? We're in the situation where, you know, these tornado warnings could stick around since it's getting into an environment more prone for these storms to maintain or intensify as we go through this afternoon. So we're entering that window now that things are starting to get going with the cap starting to break. But let me go ahead and clear this, and I'll put a new track on, and we'll just extend it just as a heads up. This is not a forecast by any means, but this is just to give you a heads up to say if this is moving at 45 miles per hour, we'll take it to 50 miles per hour. And this is a wide range. It's primarily going to move to the east, but it could jog more to the north-northeast. So Arkadelphia, just be prepared, because if this storm continues its path and continues its strength, you may have a tornado warning coming up over the next hour. So there's the new list: Murfreesboro 431, Delight 444, Okolona 456, Bismarck maybe 9 minutes after 5 o'clock, but Arkadelphia and Caddo Valley around 5:15. Donaldson, that's around 5:24. So yeah, things are changing, and like what we've been saying, it is going to change county by county. So you just have to know what's happening off to your west and southwest.
It's just a little past 4 o'clock, and the first area that we were talking about with the greatest threat of severe, the storms are now moving out of that. So it's the central swath of the state that's currently under the gun, if you will, that we're keeping a close eye on. These storms are perking up in intensity. There's a tornado warning down in southwest Arkansas, and a severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery and Pike counties. We'll keep an eye on that cell as it moves to the east. Arkadelphia would be next in line if we do get a tornado warning for Clark County. Then Perry, just to let you know, and Corey, to let you know, then we will take it to THV 11 and CBS.
Yeah, let's go over to Storm Track 11 now, Perry. I'm going to look at the winds within this cell. Again, it's a narrow storm. It's only width is about 10 miles for the most part. But when we look at the velocity, there is some rotation around Provo. So on the border of Howard County and Sevier County, there's some rotation right there. It's not very strong, but this storm is trying to spin. So if you are within this area of Derricks, Provo, and there's Nathan, just make sure, take the smartest route and take your tornado precautions. At this time, we're not like really concerned with it developing anything, but you just don't want to assume.
I want to make a comment about that one. You're going north near Langley, Arkansas. There may be something developing there. There is a signal. I'm just focused in on what you're looking at, Nathan.
Yeah.
So that might come along here next.
Yeah, the past scan, it looked more concerning than what it does now. Like you saw the uptick right there. Let's rewind it back here. It was like right there is probably when they got their attention of what was going on, but that has decreased a little bit. So Langley, Hopper, Glenwood, certainly got some winds headed your direction. Kirby also in the path. It's showing some purple, so there's probably some hail trying to develop. This is the probability of severe hail. This is another tool we have here on Storm Track 11, and this is trying to show the potential that we do have a 70% chance of hail that may be about 3/4 inch in size. Derricks also, you might be getting some hail. Looks like that pixel right there of the hot pink, that's where it's an 80% chance there could be severe hail.
Nevada County has now been issued a severe thunderstorm warning, and there it's coming up. That's in southwest Arkansas.
Okay. So right now it looks like the southern part of the line is the one that's the most active. But also, I think, got to watch out for this cell moving from Yell County into Perry County.
They're in a line, but they're kind of by themselves in that line.
Yeah. Which is a little more prone for tornado formation. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Yell County, Perry County, and northern parts of Saline County that just came out. So we can go back over to maps 1, please.
Excuse me a second. Perry, you might want to turn my mic off.
So there you go. If you're watching us in Casa, Perryville, pretty much all of Perry County, you have a cell that is showing the potential of damaging wind gusts. Also, a little appendage right there. I'm going to take a look at that a little bit better. Because when you have a little appendage of that nature, that can try to show that we have some rotation occurring within this cell. So we have to watch out for that as that makes its way from Perryville, or excuse me, into Perry County, towards Perryville. Hail-wise, there looks like there is some hail happening near the community of Steve, Fouche Mountain, just to the south of Nimrod Lake, headed for the community of Hollis. And once you get into Flatside Pinnacle, that's probably where the hail core is going to be with this. The winds, looks like we are getting winds easily 40 to 50 miles per hour. And you know, this is going to, hopefully the Daffodil Festival folks know that this is headed for them, because we have the Daffodil Festival happening this weekend, and this band of wind is headed right for that area. So if you know anybody that is at the Daffodil Festival right now, give them a heads up. Let them know they need to hit the road and go the other direction, because you're going to have some winds moving through that part of Perry County and northern parts of Saline County. So now we just have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the THV 11 viewing area, with the exception of that tornado warning that still remains in place for Howard County. And we still had that severe thunderstorm warning has now been extended into Fulton County and northern areas of Izard County. And it looks like this cell from Pope County into Van Buren County head towards Botkenberg, and Clinton also has an uptick in the hail and also the lightning. So there's potential of hail, no-go on the Highway 1627 area. So things are starting to get a little more dicey here, ladies and gentlemen, as we expected. I told you like 6 o'clock time frame. That's when things should start to go downhill here in central Arkansas, and that certainly is becoming the case. Hopefully these just stay severe thunderstorm warnings. But when you have, it's a broken line, and when you have something like this, you could try to have cells start to break away and become more of a supercell situation. So that's what we'll have to watch out for the next 1 to 2 hours as this continues to move into an environment that is favorable for these storms to maintain their strength, intensify, and start to rotate as well. If you're to the west of this line, though, you're done with the threat of severe weather. So you're done with the threat of severe weather in Polk County. All the rain, it's off to the east of you. Even though technically the severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for Polk County, P-O-L-K, the severe weather is into Montgomery County and also into Pike County. Scott County, you're done. Pretty much most of Yell County is done. That includes Danville. Logan County, also done with threat of severe weather. Things are winding down into Pope County, P-O-P-E. Russellville, you are done with the threat of severe weather. That is just off to the east of you. Johnson County, Newton County, also done, along with Boone into Marion and over into northwest Arkansas. So now things are going to continue to get more unsettled here into Little Rock and into Pulaski County and Saline County. Looks like a little shower has popped up over pretty close to the River Bridge and towards North Little Rock. A little downpour right there. And a few other showers. More showers developing into Grant County, Garland County, Clark County, but those are not severe. So far right now, the severe weather threat is right along the line of storms, and that's where the cold front is. So I imagine probably this is going to be the next one to go severe here into Van Buren County.
So our folks up there in Clinton, Botkenberg, Damascus, Bee Branch, that's going to be impacting you here shortly. Not a warning on it just yet. But if those individual cells within that line, and again, once they're although they're lined up, they're kind of broken apart. So that's a concern. They're beginning to intensify a bit, and they could produce some very strong wind gusts. But our timeline here for the Little Rock area was right around 5 o'clock, right now between 3 and 7 p.m. for central Arkansas. There's a look outside with Nathan mentioned a shower over western parts of the city. You might be seeing that here in West Little Rock. But that's what it looks like outside. I see a little sunshine. That's a destabilization factor there. But it probably doesn't matter. We've got enough wind energy for strong wind gusts and tornadoes today.
I'm just looking at other cameras, Tom, to see what we can use in the future. Probably use that one in Morrilton because it's a good view.
While you do that, let me, okay, there you go.
It's eastbound. There's one westbound.
Westbound.
Ah. Was it Blackwell? I forget which one I use now. There it is, Menifee. So the skies are darkening off to the west. And Menifee, of course, you've got that line starting to approach Atkins, but Atkins looks like it's just a shower. So it just depends on where your location is. Like some people are just getting a little shower, and that may be all that you get today. You're going to be like, what's severe weather?
Yeah.
Like we said, not everybody's going to see severe weather. But you get on one of these storms, it can pack a punch. It can be a spicy storm. And we are seeing that where these severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued for southwest Arkansas and also into Perry County. Looks like the good news is, are they going to do anything with that tornado warning? Let's take a look at Storm Track and see if that's changing at all or not.
I was checking to see if they were going to. They haven't seen anything just yet on that cell. Maybe they'll just up it or keep it as a severe thunderstorm warning.
Because that is the jurisdiction of, again, Shreveport, but it's going into Little Rock.
They've taken a part of it away. But there's Derrick's. Those of you that watch us in southwest Arkansas, there's Derrick's, Murfreesboro, Pike County, Daisy. It was a beautiful weekend to be out at the crater of Diamond State Park. Maybe not so much here in the next 30 minutes or so. This is that tornado warned cell. It is moving to the east for Howard and Sevier County. And the curiosity that we have is, will it be extended to include Pike County? Here it is, 4:15. So if there's any extension with that, it should be in the next few minutes. I'm going to do this. Keep it right there, Perry. Let me go to max 2 if you don't mind. I'm going to go up to central Arkansas. Let's get an update on that cell that's really moving quickly. It's now in western Perry County. It's moved out of Yell County. You've got another one just to the southwest. There's Mount Ida and Montgomery County. Garland County is next. And we've been keeping an eye on these showers out in front to see if they would quickly develop into those discrete cells that we've talked about. But this cell is moving to the east, just now south of Casa, Arkansas, Perryville. It may graze you as it moves into western Pulaski County. And notice it's the western end of Pulaski County, west of the area here, Lake Maumelle, western part of Lake Maumelle, I should say. And if it holds together, it would carry into southern Faulkner County. I would recommend, if you are in central Arkansas counties, Faulkner, Pulaski, Saline, and even Perry, I would go ahead and just get ready in case these things do uptick a little bit more, because they could become tornado warnings at any time. Right now they're still severe warned, and we're keeping an eye on that one that's in southwest Arkansas. I'm not trying to scare anybody, not trying to alert anybody, just keep a close eye on things. We're on THV 11 plus. If we do get a tornado warning, we will go to THV 11. We'll cover what we can. We'll come back here. But this line is getting closer now to the Little Rock metro area, and you can see the shower activity that we have that's also developing down around the Hot Springs area. All right, I'm going to give us a broader perspective here of that line that has cleared western Arkansas, where the severe weather threat has now ended for a good part of Pope and Yell counties, but we still have that just riding the border of Pope and Conway, Van Buren counties. Strong cell here that's west of Clinton, and then to the southwestern flank you can see the stronger storms in southwest Arkansas. And the question mark we have in Howard County is if the National Weather Service in North Little Rock will extend this tornado warning into Pike County and Hempstead County. So we're keeping a close eye on that. That would impact you folks over in Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley, Gurdon, again, within the next 45 minutes to hour. These storms are really racing along to the east, 45 miles per hour in a line. See anything new over there, Nathan?
Tom, I'm looking at the National Weather Service. They are saying they're going to watch that cell in southwest Arkansas very closely.
Okay.
They're starting to see a little uptick, but also the latest from the newest model says the chance of it becoming a supercell is starting to increase from what the storm environment looks like. And then also, from what I'm seeing on Storm Track 11, remember we talked about that blue area, the lid on the atmosphere? Well, that's gone now, according to the newest information. So when we rewind this, over the past couple hours, we had all that blue. That's the lid on the atmosphere that prevented storms from really exploding and going higher and higher to the sky. Now, that blue's gone, and we've got 2,500 CAPE happening in southwest Arkansas, right where that cell is located. And that's a little concerning, because that cell taps into energy like that, it could take off. And we are in the situation where, it could try to develop a tornado. So that's something we'll have to watch very closely as it goes towards Pike County, into Clark County, towards Arkadelphia. So Arkadelphia, I just want to give you a heads up that you need to be prepared for rapidly changing weather, and we may have a tornado warning for Clark County. So,
okay. Tell you what, I know you were working on the latest timing page, so I'll let you do that. I'll do radar just real quick. We'll go through a little radar on Max 2, Perry, if you don't mind, and let him work on Max 1. And this is really the strongest activity that we have here in central and southwest Arkansas. Severe warning cell moving through central Perry County right now. We were just discussing that tornado warning that is down in Howard County. Will it continue into Pike County? You saw a really good graphic that indicated where really most of the energy is located, where the Cape is located here in southwest and south central Arkansas. So this area is beginning to come together. The line is just to the west of Pulaski County. I would say in the next, it's 4:20, pretty much right at 5 o'clock. And let's hope that the storms don't have tornado warnings tagged on them. Let's hope that it's just wind, but this is of great concern in southwest Arkansas. If you live in Clark County, if you live in Hot Springs, you have family down there, and they may just be watching television this afternoon. We're not on the main channel. We're on THV 11 Plus, which you can get to from your iPhone. You go to THV 11, the app, and you can get to us from there, thv11.com, if you want to follow along on the computer. THV 11 Plus also has live radar 24/7, of which we'll get into here in just a few minutes. But this is really the hotbed right here, from Van Buren County through western Conway County, central Perry, western Garland, central and eastern Montgomery, northern Pike, Howard, and Sevier counties. This is where the worst of the action is located at this time. But just to be fair, because we may have some folks that watch us in north central Arkansas, let's go up there and show you the warnings that we've had this afternoon. That's a good vantage point. I know it takes the counties off, but you can clearly see this line. We said there would be a thin line that would be developing and moving to the east, and we are seeing that along with some scattered development. Behind the line, behind the front, you're going to still see some rain showers. The wind is going to stay up. It's going to get colder. And we're looking at lows dropping off well into the 20s and teens possibly here in northwest Arkansas overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning. So you've got some post-frontal winds, and behind the front, you got prefrontal and post-frontal, Pre-front, the winds have been gusting out of the southwest, and behind it, west-northwest winds. But there's the line. Most of the action right now is central and southwest Arkansas. But we have that one warning that's located in north central Arkansas. Back to the action here in the central part of the state. For those of you that live in Van Buren County, there's not a warning in Clinton in Van Buren County, not yet. But for those of you that do live in Van Buren County, we have some interest up there. And I do apologize. I'm trying to get it just right for you. Don't want to jerk you around too much, but the leading edge there is now moving into Botkenberg. In Searcy County, you've got Leslie and Marshall. There's Botkenberg, Clinton, strong storm just to your west, non-severe. But to the south of you, I see a little bit of a box in Conway County. So we'll just do this. We'll just lift it up. Just the edge of Conway County. That's the cell moving through Perry County. There's Casa. You've got Perryville. That storm in Morrilton. What's that?
I've got some winds with it. Like I'm getting winds potentially of 60, 70 miles per hour, 2,000 feet.
You can turn his mic back on. Did you lose your battery? We may have to get him another battery. Perry, you turn Nathan's mic on, please. You can if you'd like. Thank you.
Yeah, I said they have some winds with it. Okay. So I'm getting winds on Storm Track 11 here near Alpin and east of Hollis, about 2,500 feet above the surface, of easily 65 to 70 miles per hour.
Okay, which would certainly qualify for severe winds. That's the cell that's in central Arkansas that will edge western Pulaski County, and more strong cells that we're keeping a close eye on. Now that tornado warned storm here in Howard County looks like it's beginning to edge over into Pike County, but there's not a warning here yet, tornado warning. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for strong wind gusts. Glenwood's getting socked right now along Highway 70 with some pretty heavy rain, some strong wind gusts. And this is just west of Hot Springs, the Lake Hamilton area. They've had a busy weekend in Hot Springs this weekend, lots of events going on there. So The southern extent of that line is moving to the east, and cells within that line also moving to the east-northeast. Some other little cells trying to develop here. Bismarck near Willow, Arkansas. Sheridan just to your southwest, out ahead of that line. Again, keeping a close eye on that for any other development that may take shape. And just looking to see Hempstead County under the severe thunderstorm warning. Pike, and that is it. We also have Pike, southern parts of Montgomery County. And that line, the line is really moving fast from west to east. Let me go back up Central Arkansas way. There we are. Thank you for joining us once again this afternoon. Along with Nathan Scott, I'm Tom Brannon. Just hanging out, tracking weather for you, keeping a close eye on things. Eastern half of the state had the better risk of severe weather today. The Storms Prediction Center backed up the tornado threat into Central Arkansas with the latest update that came down around 2:30 this afternoon. So the line still continues to show intensification. This is the Perry County storm, and Nathan did mention that we've got some strong wind gusts within this area. Morrilton, you've got pretty good area of rain and thunder moving through your area. I've got the lightning turned off, but let me turn the lightning on just real quick to find the most intense storm that we have. And yeah, it's just not that impressive. There's a few lightning bolts here and there in Montgomery and Garland County, also over in Perry County. He's working on the severe weather timeline in the all clear. Are you at a point where you want to talk about it? Go ahead and pull it up on Max 1 and tell us who's good and who's not.
Well, Perry just brought batteries just in case we need it.
Oh, great.
So he's got to go back to the control room.
He's got to go back up.
It might take him a second.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do is I can pull it up here. Nathan's working off of, we have, our boxes are called Max 1, Max 2, Max 3. He's got Max 1, I have Max 2, and our newest radar is on Max 3. So here we go. I can pull that up real quick and show you who's in the all clear and who's next in line. And we get this question probably asked most often: what time is it going to affect me, or when is it going to be in my town? So you got the all clear in the green here, so everybody that's west of that line is in the all clear. Clinton, you're being impacted now. Until 7 o'clock, Mountain Home over to Piggott, Batesville, Searcy, Little Rock. So now until 7, we're giving it another 2.5 hours before it's in eastern Arkansas. And then until 8 o'clock, the line could accelerate a bit, as well as those storms. They could intensify, and in fact they are. And we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings as expected. We also expected a tornado watch this afternoon, and that tornado watch covers up most of Arkansas, and now all of Arkansas, because what has been added, if we can take a trip back. Nathan, do you have the watches up on your end over there? Perry, are you up there yet? I wanted to give him a little time to get up there.
Do.
Okay. Well, why don't you go ahead and show Northeast Arkansas and Eastern Arkansas have now been included in the tornado watch that has been extended.
Okay, so no surprise, because we were expecting that tornado watch to be extended into East Arkansas, and that goes until, one second here, when I look at this, from the Storm Prediction Center, it goes until 11 p.m. Now, it's not going to be that long. Honestly, I think it's going to be over by 8 o'clock for most of Arkansas. And here in Central Arkansas, we should be done with it probably maybe as early as 6 o'clock. That's just because it goes Mississippi, it goes into Tennessee, and that's why it goes until 11 o'clock for that part of the state. So the window of opportunity here in Central Arkansas is right now until about 6:30, and then things will start to wind down. But let's go over to Storm Track 11 now, because when we take a look at that one cell into right on the border of Pike County, right along the border of Pike County, Montgomery County, entering into Clark County, that triple point, there's a little rotation that we have to watch out for. Nothing is too significant, but Glenwood, just to the east of Glenwood, just watching out for this area. So if you're watching us, Point Cedar, Bismarck, be on your guard. Watch this very closely. There may be something coming shortly, at least a severe thunderstorm warning, most likely, because that's a potent cell. It looks like it's got a hail core, definitely. And they are going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning into Fulton and Isaac County.
Yeah.
And then also we have a
new
Clark,
warning.
Garland. Yeah. So just like I said, with a tornado possible tag along with it, Tom.
Yeah, and yeah, they have the tornado box drawn up on it just in case, but yeah, that I was just going to bring that to your attention, and I'm also on the on our team Slack here for the National Weather Service to find out what is going to be happening next. Sometimes we play requests here whenever we do severe weather tracking. Nathan, we've had some folks ask if you could show the forecast model and the projected timeline of storms like the HER. If we could pull that up real quick and show folks the projected timeline of when it's going to be in. And we can get, I'll keep an eye on the warnings if we could do that real quick.
Okay.
And this is the only time Nathan plays requests.
Over to Max, please, Perry.
This is the only time we'll do it.
We'll see. I mean, this came in at 18Z, so we'll see how this is doing, which would be 1 o'clock, by the way. So this is what it's showing right now as of 4:30. Maybe downplaying it a little bit.
Yeah. There's another model that we look at, the RRFS, and that was a little more in line with what's going on. The HER has just been underplaying this. And there you go. By 7 o'clock, most of it's out of here.
But look at that temperature change. I mean, 35 snow showers in Fayetteville. And meanwhile, it's still 66 in Monticello. But you see, most of the activity, the severe weather, it's along the Mississippi River by 7 o'clock. We'll take a look at another model because our in-house model, the graph, is supposed to update every 2 hours. So we'll see if this is a little more in line with what we were seeing on radar. And that's 5:30, 6 o'clock, moving through the heart of central Arkansas. And it looks like it continues to intensify as it moves in East Arkansas. And then it should be out of here about 7:30, 8 o'clock. So the timeline is pretty much in agreement within the models. The question is the intensity of these storms as they move into central Arkansas. But since we have severe thunderstorm warnings to the west of us, and I mentioned this on my Facebook page, like if we had severe thunderstorm warnings west of Little Rock, then most likely here in central Arkansas, we're going to have probably severe thunderstorm warnings as we get into the next hour or two. So things are starting to change across the region. As you see here, all the warnings are lined up from north to south. The northern one, Izard County into Sharp County, but then you have just a conglomerate from Perry County all the way just to the west of I-30, and this is all moving to the east. And there are some severe thunderstorm warnings that do have a tornado possible tag, and that does include the one for locations like Garland County and into Hot Spring County. I'm going to look at the winds here with that again. So we're looking at the winds with the Little Rock radar, and what we were concerned about is this area that was just to the east of Glenwood, but right now that doesn't look too concerning. I'm going to go back over to Storm Track, Perry, because I like how this looks. This is Fort Smith, and we'll look at the Little Rock radar here. So it doesn't look too significant. That's the NROT tool. We told you about this. This is a great tool that really pinpoints on exactly where the rotation is within a storm cell. So not seeing too much in that area. If we saw these blues go to a more brighter blue and then to a green, that's when your concern really starts to ramp up significantly, especially once you start to see green show up on the NROT tool. But that kind of gets rid of the clutter of when you're just looking at velocity, because there's a lot of information on here. And here's our cloud tops showing the clouds are certainly much taller into southwest Arkansas. And that's probably because there's more moisture. There's more higher dew points in this part of the state. And we do have that storm fuel that's really high into southwest Arkansas, as I showed you earlier over the past 15 minutes. So there's some winds moving into Perryville. We'll go back over to Max now, Perry, and we'll take a look at the winds because these winds are moving in. So these darker blues right here indicate winds could be as high as 55 to 60 miles per hour. I'm going to query some of these winds here. Now this is still about 2,000 feet above the atmosphere. Okay, that does not work. Oh, it's gate to gate shear, that's why. I do not want gate to gate shear. That's something else. Let's see if I can switch this back over. This is what I want, the winds. Okay, so here we go with the winds. 46 miles per hour, 48 mile per hour winds, about 2,000 to 25 feet above the atmosphere. Of course, this is where the Y Mountain Daffodil Festival is happening. There's Y right there. So if you have any friends or family on Y Mountain, they're about to get slammed with some winds. And hopefully the winds aren't too bad in Hot Springs, because we have, of course, the tulip extravaganza happening at Garvin Woodland Gardens. And tulips do not like wind at all. That will destroy a lot of the blooms and a lot of the flowers, because those petals will just come right off with some gusty winds. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but don't see anything too concerning, nothing crazy wind-wise happening in Garland County. But also, the radar's a little bit farther away, so we don't get the best reading. I would say winds probably happening at least 40 to maybe 50 miles per hour. But to make a severe thunderstorm, it has to be winds of 58 miles per hour or greater. And that's all we have going on right now, is pretty much all severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll go over to radar. And also I want to say thank you for tuning in to THV11 streaming app and also YouTube. Hello, all you folks on YouTube. We have about 1,600, over 1,650 people watching YouTube right now. So appreciate that. Hopefully you are getting information that you appreciate and maybe calm some fears out there. So yeah, Apollo winds estimated at 50 miles per hour coming through from a spotter. And Apollo is just to the south of Morrilton with this cell. So there's Apollo right there, and looks like we're getting 50 mile per hour winds, which makes sense since we are seeing those winds pick up around Perryville, and this is just a wall of wind just passing its way through Perry County right now. So this is going to be headed towards Conway. This is going to be headed towards Mayflower. The winds will pick up. Not seeing any rotation with these winds. That's good news. But certainly it's going to be a rough go on Interstate 40 with these winds moving in and also heavy rain. And then once that moves through, you're done. So Yell County, you're done with the threat of severe weather. Western areas of Perry County, you're done. Pope County, it's over. Even Morrilton, the severe weather threat is done. The winds will still be high. The winds will stay high, even after the front moves through. Those winds, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. That's why we have that wind advisory in effect all the way until Monday morning, because of how sharp a temperature gradient is creating the pressure gradient across the region. And there you see those severe thunderstorm warnings lined up. Garland County, Hot Spring County will likely be extended into Clark County. Probably will be extended into Saline County and also Grant County eventually. And we'll see what happens here in Pulaski County. I know that one into Perry County will certainly be in northern areas of Pulaski County. So it's not entirely solid line of heavy rain. There are some lighter breaks here and there. Looks like the strongest activity is lined up through Garland County, Pike County, and down along Interstate 30. And then this area into Stone County and Van Buren County. Yeah, it's got a lot of lightning. There's definitely some curvature there. So I would think there's some winds moving through the triple point of Van Buren County, Searcy County, and Stone County. And that's going to be moving towards Rushing and eventually into Turkey Creek, Parma, maybe Mountain View. We'll take a look at the winds with that as well. So we're just bouncing around across the region. Yeah, there's some winds there. Looks like Rushing, there's definitely some wind there. Span it out here. We'll zoom in onto central Arkansas because, yes, we do have some showers popping up. Scott, we have some showers popping up right now. Sheridan, there's a heavy shower for you. And also into Dallas County. So we'll have to watch those because anytime you have cells that develop ahead of the line, you got to watch out for them because they can continue to develop and have a better chance of becoming a supercell. Another note is if you're watching us on streaming, you have to think about there's a delay. It could be a 30-second to a minute delay that when you see the information, especially when it comes to a tornado warning, just remember it's delayed by 30 seconds to a minute. Tom, I'm seeing some information from viewers on our 501-376-1111. Someone's saying that Glenwood did see some damage.
Really? Okay.
And we are getting some pictures. Looks like there is some minor structural damage from winds that did move through. So thank you for sending those pictures to us. Appreciate it.
Got those pulled up. Oh, wow.
So that's from Zachary Younger. Thank you, Zachary, for sending that picture to us. Several pictures. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, if Corey is our digital magician this afternoon. Corey might want to check our platform in which we accept pictures, the 501-376-1111, and pass that footage on to Mr. JD. I think he's listening to us, but just want to make sure that it gets in the right hands if we need to take a truck and go down and take a look at it. So you're watching Nathan Scott this afternoon. Tom Brandon, I'm here as well. We're all just kind of hanging out together, making sure that you have what you need to keep you safe. You've got live radar. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue now in central Arkansas. It looks like the one in Pulaski County has been extended, Nathan, from western now into central and northern parts of Pulaski County. That does include Little Rock, North Little Rock, Sherwood, and it looks like Jacksonville as well. So if we can, and I can do it on my end. Let me go to radar. Max 2, Perry, if you don't mind. Let's pull up Max 2. I'll spend a little time, let Nathan get some information, a little drink of water there. And I'm going to take you, first of all, let's go, if you're up there, Mr. Perry, Max 2, thank you. He's on Max 1 right now. Perry, oh, yeah, Max, yeah, you're on Max 1 right now. Okay. There you go. There's the extension of the county, Pulaski County, Faulkner County. There's that severe thunderstorm warning. The cell in Perry County continues to hold together, continues to be quite impressive. And the extension is for and does include Faulkner, which includes Conway in Faulkner County. Let me get the query up here and we'll find out more about it. And this was just issued. It's until 5:30 for Conway, Faulkner, Perry, Pulaski. And the timing that we had on the storms moving into central Arkansas, the Little Rock metro area, central Arkansas, was around 5 o'clock. So with the warning being extended till 5:30, it's right on time. And you can see that it's a pretty big storm there from Perryville with an appendage in the northern Saline counties. And then there's another area just to the south and west in Garland County, where Garland County has a severe thunderstorm warning, and then there's a bit of a blank. Let me step out. You can pull me up in the wall if you don't mind, Perry, and I'll pop in here for you. Yeah, I'm on Max 2 in the wall, and we'll talk about the warnings that we have, and you say when, and I'll pop in. Okay? You're watching coverage this afternoon on THV 11 Plus. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and this is what we have going on. He's going to pop me up here in just a second. But a wall of wind is headed your way. It's mainly some very strong straight line wind gusts, as Nathan said. May have been a little damage there in Glenwood. Here are the warnings. This is the newest one in northern Pulaski County, really northern and central Pulaski County. It does include Little Rock, North Little Rock, Marche. It includes Maumelle. It includes Mayflower going up to Faulkner County. It's for the cell in Perry County moving to the east. But we keep an eye on the southern flank of that. A little bit of an appendage here in central Saline County. And another severe cell that's over Garland County right now could have some 1-inch hail or even some strong wind gusts with that. That's until 5:15. That was the severe thunderstorm warning I just mentioned. Clark, Garland, Hot Spring, and Montgomery counties. Not to be outdone, we have these little cells trying to pop up just in front of that line that we're also keeping a close eye on. So with that in mind, let me take you a little farther to the south and west. Those storms in southwest Arkansas, severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect for Clark and Pike counties too. Turn that off. I'd rather show you the line than have all the data on the screen for right now, but all that's in the yellow box, all of that is currently severe warned for strong wind gusts, possibly a little bit of hail. And there are the little cells that I mentioned. Something else, maybe another broken line trying to develop out ahead of this main line. Garland, Hot Spring County, Clark County. They did for?
Yeah, Conway, Faulkner, Perry, and Pulaski.
We need to go THV 11, please. You knew it was coming. Perry. Well, that's going to go right over Conway. Okay. You got it on radar, Nathan?
Yes.
Okay. And we're going to do max 1, Perry, max 1. Stand by to go on the main channel. Well, a good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. Tom Brannon with Nathan Scott. We've been tracking severe weather all afternoon long, and we have a tornado warning to pass along, our first one of the afternoon. And this is for parts of a little part of Pulaski, but mainly Faulkner County and the very tip end of Perry County. A cell that we've been keeping an eye on moving out of Perry County has now showed some signs of rotation as it has strengthened. So here are the counties that are under the warning until 5:15. Conway, Faulkner, Perry, and Pulaski. This cell is just west of Conway, so let's put a little wind action on it. Let's go to our live wind modes, Nathan, and find out the area of greatest concern and who is in the path of the area of greatest concern. And I would imagine it's going to be in this general region here. Sometimes these thunderstorms, and what we're looking at today is the line of storms with these embedded spin-ups. But this is just to the southwest. There's Nagal, here's Conway, riding along Highway 89 and Highway 60. This is where we're finding the potential for a tornado this afternoon. I do want to make one note that since these storms are now moving into a populated area of central Arkansas, we're going to stay with it as long as we can. 5:15 is when this warning is in for, how long it's in for. If it weakens, we'll get off. We know that there are things happening with the selection show beginning at 5 o'clock. But this involves folks in Faulkner County. If you live in Conway, if you live in Greenbrier, Nathan's going to put a track on it. And we're going to follow that track and tell you who else. Toadsuck, Gleason, Wooster, you're in the path of this potential tornado. Spring Hill, Greenbrier, at 5:05 this afternoon, Enola 5:12, and then you're getting up toward the northern end of Faulkner County. Again, Nathan Scott has been with us all afternoon this afternoon, tracking the severe weather here in central Arkansas. And Nathan, we have seen the evolution of this line and the strong to severe thunderstorms finally coming together. And to go along with some of the data that we've had today, these storms were supposed to perk up as they moved into central and eastern parts of the state.
Tom, it's a narrow line of storms, but they are packing a punch. They won't last very long, probably 15 to 30 minutes. Then you're done with the threat of severe weather. But we're in the environment where these storms will intensify and continue to potentially produce rotation, which leads to tornado warnings. Let's go over Storm Track 11 right now, because this is a higher resolution velocity data or wind data that really tries to pinpoint out exactly what unfolded for them to go ahead and trigger this tornado warning. What they were concerned about is right over Bigelow. You see how the winds are pretty much coming towards the radar, and then there's this little area around Bigelow. So if there is something there, it's going to be brief. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, and as I advance this, the little appendage kind of weakened a little bit, but nonetheless, it's headed towards Conway. It's headed towards the city of Conway. So there is some bit of rotation within the cell that's headed for the major city of Conway. Hopefully it's just rotation within the clouds. Let's switch over to NROT now. And when we take a look at this, this is our rotation pinpoint tool. This software is amazing how it really picks out and takes away all the noise and really shows exactly where the most dangerous part of the storm is when it comes to rotation. So I'm going to rewind this a few scans back, and there you see it was right over Bigelow. But we're not seeing an increase in this rotation. What I look for is the blues going to more of a brighter blue and then to a green. If we had a little splotch of green show up, I would be very concerned right now that we'd have a tornado situation trying to move over Conway. That does not look like it's the case, but nonetheless, you do have a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, and you want to go ahead and take your tornado precautions. I know the sirens are going off in parts of the region. It does include a small sliver of Pulaski County, so that may be triggering the tornado warning sirens for northern Pulaski County. That is a possibility. We have been getting some messages that tornado warning sirens are going off in Jacksonville, or maybe they're just going off with the severe thunderstorm warning, because you do have severe thunderstorm warning for northern parts of Pulaski County. But Tom, the most concern right now is for this potential of a brief spin up embedded within this line of storms that is pushing its way towards Conway, and it is going at a rapid pace, 55 miles per hour.
So it's going to be on top of you in no time at all. Along with that, of course, the strong straight line wind gusts that could exceed 60 to 70 miles per hour. That is what we're looking at base velocity mode. If you want to take us back, Perry, we can go over to Max and show you that once again, it's this polygon. It's right here, Faulkner County. You were under the gun with a tornado warning this afternoon, but we've got plenty of warnings lining up and down from I-57, I-30, these severe thunderstorm warnings, and we've been keeping an eye on some of these cells that have also been upticking in intensity. But when you get west of the line of storms, then all is clear. The severe weather threat is over. Again, this tornado warning, I should say, in effect until 5:30, Faulkner County. For those of you just joining us right now and you hear the sirens, like Nathan said, go ahead and take cover immediately for a brief tornado that may occur from within this line. Nathan did point out a few minutes ago that we had some pictures sent in of some possible wind damage down around Glenwood, Arkansas. So the storms are packing a punch. There could be some wind damage. Don't try to go outside and tie things down now. Let's go ahead and get to our safe place. This is Faulkner County, a little bit of Pulaski and Conway County, as well as Perry County, but mainly Faulkner County. And once again, if you live in Conway, then you're in the direct path of this toadsuck up to Conway, even Greenbrier, and all the way up into the northeastern parts of Faulkner County. You're joining us this afternoon, THV11. We have extended coverage on THV11 Plus. So when this tornado warning expires, and we hope nothing happens with it, we invite you to join us there if you want any severe weather information. Again, we know the selection show is coming up here at 5 o'clock. Nathan, can we go a little bit closer here in Faulkner County on radar?
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to look at some iDrive Arkansas cameras to see if we can see anything.
That's always helpful.
There was a report that a wall cloud may have been spotted.
Okay. Here's Conway, and this is the general area that we're talking about. Somewhere within this line, there could be a brief spin up, or we hope it's brief, right there, a little notch. You know, you got the winds blowing toward radar, winds blowing away, and you're creating this notch. So this is going to be entering Conway. It is entering Conway, and this area is taking a path. There's a Walmart out west Conway. It's the Western Walmart in Conway. For those of you, Conway Country Club, the elementary school, Ida Burns Elementary, Conway High School, here's Salem Road, just to give you some idea of where this circulation is going to track. It may already be here with the radar updates coming in every few seconds. This area of spin or potential tornado is moving to the northeast, and it's going to track toward Hendricks College. Of course, I've got a daughter up there. Hopefully she's doing the right thing along with her students, and they have taken cover. Again, it's right here. This afternoon, the environment is such that we could have a strong tornado or two. Let's hope this is not the case. We haven't heard anything, Nathan, that we have one that has touched down. Now, this is iDrive Conway. We're actually looking more to the northwest. If we have a camera shot looking more to the southwest, Perry, that would be great. This is actually looking more to the northwest, but you can see the darkening skies, the ominous skies, as this storm is moving to the northeast. There's two Walmarts. Now, you've got the one Walmart here that's close to 40, and you've got your main roadway through Conway. Then the other that is out west of Conway. But the area of concern here right now over the Walmart out in Conway. Dollar General store here. Here's Brumley, Conway. So we got all the
right over
colleges
UCA.
here. Yeah, right over UCA up to Hendricks College here within the next few minutes.
And this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. We have not gotten any confirmation, although the clouds are certainly showing some rotation as it moves over the city of Conway. If it is going to try to produce something, it should be brief And looking at something like this, hopefully it's a weak spin up. That's the kind of situation we have going on in this type of case. This is not a supercell that could produce a large tornado like what we saw over Little Rock. But nonetheless, a small, weak tornado can still produce impacts. It can still produce damage. So that's why we're on air right now, because we do have that potential of a tornado that could touch down in Conway at any moment. But when we look at the velocity here on Storm Track 11, it's just a little appendage. I'm not seeing anything too significant. We'll go over to our rotation tool, and yeah, there's nothing that's really calling out to me and saying this is going to produce a tornado right now. But we still have to take it with extra caution. We have the environment that as it continues to progress its way to the east and northeast, it could run into more of an environment where it taps into more warm and humid air and try to produce a tornado. Plus, we also have the hilly terrain once you get past Conway, and that can also influence the potential of rotation within a storm. So don't let your guard down. Stay in your safe place, Conway, probably for the next 10 minutes or so. This thing is going east, northeast, about 55 miles per hour. So it is racing its way off to the northeast, and that's the only tornado warning we have in effect for all of Arkansas. It is just right over Faulkner County, Tom.
And it's right over the area we were just talking about. The colleges, UCA, Hendrix College, Donaghy, if that sounds familiar to you, then this is where we're finding the potential for a tornado. A little update here in a moment. I do want to pass along that the northern part of Pulaski County has been canceled, the tornado warning there. This is just for Faulkner County. So if you have family members, friends in Faulkner County, Conway, this is going to move over the top of you here in just a few minutes. And one thing I want to point out, Nathan had our Storm Track 11 up, and you can see that solid wall of wind, that blue line. And here's another camera shot here.
You can see the rain on the horizon moving in. So,
yeah, this is I-40, one of the Conway exits here. So you can certainly see it's coming into downtown Conway, and that line, that wall of wind, is now getting close to the Conway Common Shopping Center. It's moving just over Hendrix. So this is moving quickly, 55 plus miles an hour to the east. You're going to get a big gush of wind moving through, if not a tornado. Radar indicated, no confirmation. Let's get in our safe place. If you are north of that area, if you live, let's say Greenbrier, if you live up points north, Wooster, Arkansas, go ahead, just be safe and get in your safe place this afternoon. Storms continue to evolve, they continue to get strong. Hopefully you have planned ahead for this afternoon. Again, we're watching the potential for a tornado, a Doppler radar indicated tornado. It's 4:57 currently.
We go back to the storm track. This is just the south.
Yeah. Okay.
Looking right into it, and this has changed significantly just over the past 2 minutes.
Just keep the camera up for
the visibility was much better, but you can see those winds. I mean, this is very high winds now. This is I-40 just before you get into Conway.
And what's really dangerous, if you're a motorist and you're on the roadways and you don't know what's coming at you, I-40 is an often traveled roadway, and this time of day it's pretty busy, even going through Conway. So let's hope the motorists have a way to receive warnings in their car. They're able to pull over. Faulkner County, Conway, you are under a tornado warning, and this is until 5:15 this afternoon. We're looking at a camera shot there. We'll go back to what we have, our live winds mode. This is velocity that shows us where the potential spin is located. I'm not seeing a notch now, Nathan. Maybe that's some good news, but we do have a substantial area of wind within that tornado warned polygon.
Yeah, this is a wind machine moving through Faulkner County. Probably some power outages will be happening with this as it continues to race its way off to the northeast. It is Doppler radar indicated. We'll go back over to Storm Track 11. We'll take a look at the information here and zooming in. When you have a line like that using the rotation tool, that tells me this is mostly a gust front. It is mostly just a band of high winds,
right here.
But there could be a spin-up tornado, a weak spin-up tornado embedded within that line of wind.
Something right here.
When we talk about that, if you have winds of 55 to 65 miles per hour, your tornado could be having winds of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. So it's very hard to detect, but now we're seeing maybe a little green there, so that's kind of interesting. Let's see if that matches up with the velocity of where that was going to be located. And what we're watching is this area right here. As it made its way into Conway, we lose that appendage a little bit, but still can't rule it out. There could be a brief spin up within this line of some pretty strong winds rolling through this part of Faulkner County, through the city of Conway, and also Mayflower getting hit with some pretty significant winds, and that's going to be moving into northern areas of Pulaski County.
Yeah. Also a little bowing out here, which would indicate some strong wind gusts. So maybe it's gusting out a bit. Another little area there that's just on the north side. Again, if anything, you're going to get strong winds out of this. You may not see it coming at you, so let's hope that you're in your safe place. I know that 5 o'clock, we're less than a minute away from the selection show, but we've got to keep it here because this is a populated area of central Arkansas. We want to make sure these folks are safe. Greenbrier is within the tornado warned area, and eventually Enola and Mount Vernon, you're going to be in that area. This is a great representation of where you're seeing this wall of wind moving through now eastern parts of Conway and moving toward the Valonia area as well. This wind part anyway, but Valonia is not in the polygon. Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's strong winds, Nathan, and we won't have to be as concerned about a tornado. Let's hope not, but it's certainly something that we're keeping an eye on for the rest of the afternoon this afternoon.
Okay, we go back over to Max because that is the only tornado warning that we have in effect across all of the THV 11 viewing area, but nonetheless, it's right over a populated region. The rest of the line is pretty much severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is a narrow line. Once the line moves through, you're done with the threat of severe weather. So you're done in Perry County for the most part. In a large part of Garland County, Hot Springs still dealing with some thunderstorm activity, but that will be moving out momentarily over the next 10 minutes or so, even though you've got a downpour. So next in line, Saline County, Pulaski County, Grant County, and then right along I-30, the lightning really picking up here around Hope. So when we see something like that, got to watch out for that because it tells us the storm is intensifying. And then these cells all over Dallas County, Grant County, have to watch those very closely because they can start to intensify and rotate in advance of this line of storms. And that line goes all the way up towards Mountain View and even as you approach Fairfield Bay and Heber Springs. But the most concerning part of the line, of course, is this tornado warning that still remains in effect for Faulkner County. Nothing has been confirmed from spotters or the National Weather Service to say, yes, this has produced a tornado or it is producing a tornado, but we're still taking it cautiously because there continues to be reports that it was a rotating wall cloud that moved over Conway. So that's the precursor to seeing a tornado touch the ground. Hopefully it just stays in the clouds. The clouds can rotate all they want. We just don't want that rotation to come down to the ground.
Yeah, I was going to echo that. I was looking at SLAC, National Weather Service SLAC, a couple of reports of rotating wall clouds, but more likely we're looking at just a giant wall of wind moving through Faulkner County. This tornado warning remains in effect until 5:15 for Faulkner County, excuse me. It's been lifted now for the Conway County area in Perry. So this is now just really for Faulkner County. Here's Conway, Pickles Gap, small community of Spring Hill just to the north. Areas out in front of this. This area is lifting to the northeast, the leading edge here that could contain that tornado lifting to the northeast, Highway 107 and 287. Naylor, Arkansas. Notice the polygon is the word I'm looking for. You can see where the polygon's located here. It's the bright glowing polygon that shows the area of the greatest concern. Again, Faulkner County, tornado warning, big winds moving through here. We did have some impressive rotation. Couple of ham radio operators reported rotating wall clouds, but no confirmation of a tornado, a physical tornado. And once the line moves through Faulkner County, Pulaski County, our severe weather threat will come to an end. This is one cell that we've been keeping a close eye on that was in Perry County. It developed and did have enough rotation. National Weather Service put out that tornado warning in Faulkner County. Severe thunderstorm warning also continues for Clark and Pike counties, and those counties are southwest of us here. Highway 107 at 287. Here's Highway 64. Valonia, just to give you perspective, Valonia is not in the polygon, but on the leading edge of this area, there could be a spin up. We did have some rotation with it. It is marching to the northeast, east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Downtown Conway still getting some heavy rain and some wind, but I think for the most part, the tornado threat is well away from downtown Conway, approaching Holland, Spring Hill. Enola, you're just outside the polygon, but don't let your guard down. It might even be a good idea to grab the kids and hit your safe place and follow us on THV11, THV11.com. Anything else, Nathan?
Looking at that wind signature, I'm not seeing anything that's really saying, okay, this is definitely still likely to produce a tornado at any moment. We're not seeing any appendage. That's some good news. If there is something, it's going to be for Holland, 287, 107. So the tornado threat, it's over and done with in the city of Conway. Pickles Gap, pretty much done. Enola, like you said, that's the next place, but I'm not seeing anything that's screaming out that this is still a dangerous storm in terms of producing a tornado. Nonetheless, it's still packing a lot of winds. The winds easily 40 to 50 miles per hour, could be higher than that in some pockets. And then this band of wind is now making its way into Pulaski County. So it's moved into Mayflower. We have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern areas of Pulaski County, including Maumelle. Also, Kamek Village is going to see the wind. So when you have the winds in the blue here, that is 40 to 50 miles per hour. When you get into the darker blues, like right around Pinnacle Mountain, we're pretty close to the radar. So this is probably now verifying very well that we are seeing winds move into West Little Rock that are about 62 miles per hour. That can bring down some trees, that can bring down some tree limbs and cause some power outages around Pinnacle Mountain State Park.
Yeah.
And this is going to continue to push its way into Little Rock. So we'll see if this continues to intensify or if it maintains its strength. Nonetheless, this is a big bag of wind moving into Pulaski County, Faulkner County, and eventually, this whole line continues to march its way off to the east and northeast, Tom. As we take a look here, right along I-30, we have severe thunderstorm warnings lined up. It's such a narrow line, but it is power-packed.
I just received an email from a viewer with, they have a picture of a rotating wall cloud, or at least image of a rotating wall cloud from Conway. So we will get that to the proper, I'm going to take a closer look at it and see. It may just be the leading edge here, but I don't see any rotation with that. But thank you for sending that in. By the way, 501-376-1111. You can text your photos of hail or severe weather that's occurring near you. We don't encourage you to go out. Don't go out the back door and look for this thing. All right, so this, once again, tornado warning, and unfortunately, National Weather Service is going to continue this all the way through 5:15. Tornado warning for Faulkner County. If you live in Holland along Highway 287 and 107, you are on the path of what could be a potential tornado. Once again, sometimes on the leading edge of these thunderstorms and these complexes, you'll get brief spin-ups, and let's hope that wasn't the case. We have not heard a report of anything that actually touched ground, but it's worth noting, and you do want to stay in your safe place. Tornado warning, Faulkner County, 8 more minutes to go. If the tornado warning is expired, then we'll take it back to CBS programming. We can't apologize enough. Sometimes Mother Nature has her own ideas, and we had hoped this would not be the case this afternoon. But you've got a big area, a lot of folks in this area that depend on weather information. A few miles south of Conway, 365, they've had some trees blown over on power lines, so we know there's some strong winds with this. And what Nathan has done, he's put on a shear marker. You've got the Dollar General here near Holland, Arkansas. This could be the area of rotation at 107 and Highway 287. So if you're familiar with that area, this is where the potential for a tornado could be this afternoon. It's moving to the east-northeast. The storm's moving fast at 55 miles per hour. Here's the outside part of that polygon. So and they may either up it or cancel it before then, because there's a good chance that's going to outrace that polygon. Then Enola, you would be in the path of it. Again, that's a shear marker indicating where the rotation is currently. If you live out toward Pickles Gap, if you live out toward Conway, even Mayflower, you're probably getting some strong wind gusts and some heavy rain, but you're out of it. It's pretty much what's happening out in front on the leading edge now of that thunderstorm. Nathan?
Yeah, there is something there. I mean, it's trying. So Naylor, certainly be in your safe place because there's a little uptick in the wind right there on Highway 107. That's the most concerning part of this storm, I would say. And then also got a little uptick here around 287. So yeah, I think they will definitely have severe thunderstorm warning. Whether or not they'll extend the tornado warning, it's a tough call because since we don't have anything confirmed, but it's running into an environment where it could try to spin up something. Romance, just a heads up. There may be a tornado warning coming in the near future. Even if there's not a tornado warning, this could still try to spin up something without any tornado warning. So I want you folks in Romance just to be on your guard and be ready to take those tornado precautions. Crosby, same story for you. It is going to get close to Searcy. We'll just have to wait and see. But the big story is the winds are picking up across Pulaski County. There you see the winds easily now moving into Marche, Maumelle. We had the winds gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour, and that could cause some power outages and bring down some tree limbs. And this is moving right towards North Little Rock. So we're just waiting and watching, seeing what the National Weather Service is going to do in terms of this tornado warning. The rest of the area is under severe thunderstorm warnings across a large part of central Arkansas. And once this line moves through, we are done with the threat of severe weather. But you folks in East Arkansas, not too much has happened just yet. Be ready, be on standby. These storms are headed in your direction, and the weather will change rapidly over the next few hours into East Arkansas. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that just went into effect now for Saline County and also Grant County until 5:15, Tom.
Also want to point out, while we're keeping an eye on that warned storm here in Faulkner County, there's some other cells developing just to the southwest of Pulaski County. They're beginning to come together. Grant County, Jefferson, Dallas County. So we're keeping an eye on those. We're going to ride this out until it's been canceled now. But we're not going to ride it out. We're going to get back to programming. But tornado warning is being canceled here for this, so that's certainly some good news. Nathan, Scott, and I are here for this afternoon. We're going to ride it out together. We're on THV 11 Plus. Join us there for further weather information. Let's get you back to CBS.
They said they're going to like expire at 5:15, so. And I assume we're still on streaming.
I think so. I think we're back up. We're not back on streaming just yet, THV 11 Plus? We're streaming? Okay, good. Getting our bearings straight here. Those of you that are carrying over from CBS, THV 11, this is THV 11 Plus. He's Nathan Scott, and I'm Tom Brannon, and we're here this afternoon to hang out and track severe weather. We had our first tornado warning issued, Nathan. I really thought the one south of Little Rock would go first, but not this one. This one went first.
Yeah.
I really thought the ones southwest of us were more impressive.
Yeah, but just those classic little spin-ups embedded within the line of tornadoes or embedded within the line of storms, that's what we were thinking would be an issue today. And it was just that one that, maybe it went over the Ouachitas, got a little rotation. Once it made its way over Perry County and into Faulkner County, kept that rotation in place. So we have been seeing some reports that there was a wall cloud. We have been seeing some reports that there was rotation within that cloud. But Conway, you are now done with the threat of severe weather, and that does include Conway County along with Conway City. The worst of the weather is now moving just to the north of Valonia, but Valonia, you're getting pounded with some heavy rain, lightning and thunder, and this is moving into also Little Rock. So I don't know if we could take the tower cam, because you can see the sky is darkening off to the west, and from our Simmons Bank camera.
Look at it, Perry.
This is about 500 feet above the surface and gives you a really good perspective on, things are about to go downhill here in Little Rock momentarily, and we do have those winds moving through. As we go into northern parts of Pulaski County, the winds easily 40 to 50 miles per hour. So those winds will pick up as we get into the next 5 to 10 minutes. So be prepared for that. Hopefully you have secured anything that needs to be secured, your patio furniture, your trampolines, because winds like that, it's going to make those trampolines pretty much fly around into your neighbor's yard, I would say, Tom.
I was going to mention to Perry, Nathan, if you could hit record on that camera shot as that storm moves into Pulaski County, we may be able to use it a little bit later on. So we'll use it as a time lapse later on tonight at 10 if Nathan would like to have it. We were actually thinking maybe it would be, Nathan, a significant shelf cloud that would come in, but I don't want to say we'll get off easy on this one, but it doesn't look nearly as impressive as some of the storms around us. And I'll take it. Would like a little rain, but other than that, the nasty weather can go away. That tornado warning up in Faulkner County is going to be expired at 5:15.
Yeah, I just want to watch out for this
I
area.
saw that down around Whitehall. Okay. Those were the cells I mentioned right before we signed off. Let's hope that they don't get ugly.
And that's a lone cell by itself, so we have to watch out for that. There's some curvature there.
Well, there's certainly some rotation. Okay, and for those of you, okay. Oh, we did? So we were able to come back. Okay, so we didn't completely mess up the selection thing, Nathan. They did come back in time, and I know that weather's on everybody's mind, but let me pass this along for those of you that are, I know Nathan's a big sports fan, huge. You played basketball in college?
Yeah, I wish.
Arkansas is a 4 seed out of the West region, and they will play Hawaii, a 13 seed in Portland, Oregon. So there you go. That's our weather. That's our news, sports, or whatever it's called, sports report this afternoon. There, my goodness.
And we were discussing this morning. We're like, look, the odds that we're going to break in for a tornado warning will be for the selection show.
Yep, and we did. We did. Faulkner County ruined it for us. That little cell northwest of Whitehall, between Jefferson and Whitehall, is it's not looking good.
Yeah, we'll have to watch it very closely.
At the velocity mode there.
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for White County, Lono County, with that previous cell that did have a tornado warning with it, and this is still showing the curvature. That's a damaging wind threat for the most part, moving through Valonia, Highway 64, BB, Ward, Cabot. Winds, wind bag moving in your direction. The winds will really pick up in that part of the region very shortly, so be prepared for that. Winds probably 50 to 60 miles per hour, maybe even some stronger gusts. And once we get past this line, we're done here in Pulaski County, Saline County. So it's just the next 30 minutes to an hour. Things could get a little dicey here in Central Arkansas. But once again, it's really East Arkansas. I need you to be on your guard because things will be changing over the next couple hours for you folks. So we thought the timeline would be 5 o'clock here in Central Arkansas. It's worked out perfectly. And the storms have not gotten too crazy, but they are still packing a punch with some damaging wind gusts, severe thunderstorm warnings, and hopefully that's all it is, would be severe thunderstorm warnings. But we just have to watch out for embedded rotation within this line and also any cells like that you see here, Grant County, Jefferson County, that may try to also rotate in advance of the actual cold front. So those two cells, something that we'll have to be monitoring very closely. England, that cell is just to the south of you. I'm going to put this in loop and we'll see where it's headed. We'll see if England is going to be impacted by that storm. Looks like it's going to be just southeast of you in England, but certainly Whitehall, there's a cell just to the southwest of you. That's showing a little rotation along with this cell that is just to the north of Whitehall. And those could be issues as they move into Lono County, Prairie County, and eventually into Monroe County. So just heads up for you folks in that location because those cells are getting a little more spicy. And then we'll just walk down the line here because we have severe thunderstorm warnings lined up for most of the area within this line of storms now. So we have the one severe thunderstorm warning into Lawrence County and then getting into Randolph County. And that is until, let's see here. Put this in live radar to see if the severe thunderstorm warnings should pop up for me. It's till 6 o'clock. And then we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Independence County, including Cave City, Sharp County, northern areas of Cleburne County until 5:30. Lots of heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. Doesn't last long, probably 30 minutes or so, and then things start to wind down. And then we have this severe thunderstorm warning for White County, Lono County, into northern areas of Pulaski County until 6 o'clock, with this line clearly shows damaging wind threat. But you see how narrow this line is. I mean, it is just so narrow. It's very interesting how skinny this line is, but it still does not take away the dangerous part from it.
You know what I've noticed is it's broken up. It isn't a solid line. I would feel better if it were a solid line. But yeah, it's kind of messy. That's a good way to describe messy.
Yeah, because like Benton is not seeing much of anything, and large parts of Saline County will just see a little bit of light rain. That's it. But then you head down towards Hot Spring County and Malvern. That's a strong cell, producing quite a bit of lightning and thunder. You run into that, and that's going to be a problem that's going to slow things up quite a bit.
And just out west of Little Rock, western Pulaski County, Lake Maumelle, there's another storm trying to come together there. Just when I thought they weren't going to have anything out west of the area, just in Pulaski County, it looks like now that it's beginning to come together. So we'll get some rain and some wind out in western Pulaski County. Saw Brooke Buckner. Brooke was commenting on Facebook. The wind woke her up from her nap, and I would like to apologize to you, Brooke. For that interference, because sleep is cherished around these parts. Again, keeping an eye on these cells in Jefferson County, the individual cells here that have been growing in intensity here over the last few minutes or so, and of course the cell that's severe from Arkadelphia down to Gurdon. Prominent cell there, also to the southwest. That line is now riding along I-30 and I-57. Once the rain comes to an end at your place, the severe weather threat certainly does come to an end. Nathan, I was going to tell you, I saw on Weather Reporters, there was a nice shot of a shelf cloud from a lady out of Hot Springs. JCPenney, she took it from the JCPenney store. Might be something we could show later.
Okay.
If we can get it down. I thought I'd let you know. I know that we depend on our weather reporters on Facebook or weather watchers to send us photos. We invite you to do the same, but do it safely. Don't go out on your back porch and look up at the sky and try to find the tornado or any severe weather. We don't want you to do that. Columbia, Hempstead, Lafayette, and Nevada County in southwest Arkansas, severe thunderstorm warnings with that area. If you don't mind, Perry, can we go to Max 2 real quick? Thank you. And there's the shot of the cell that's out western Pulaski County. Raining pretty good. This extends into northern Pulaski, southern Faulkner, Jacksonville, Cabot, Ward. That line is going to be moving through your area in the next half hour or so. And then this is a strong cell between Haskell and Malvern. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings on these cells with the possibility of some strong wind gusts at about 60. I saw out of the corner of my eye, and I'm going to take us up here, where I think some counties have been lifted from the tornado watch, which is certainly some good news. Do you hear that? What is that? Do you hear that, Nathan?
Yeah, I'm like, is that the wind? Was it?
Something's howling out there. Is that the wind?
Something scraping against something? Well, the wind certainly picked up.
I thought what I heard was sound like a poor dog barking.
No, yeah, it did. I think it was just like something scraping against the wood or something.
Okay, there you go.
The branches.
The wind has really picked up outside in the weather garden, and the trees are certainly being impacted out there with the breeze that we have. Tornado watch continues. I thought there were some counties that had been lifted from the tornado watch, but I guess I'm wrong. Do you see that on your end? I haven't seen anything yet.
I had not a chance to look at that.
All righty, no problem. We'll just move along here. Let's go back to Max 2. Thank you, Perry. From outside we go, and we'll just cover the watches. Once again, Northeast Arkansas was added been about an hour ago, and again, these watches are probably not going to last. We have one till 9 o'clock in Central Arkansas, but I think we're probably going to see it expire well before that in Northeast Arkansas under tornado watches as well. But till 9 o'clock generally for the biggest swath of yellow that you see on the page there. We've had one tornado warning in Faulkner County and a whole lot of severe thunderstorm warnings have gone up. In terms of the severe weather timeline, who's in the clear? In the green, you're in the clear. Jasper, Russellville, Danville, Mena, Fort Smith up to Bentonville. You are in the clear from the severe weather. We still have a little ways to go until 7 o'clock with this line. However, these counties that butt up against that white line, they're pretty much in the clear. Nathan will update that when he gets a moment. He's got a lot to do over there. I'll run you through radar now. 8 o'clock, we've got the tornado watch in effect. There it is. The line, solid line here all the way down into Little Rock. It's not a huge line, but it's got some, looks like it's beginning to expand a bit northeast Arkansas. We've got a thunderstorm moving through the Little Rock area in a lot of polygons, which would indicate severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings. Hopefully we won't have to deal with that again. But as it is currently, the severe thunderstorm, you could carve back that severe thunderstorm warning in Faulkner County and possibly even a little farther to the north in parts of Cleburne County, a little bit there. So we still have a strong storm there. And in southwest Arkansas, Arkadelphia, Clark County, Gurdon, you're getting a strong storm and strong storms again over southwest Arkansas. But we have seen an end to the severe weather threat. This was expected to be a fast-moving line of storms. In fact, it has been, and the line is moving to the east with individual cells as much as 45 to 55 miles per hour. I see he's working on the severe weather timeline, so some good news for you there. Let me go a little bit closer to the action. Well, that took us a little farther out. We'll go closer now here into central Arkansas. If you're watching us on THV 11 Plus, thank you so much. Up toward the Cabot, White County area, Lonoke County, White County, you see an arcing area here. This pushed through Faulkner County, prompting that warning. Also, western parts of Little Rock. Perry, get that camera shot looking west ready once again. We'll take a look at it here in just a moment because we still have a ways to go with that thunderstorm out over western parts of downtown areas. And down around Benton, Haskell, just take a look at your location and find out if your location is under these severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got several of them. Hot Spring, Grant, Saline County. We've got part of Pulaski, Faulkner County. Haven't seen an extension, Lonoke into White, that may be coming. And these cells are looking nasty in Jefferson County. We're looking at them closely to make sure that, well, if they're rotating, we're on top of it. And then again to the southwest along I-30 there. There's Arkadelphia, Clark County. Heard the wind just really pick up here. And a strong storm that is currently over Nevada County. So these are your worst storms out there. And they are moving to the east-northeast. And they may intensify as they move out of central Arkansas and get into that east Arkansas environment. Do you have that camera shot, Perry? You want to take a look outside? Yeah, there we go. That's looking pretty ominous. We're looking out to the west and it lines up. I'm going to zoom in on this cell in Pulaski County. It lines up well with what is coming at us. And I've got it up on radar. You can see some very heavy rain with that, as well as a very impressive thunderstorm that's moving from west to east, and you can see a solid wall of water with that thunderstorm too. All right, no warning on it, but pretty strong. Oh, Nathan, fill us in on who's clear.
Oh, well, that's I'm loading up a new image of radar. We'll get back to that in just 1 second.
Yeah,
but
right ahead. Okay.
Yeah, there's the radar.
Okay.
You can see it all lined up. I wanted to show you, look at this, blue showing up in Fayetteville.
Oh, it's snowing.
As expected, there could be some snow happening in northwest Arkansas. They were just 70 degrees not too long ago. But let's take a look at temperatures across the region right now, because we haven't really talked about that too much, because the cold front continues to sweep its way to the east and to the southeast. And you can see, look at it, 72 in Little Rock. That was at the last hour. It's 42 in Fayetteville, though, and we still have visible satellite because the sun's still up this time of year. But there's the battle zone of 77 Monticello, 78 in El Dorado, where there has been some breaks in the cloud cover. So the atmosphere is much more unstable once you get into East Arkansas, hence the chance of storms continuing to intensify, and the tornado threat goes up for East Arkansas. Now we'll take a look at the severe weather timeline, because things are winding down rapidly across many areas. So basically, if you are I-30 and west, you're done with the threat of severe weather. So from Hope to Arkadelphia to Conway, Clinton, the severe weather threat, it's over. Mountain Home, it's done. But anyone to the east of Little Rock, you still need to be on your guard. Be prepared for the potential of strong to severe thunderstorms rolling their way through your neighborhood, and we'll take a look at the radar loop from Little Rock, and we'll just walk you down the line here. And along this line, you can expect heavy rain, lightning, thunder, gusty winds, maybe some hail. We've been getting some hail reports on 501-376-1111. Also some reports that there were some trees down in Malvern. I've seen that. And other trees down in parts of the region as these storms have rolled their way through. And they are causing power outages. I'm going to show you power outages across the state in just 1 second. But here we go into Sharp County, and this is into Independence County. This is a damaging wind threat that you see there. That's exiting out of the severe thunderstorm warning. But there's still some wind there because that curvature clearly shows there could still be some winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then down the line, Heber Springs seeing some heavy rain at this time, but you're done with it in Greaves Ferry. So Heber Springs, things will wind down in the next 5 to 10 minutes. It's over. Bald Knob, get ready. It's heading your direction. Rosebud, you have some heavy rain, and it's moving through Gardner, Beebe, Ward, and Cabot. So they dropped that severe thunderstorm warning for those areas. So it looks like that storm has weakened somewhat. But Searcy, you're going to get some heavy rain for a short amount of time. Here we go into Pulaski County, Jacksonville, Sherwood, North Little Rock, where we do have that severe thunderstorm warning still in effect until 5:30. So only one more minute, then it's done. So here in Little Rock, we may just get away with a short burst of some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and then things wind down. It's already starting to quiet down in West Little Rock. So it's a very narrow line. Doesn't stick around very long, but it can still pack quite a punch. Into Saline County, there's Haskell, strong storm. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for just to the south of downtown Benton, into East End, 167, and towards northern areas of Grant County, including Sheridan. And it looks like these storms into Clark County have weakened below severe limits. That's good news for Arkadelphia. This is headed towards Princeton, Dallas County, and then we saw a severe thunderstorm warning lined up through Nevada County. That's a pretty strong cell. Lots of lightning with that. Over Ralston, Bluff City, headed towards Camden. So Camden, get ready because things are going to start to go downhill for you folks. And then we're watching out for these cells that we've been mentioning into Jefferson County and also Lonoke County. They're wondering if they're going to merge. If they merge, then they're more concerned about the tornado threat. If they stay separate, they're not as concerned, but definitely a lot of lightning with that. So that's trying to really draw in a lot of warm and humid air and building that updraft in that part of Jefferson County just to the north of Pine Bluff. So that is the whole look at radar across the state. You can see that line. We'll take a look at the composite radar here. And if you are to the west of that line, you are done with the threat of severe weather. Let's go over to Storm Track 11 because we'll pull up the power outages now. And this is thanks to poweroutage.us. And we'll just query some of the counties here. Faulkner County, about 2,300 customers are without power from that storm that rolled through that did have that tornado warning associated with it in Faulkner County. That's about almost 5% of the county when it comes to the customers that are tracked. Perry County, 225 customers are without power. Hot Spring County, 358. Pike County, 510. Howard County, 184. Hempstead County, 123. And then significant power outages for Izard County. Almost 10% of customers are without power in this part of the state, which is about 867 customers. And then Baxter County, 2,379 customers are without power. So no surprise with these winds that have been on the gusty side that we're seeing power outages, Tom, because this is going to bring down tree limbs. It's going to bring down trees in some parts of the region. Still waiting on word if anything actually did touch the ground in Conway.
Seeing some pictures on Facebook of tree damage, and we expected that, or some wind damage, trees being blown over on power lines. So that is totally expected. And let's take a little time here to mention to you that you can send us your photos to 501-376-1111. Text them along. We'd love to use them. Tell us who you are and where you're from when you do send those along. The severe weather is going to stay with us for a little while longer tonight, although it's coming to an end for a good part of central Arkansas. We do have some warnings that do bear watching, and Nathan is pulled up behind him, the hail that is within these thunderstorms. And I'll just take a look. I'll just take your graphic. How about that? And show you where the hail is located. Severe thunderstorm warnings there. Haskell, Arkansas, some big hail there. And also out to the west of Humphrey, Arkansas. Go ahead, JD Neesby.
Yeah, so we're seeing some reports of hail around this area of Saline County and Grant County. This is going to be about, looks like pea size, dime size. There could be an isolated quarter size because you are under that severe thunderstorm warning. Traskwood, Tull, Haskell, Shaw. And then we also have some hail being reported potentially from Jefferson County. So with that cell in Sherrill, Tucker, Gethsemane, pea, dime, maybe quarter size hail in this part of Jefferson County. And then also close to Whitehall. And then you see some hail signatures also popping up here in Clark County. And looks like also into Independence County. New tornado warnings issued for Missouri near Poplar Bluff. So this thing is rapidly moving off to the east and northeast. And just as fast as that moved into downtown Little Rock, things are already starting to quiet down just to the east. Or excuse me, to the west of Little Rock. Still some lightning, so still not safe to go out until this system moves out. But I think Little Rock, we're done with it probably by a large part of us 6 o'clock. We should be done with the threat of severe weather here in Pulaski County and then also into Saline County. I'm going to go ahead and loop this and to show you the progression of how fast this is moving through. And we really appreciate all your pictures. Been getting so many pictures. I just have no way of, steering the radar, looking at GR2, looking at Slack to show the pictures. Yeah, it is. You got to be octopus when you do this.
Yeah, you want to pull
I'm
up some
just glad
pics?
that you're here, Tom, because if it was by myself, it'd just be much more.
I'll tell you what I can do is I can talk radar. If you want to try to pull up a couple of pics to show, I can talk about what's on radar real quick, since it's if that's what you want to do. I mean, that's why I'm here.
We don't have to necessarily show all these pictures. I was just looking at them.
But we're getting them, and that's good. We want those photos. We might want to take a look at this one up toward Jacksonville, Cabot area. We had a storm spotter get a hold of us and say that Boeing out near Cabot and at Jacksonville bared watching. They did see some lowering with it. Now the wind is really picking up here in downtown Little Rock right now outside the Weather Garden. And that's a cell that's not under any kind of warning there near Cabot, Ward Cabot, although it might be loud and windy, could get some wind out of it. Is not severe warned at this time. This area moving to the east could strengthen a bit, and we're not seeing any rotation with it, but we could see some strong wind gusts.
Yeah, I'm going to query some of these winds because we're getting into the brighter yellows here, so that's easily 45 to 55 miles per hour. Yeah. So just below the severe weather threshold, although that pixel is showing 67, and we're close to the radar, so this is probably reaching the ground.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, some very strong wind gusts out on the leading edge. Not a surprise there as this line continues to move to the east. And just to the south of that, we've got some cells that are trying to get bigger and badder in Jefferson County, southern parts of Lono County, near Prairie County. Those cells also bear watching this afternoon. But what you've got here is the live winds, the velocity. We can go in and see where the rotation's located, look for those couplets. But here on the leading edge, and this is not a surprise, we're getting some big wind gusts, straight line winds that could bring down some trees, could cause some power outages. Nathan had some power outages there just a few minutes ago. And if you're one of those who are just so afraid of storms and you're watching us on THV 11 Plus, you can also access us through THV11, THV11.com. The thing to do is just to follow along with us. We're going to be jumping around the state right now. We've had one tornado warning, hopefully no confirmation, but lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. And there are the cells that we're also keeping an eye on because they're out in an environment all by themselves and they could be coming together. There was a possibility today that we would see some of these discrete cells, these supercells develop. They could have some big hail and they could also have tornadoes. But this broken line continues through and now just to the east of I-30, riding along 57 here between Cabot and Searcy, and that is a strong thunderstorm, but not severe, and strong storms also just to the north in Cleburne County and White County. But we have warnings that continue in effect in northern Grant and Saline, and warnings for Jefferson County, Arkansas County, Prairie, and Lonoke County for these two cells. Perry, do you have a shot outside that you can show us on what's happening in the garden? I'll let you pull that up here in just a moment. We've got heavy rain and some strong wind gusts now moving through downtown Little Rock. And here in the next 15-20 minutes or so, our severe weather threat will be coming to an end. So brief downpours, some very strong winds, possibly some hail. And there's the shot looking above Little Rock, downtown Little Rock to the west. And I can even see a few breaks there in the distance. So it won't be long before this stuff's over with. The wind's going to stay up tonight. Wind advisory in effect. Freeze warning is in effect overnight tonight, early Monday morning. If you have any plants that you've purchased here lately, you will want to make sure that you cover them up tonight, early tomorrow. I tell you what, let's keep this going. Let's go to max number 2, Perry, max 2 radar, and we'll let Nathan work on max 1 there. I am going to look at some of these cells that we have here. All righty, there we go. In Jefferson County, also moving over into southern Lonoke and Prairie counties. Pretty big storm. And this signature has me a little concerned, a little Boeing structure here. This is in northern Grant County here, Sheridan. On the northern end of that, some very heavy rain and some wind. Here's East End, so this cell is going to move toward East End. Here's the area that's moving through Little Rock right now. West Little Rock, things are coming to an end for you. But if you live in southern Saline County, northern Grant County, you're getting a big storm there, and the severe thunderstorm warnings that continue. Stuttgart, you're going to be impacted here shortly. And again, we're keeping an eye on this one and keeping an eye on the one that's just to the southwest flank over Whitehall right now for the potential for further development this afternoon. Let's take you a little bit further out. I'm going to take you to the statewide mode and show you that the warnings that we have are all over central and southern and southwestern Arkansas. That is currently what we have going on. In northern Arkansas, there's one area, looks like Lawrence County, is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So we get a break here over central Arkansas, and the cells continue to develop. Now, a new warning just popped up. I was going to focus in on that area if I would steer the right way. Sometimes it just doesn't work out for you. But let's talk about Cleveland County, northern parts of Bradley, Drew, and Lincoln counties. These are the individual cells that have the greatest potential getting out ahead of that line, developing on their own, these discrete cells that could grow into stronger storms and produce some large hail or even a possibility of a tornado. They are increasing their coverage and they are getting a little bit stronger. Here's our main line of storms. So Calhoun County, Bradley County, even just to the southwest of Pine Bluff. We'll keep an eye on that cell. This activity is developing pretty quickly, and movement is to the east-northeast. Tell you what I want to do. I want to put that into motion over the last hour, just to see the quick development of it all in the southeastern part of the state. This is the next area that is going to be impacted, and it should be going anytime now. Come on, play for me. There we go. Putting it into motion. The movement of the cells is to the east-northeast. Here's the line, and the line may actually catch up. Get severe thunderstorm warnings, Columbia County, Nevada, a part of Union County. These counties are not within our viewing area. These counties are within the Shreveport viewing area. We are concerned, though, about Ouachita, Calhoun, Bradley, Drew County, Cleveland and Lincoln counties, Arkansas County, Deshay County. So keep an eye on what's happening around you. They are beginning to pop up and bubble up there, southeast Arkansas, and will be impacting you here for the next couple of 3 hours anyway. It is 5:42. We anticipated the line of the heaviest thunderstorm activity would be either impacting Little Rock Metro or just beyond. You can see the activity here over southern Saline County, northern Grant County, kind of bowing out here. Looks like a little curvature there. So strong thunderstorm here, strong thunderstorm down around Dallas County, moving out of Clark County, and strong thunderstorms that continue to come together here in Arkansas County, Lonoke County, and Prairie County. In fact, I'm going to take you a little closer to the action. You're watching us on THV 11 Plus. Tom Brannon with Nathan Scott. Here we are right here. You can see this is riding along the border, Arkansas County, Lonoke County, and Prairie County. There's a strong storm here. Just want to see if there's anything of concern, any rotation there that the Weather Service is taking a look at. There could be something there that's close to Humphrey, Arkansas. Wabaseka, Humphrey. Goodness, Nathan. Here I'm born in this state. Nathan knows this name like the back of his hand there.
Gethsemane.
Thank you. Thank you for
pronunciation guy right here.
Yeah, I know.
I studied that.
Studied the pronunciation guy. So there's some broad area of wind there, and to the southwest there we go to Whitehall. Some more strong wind gusts could be occurring down here just north of Pine Bluff near Whitehall. Once again, bears watching. Those of you that watch us there on THV 11 Plus, that should keep you up to date. You see a little bit of a curve there, a little bit of a turn there with that thunderstorm, and that's a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. Hearing some sirens outside. There's the warning information till 6:15 for Arkansas, Jefferson, and Prairie, and just to the south, these storm warnings just now coming about for our southeast Arkansas neighbors, Bradley, Cleveland, Drew, and Lincoln counties. Severe thunderstorm warnings for you folks. And one more stop over in southwest Arkansas. There's numerous counties here. Columbia, Hempstead, Lafayette, and Nevada counties under severe thunderstorm warnings until 6 o'clock tonight. So that gives you a roundup of what's happening in southeast Arkansas, back home here in the central part of the state. Oh, we have a new tornado warning.
Yeah, they just issued that, and actually the EM from Lawrence County says that he's seeing power flashes around Alicia.
Okay. Lawrence County that's the Walnut Ridge. That is technically out of our area. But we will give you what we know about it because you may have some family and friends. That's in Walnut Ridge for Jackson. It does have a little part of Jackson County, just the northern part of Jackson, which is our viewing area. Lawrence and Randolph counties in northeast Arkansas until 6:15. So I guess that was just issued not long ago.
Yeah, it was just issued, just came down.
So that has Walnut Ridge in its path. Let me show some live winds on it here. It's a little messy up there, Nathan.
Alicia's right on the border of Jackson County and Independence County.
Okay.
Or Lawrence County, excuse me.
Let's see if we can get close enough to see it. Not showing up. Plus, we're getting some radar overlap there, no man's land in northeast Arkansas, which brings up the point we've tried to encourage more radars here in Arkansas in some of these what they're called dead spots in northeast Arkansas and southeast Arkansas. And this is what we have to deal with. So we know that we've got something spinning up there. Let me go to Memphis, see if I can find the Memphis radar here.
I'm going to take a look at Storm Track 11 Memphis too, and I'll let you know if I see anything.
All righty. Memphis live winds, okay. Well, that's not much better. But if anything, it's here along Highway 367.
Yeah, we're looking at 6,000 feet from Memphis.
The important thing here is that if you live in that corner of Jackson, Lawrence County, Randolph's a little farther to the north, but Jackson and Lawrence County, then you've got family, take cover. That's all we can tell you there for that one. It's kind of hard to see from where we are. You see anything on Storm Track?
Nothing that stands out too much. The EM person says that there has been damage in Lawrence County.
Oh, that's not good.
Building damage, power lines down in Minturn, which is north of Alicia and south of Walnut Ridge. So if I was in Walnut Ridge, I definitely want to be in my safe place at this time.
Yeah, it looks like the leading edge of that storm is now beginning to move into the Walnut Ridge area. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for some counties in central Arkansas. Calhoun and Ouachita counties just issued, and also Lonoke, Monroe, Prairie, White, and Woodruff counties also now under severe thunderstorm warnings. We go back to the maps, and we'll go that direction. We'll head back down into central Arkansas for the new warnings that have popped up. And there they are. Obviously, that cell that we were looking at in Lonoke County is now strong enough to be considered a severe thunderstorm warning. So northern parts of Lonoke County, just to the east, Cabot Ward, really on top of BB. That is tracking into Prairie County. Here's Des Arc. This is Lonoke County, and it extends through southern White County. There's Georgetown, and even over toward the Monroe County. So they've extended this all the way over into Woodruff County. Now, let me get the info on that quick. Alrighty, and that is until 6:15, so the storms are moving pretty quickly. You have something?
Nope, I was just looking at radar and seeing that we have
some wind.
Winds, yeah, but the worst of the weather's east of Little Rock now.
Woo, that's a cool wind.
Yeah, temperatures have gone down in a hurry. You can feel that.
So I think it's safe to say that downtown Little Rock proper, the severe weather threat has come to an end?
Yes.
Do you concur?
I concur.
There you go. So it is certainly some good news. Is there a newscast?
No.
No?
I'm setting up for the Nick and Power show at 7:30. Whatever you
Oh, yes, we have a streaming show for
Oh, okay, that's right.
Selection Sunday by Tyler Cass and
Not if we
Nick
don't let 'em.
Luttrell. Well, I don't think we will have to go past
You know?
7 o'clock. I don't think so.
I think we're in charge here, don't you? No, I think we should hopefully be. It's 5:49. This activity should be winding down in Arkansas by then. But you see the hot spots in central Arkansas, Jefferson, Lonoke, and Prairie. This was one that was just issued not long ago, and this one up here as well. So we've got a couple of areas. These cells are lifting to the northeast. This line is moving to the east, so they might meet up here pretty soon. I'm going to turn that query back off, and we can talk about the cell that is impacting northern Grants, Saline, and southern parts of Pulaski County. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. East End, you got a pretty good segment of wind moving through you right now. Let me go to live winds. If anything, we can pick out where the strongest wind gusts are right here, moving through East End. And of course, we've got strong winds behind the main line of storms, and some strong winds. Might even have a little bit of rotation there, not far from Whitehall and Pine Bluff. I'm just looking for couplets, and I'm not seeing that, but some strong wind gusts. If anything, that cell that's west of Stuttgart, right up here, let me turn it back to our main live radar. I will say this, Nathan, there is a lot of little buttons to have to push to get back to where we want to go. Lots there. All right, there you go. I know that our friends over in Jefferson County would appreciate this. Just a little bit of a tighter shot for Arkansas, Jefferson, Lonoke, and Prairie County until 6:15 for this area, for these two storms. There's a little bending here near Umphrey. And of course, we're going to keep an eye on that very closely. It started as a little shower and has blossomed into a big thunderstorm. And this moving through East End, you can see the bowing out here. You've got Grant County. This is where you've got Grant, Pulaski, Saline coming together. You have a merge of two boxes. One box with cells moving to the northeast, and the other that I don't know, maybe they'll fill this in and cover up a good part of northern Jefferson County. We'll just have to wait and see on that. Anything new from the tornado warning up in Lawrence County?
They have rotation that's broad moving over Walnut Ridge right now. So there's no lowering the CC. The radar as of yet is not detecting any debris being launched into the atmosphere, but the EM from Lawrence County says a mobile home roof was ripped off at Minturn Trailer Park. Very high winds impacting Walnut Ridge at this time, probably over 60 miles per hour.
And again, that's just a shade out of our viewing area that does come into play in northeast Arkansas, although there's probably some families. There's Woodruff County severe thunderstorm warning. You get beyond that up to the north, and there's that warning that looks like it's been extended into parts of Craighead County. So yeah, that's in the Jonesboro market. That line continues to march to the east, and I see a lot of lightning, lots of strong thunderstorms remaining here in central Arkansas with several severe thunderstorm watch boxes. Nathan, I'll turn it back to you. How about a timing update?
And as we have been talking about, Tom, this evolution, it's a few storms in Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas. And then as they moved into more of an unstable environment, the cap broke. The storms really start to ignite over central Arkansas, and that's what we are dealing with right now. But this is a fast-moving system, so it's all clear if you're in the green area, and that includes a large part of central Arkansas. So from Batesville, Searcy, off to the west, you're in the clear. The city of Conway, Little Rock, we're done with the threat of severe weather. It's turning much cooler out there. The winds will still be up. The winds will stay up. 40, 50 mile per hour gusts will be a possibility as we go through the rest of the evening into the overnight hours. You're done with the threat of severe weather. Benton, Bryant, Malvern, Arkadelphia, Prescott, Hope, Texarkana, and off to the west. It's locations to the east now. Stuttgart, Pine Bluff, Rison, Star City, Dumas, Monticello, Helena, West Helena, Wynn, Forest City, Brinkley, Des Arc, into Diaz, Jonesboro, Piggott, and towards Memphis, that for the next probably 2, maybe 3 hours, probably 2 hours, we still need to be on our guard for the potential of severe weather as the front continues to really slide its way off to the east in a very rapid fashion. So here is the radar loop once again, and we'll take a look at the lightning counter because this really tells the story too, because we didn't have many lightning strikes out there just about 2 hours ago. But here we go with the cloud tops, and we'll zoom out. And you can see all the big clouds are now lined up just to the east of Little Rock. And we take a look at the one, looks like a pretty strong storm right just to the southwest of Stuttgart. And we'll take a look at that storm because that's the one that was a supercell characteristic with it. Lots of lightning with that. Lots of lightning with that, so we have to watch out for that one. And also, let's take a look at the winds just to make sure it's behaving itself or if there's any rotation. And there's a broad area of rotation. Looks like around Humphrey, Highway 63. So Stuttgart, just be on your guard. Watch out for that storm because it is a discrete cell kind of by itself, but it's also interacting with this other cell just to the south of it. You see a little appendage there. So anytime you see those appendages, that's when you really want to start to pay attention. But more cells are starting to develop over into East Arkansas. So now things are starting to get much more lively, much more active in East Arkansas as expected. And we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect just to the northwest of Monticello, affecting the community of Rye. This is for northwest Drew County. We'll look at that with the hail, because there's purple showing up, so it's probably some hail, quarter size, maybe ping pong ball size, according to the software data here. And then also we got some potentially big hail happening into Columbia County, north of Magnolia. And there could also be hail anywhere you see the blue here. So Interstate 530, could be some pea to dime size hail, and then also into the border of Prairie County and Lono County and White County. Looks like there's some hail happening in that part of the region as well. National Weather Service continues to watch very closely that storm that is just to the southwest of Stuttgart. So we'll go over to Storm Track 11 now, get a little more detail, because I just like the resolution that this software has. And we'll zoom in on that area. There it is. That's where we're watching, the area Humphrey. We'll rewind this. So the storm is rotating, and you can see it's starting to tighten up a little bit. So you see how it's starting to tighten up right there. And then it doesn't look too significant, but it's all about trends, and we'll just see what this trend holds as it gets closer and closer to Stuttgart. So Stuttgart, you may see, some rotation in the clouds as this storm's headed your way. You're seeing rain right now, heavy rain. Here's the loop. This is our loop. So you're in the heavy rain part of the storm at this time, but you know, that tail end right there where the updraft is going to be located is going to try to move very close to downtown Stuttgart.
Look at the one near Alzheimer. Yep.
Yeah, that one's a little more prone. Got the little appendage there. So Alzheimer, Wabaseka, watch out for that cell. That one's more concerning than what I'm seeing in Stuttgart. This has a little more blue to it showing up. So Alzheimer, Wabaseka, be prepared to take your tornado precautions in this part of Jefferson County, just in case that continues to show an uptick in rotation, because there's definitely some rotation with that cell. Let's see what's going on. It's there. The cells to the east are definitely trying to rotate, Tom. I mean, there, you can see the blues and reds getting a little close together for a lot of these cells. And this is where the 10% to 15% chance of a tornado being reported 25 miles within a point, this is the area, East Arkansas. So it's no surprise with the dynamics that we're seeing in place. Let me go over to SPC now, because I wanted to see if that continues to show. Yeah, so the significant tornado parameter, it's upticked a little bit right here in Phillips County, but certainly all of East Arkansas is under that significant tornado parameter, which tells us that the atmosphere is favorable to produce tornadoes if cells can really reach their maximum potential. And the National Weather Service, they're ready to pull the trigger on a tornado warning for Stuttgart if another scan shows that the rotation is tightening up.
There's three of them there. And one south is one north of Drew County as well. So yeah, you got three potential. I think the one near Alzheimer is a little more impressive than that one over near Stuttgart. Maybe is that the one they're talking about? Storms near Stuttgart closely, so I guess you're talking about that one there. But I think the one the southwest of Alzheimer's got a little bit more wrapped up.
Yeah, because you think about what we're looking at. We're looking at Little Rock radar. The blue is winds going towards the radar. So this would be more the inflow, and this is showing more, I think, outflow because the winds are going away from radar with this one near Humphrey. So yeah, I would say the one near Alzheimer and head towards Wabaseka is a little more concerning than the one over Humphrey headed towards Stuttgart. Nonetheless, we still have to keep a close eye on both of those. And then the one into northwest Drew County, broad rotation, nothing too crazy. Mm-hmm. Look at different tilts here to see if there's anything up there. And our wonderful rotation pinpoint tool does show a little blue there. And there's the blue for Humphrey, and there's the blue west of Alzheimer. So,
still with several severe warned storms. Thanks for hanging out with us today. THV 11 Plus, the YouTubers have been on with us all afternoon as well, Nathan.
Yeah, we started at 1:30.
Yeah.
We haven't stopped since 1:30.
Well, I have, but you didn't know that. I took a trip up to the men's room. Would you like to do that?
I'm okay.
Take a break? Okay. It's okay. I mean, if you got to, it's natural.
Oh, there we go.
Did it
They
go?
just pulled the trigger.
Yeah, okay. And which one is that?
It is for the one Stuttgart. That was the one Alzheimer.
Okay, we probably need to go on the main channel with this one, guys.
Well, it's commercial now. And the selection show should be done.
It just ended. Okay, so Perry, get ready to go on, please. It is 6:02. Thank you for joining us once again this afternoon. Meteorologist Nathan Scott, myself, Tom Brandon. We need to inform folks over in Jefferson and Arkansas counties about a new tornado warning that has been issued. And we have been keeping close tabs on these cells. They have been tightening up. They broadened out, then tightening up a little bit more. Tornado warning is in effect for Arkansas, Jefferson, Lone Oak, and Prairie County. It's just a little bit of Lone Oak County and just a little bit of Prairie County. Most of this is Jefferson and Arkansas County. And the communities are going to be impacted: Humphrey, Arkansas, also Stuttgart. And these two cells have been showing signs of stronger rotation over the last couple of scans, but at least the last half hour or so, they have really been exhibiting more of a classic supercell type of scenario. Eastern Arkansas, this is where we find the greatest tornado parameter this evening. So it looks as if everything is now shifting into the eastern part of the state. If you live in Jefferson County, if you live in Arkansas County, and you can quite clearly see there's two main areas of concern. So it's a double shot tornado warning. This first one here is near Wabaseka, near Altimer, Arkansas. It's tracking to the northeast, and there's the shear marker that is just to the northeast of Humphrey. This is going to be close to the Stuttgart area. So we've got two tornado warning areas that we're keeping a close eye on this afternoon. Make sure you have your folks ready to go, get into your safe place. If you live in and around Altimer, the storm's pretty much over the top of you as we speak. And just give you the Highway 79 and Highway 88. Highway 63 near Altimer, that's where we're finding the greatest rotation. Now, just to the northeast of Humphrey, near Goldman, Arkansas, Highway 63, where the blues and the reds come together there, that's where we're seeing the tightest rotation, possible tornado. That is going to track over Stuttgart here in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Nathan will put a storm track on it, and we'll cover all the locations. All of you are going to be next as well. You can see the polygon box pretty much right over the top of all of them. Tornado warning till 6:45. Arkansas, Jefferson, Lone Oak, and Prairie counties. Things are beginning now to shift in southeast and eastern Arkansas, where we have the greatest parameter, or the most, I should say, where things are pretty much the best for tornado development. Their storm track, number one, again, Goldman, Arkansas, 613, Stuttgart, 621, Holdridge, Arkansas, 629, Ullum, 636. And then we get beyond, and we like to be able to forecast down the road: Rowe, Arkansas, Clarendon, and Pine City. The next polygon, this is the one where the cell may be right over the top of Altimer. Altimer currently 607, it's right on top of you. Wabaseka 615, Humphrey 629. So cell 1 will move through Stuttgart, cell 2 will come on the backside of it around 649. So this is an area that is really under the gun right now, with the potential for tornadoes, with two supercells that are following in the same path. And these cells have been developing. We have more cells to the south we're keeping an eye on, but southeast Arkansas right now, you need to get in your safe place if you live in these communities and ride it out over the next 30 to 45 minutes. It's going to be 6:45. It's 6:06 right now. Storms are racing to the east-northeast, anywhere from 45 to 55 miles per hour. Nathan, this is another severe thunderstorm warning, but we're also keeping an eye on this one.
Yeah, that one has also a tornado possible tag along with it, Tom. So folks in Drew County, Deshay County need to be on lookout for that. Cell continues to intensify. And this is primarily now an East Arkansas and Southeast Arkansas situation for the next couple hours. If you are Little Rock to the west, you're done with a threat of severe weather. Conway's done with a threat of severe weather, and also Arkadelphia. So I-30 west, we're done. It's now focused on to East Arkansas, of where these storms are starting to spin up, have more rotation, and most likely will have a better opportunity of producing a tornado. This is still a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning for Jefferson County into Arkansas County, including the city of Stuttgart. But there's two different cells here. There's one here, and then there's one here. And how these interact will determine on if this will strengthen, maintain its strength, or produce a tornado. So that's why we do have the tornado warning in effect. Folks in Stuttgart, please take your tornado precautions, because this is a rapidly changing situation where, yeah, nothing might be happening right now on the ground, but that could change within a few seconds, because these storms are by themselves. There's a supercell type situation, and then you have the actual line of storms. Hopefully, this can race and catch up with these cells and then undercut the warm air, and then you're done with the threat of tornadoes in this part of the state if that line continues to catch up with these cells. But that's not the case right now, and that is the only tornado warning we have. But now we're seeing more severe thunderstorm warnings going to affect Tom. We've got one now south of Pine Bluff that also has a tornado possible tag along with it.
Yeah, so what we're seeing with these cells developing south and east of Little Rock, they're putting more of the classic supercell look with the appendage, with the hook, and that's what these two cells that are under warnings are currently. And the one with the tornado possible tag from Pine Bluff, DeWitt would be on the outskirts of it. They're elongated, they're stretched out a bit, but they are exhibiting signs of having some rotation. And then the cell down that's close to Monticello that's also prompting the tornado, not tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, but any time they could get the tornado warnings on them. There's your line catching up with them. Hopefully they'll be absorbed. Cells are racing to the northeast at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. Again, if you're watching us in this part of the state, we've been watching this for you all afternoon. We've been keeping a close eye on them. And there's cell 1 and cell 2 right here. Hopefully you've got your safe place ready to go Sunday afternoon here, 6:10 in the afternoon and evening. Probably just got dinner on the table. Go ahead and leave it alone and find your safe place just to be safe. Potential for developing tornado, radar indicated tornado within that area. 2 cells that are under tornado warnings, and you can still see we've got a map that's lit up with severe thunderstorm warnings, with our main concern being some very strong wind gusts. We've had power outages this afternoon. We've seen some trees over power lines. We've seen some other damage from the strong wind gusts. If there's any good news with this, I would say anywhere west of I-30 and also to the west of 57, take away, you've still got a little bit there toward Jackson County. You're in the clear. But our main concentration now, southeast Arkansas, with the cell that's moving through Stuttgart here and also another cell that is moving away from Altimer. That's where you're finding a double shot, a double tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning. Jefferson County, riding along Highway 530 or 65, you see that little area, that little appendage, and there's even another one to the south of that. So southeast Arkansas, eastern Arkansas, the best parameter for the rest of the afternoon and this evening. Nathan?
Let's go over to Storm Track 11 now, because this is looking at the velocity, high resolution, really picks out the colors much better than what we're seeing on Max. And what we're looking at is this area right here, just to the south of Stuttgart. It does not look that impressive to me compared to what it did look like just a couple scans ago. Like, that's what I'm more concerned of. You're seeing the outflow colors, red going away from the radar, which is in North Little Rock, and the blues going towards the radar. That is where the rotation would be located. Humphrey. And then over the past few scans, you see how this has evolved with that rotation. It's there, and now it's not as strong.
Apparently they have reported tornado on the ground south of Stuttgart.
They do, okay.
That's from Weather Service Slack, so that's where it would be right there.
Yeah, so if something's there, it's going to be right over Stuttgart. I'm looking at the rotation. It's there, but it wasn't as strong as what it once was. And we don't know how, where that report came in. Was it just 5 minutes ago or not when we were getting those tighter couplets scanned? Let's take a look at CC to see if there's anything showing with the lowering of the CC. Not seeing anything crazy with that.
You got a lot of farmland out there, so hopefully it's just what farmers are growing.
Well, and you get a great view. I mean, you can see the whole horizon when you're out in that part of the state.
That was reported here at 6:10 this afternoon. All right, this looks like a rope tornado there. But the Weather Service says they have not seen any debris or flashes, but they're watching. Highway 165 and Lennox Road is what the Arkansas County EM is reporting.
All right, we go back to Max 1. We can zoom in and see if we can pick up that road.
Yeah, 165 at Lennox. There's 165. There's East Lennox. You can pop me back up, Perry. There we go. 165, and here's East Lenox Road. So I guess they're saying that if there's a tornado, it's right in this general area just south of Stuttgart.
And we'll take a look at the winds in this. Yeah, that's where the rotation would be.
Yeah.
So very close to the Walmart, because this is the Walmart location where you see the W of Stuttgart.
Thing is, they have not updated the warning to confirmed. So, although we're getting these reports from storm trackers, storm chasers, and ham radio operators, we haven't gone into the tornado confirm mode. I don't believe, have we, Nathan? I don't think it's not yet, unless that's it.
No,
Doesn't
I haven't
have the
seen
coloring.
anything.
Yeah. So around 165, that's the area of concern number one, and then you've got the other area that's south of Humphrey. So that's why we have the two tornado warnings: Arkansas, Jefferson, Lonoke, and Prairie counties. A severe thunderstorm warning now coming down for Monroe, Prairie, White, and Woodruff counties. That's north of this area. We'll get to that here in just a few minutes. But anywhere in eastern Arkansas has the greatest chance of severe weather this afternoon, enhanced risk of severe weather. We noticed that the tornado risk had backed up toward the Little Rock area, encompassing about the eastern half of the state. And this is what we're seeing. Okay.
And it was that one area of rotation and then the other area of rotation behind it, Tom, and that's still...
It looks a little more impressive.
Looks like it's approaching Humphrey once again. Would be that area that we're watching. So let me point out these areas that we're watching. It's going to be this area and also this area moving through Stuttgart at this time.
And it may have just been a brief touchdown. We haven't heard yet, but they did indicate that there was a tornado reported there. Severe thunderstorm warning for Woodruff, Prairie, Lonoke, and White will expire at 6:15. So here in about 5 seconds or so, Lonoke, Monroe, Prairie, White, and Woodruff counties will be expired. And there they go. But they got bigger problems in this area. They have a tornado warning. And you can clearly see the area that Nathan was talking about, where we have those couplets coming together near Humphrey and Stuttgart, Arkansas. If you live in Arkansas County, you live in Stuttgart, near Stuttgart, hopefully you're in your safe place, but looking down the road and beyond, this is going to get awfully close to Ullum, Arkansas. Clarendon, you're going to be in the path, possibly extending this polygon into Monroe County here in the next few. But we are tracking severe weather this afternoon, and from what I have seen on the board, the National Weather Service and some of the storm chasers are indicating there has been a touchdown in Stuttgart, in the Stuttgart area.
And they're saying, seems like the southern cell may have gusted out into the funnel, so they may cancel the warning.
Okay. That's certainly some good news. Dropping.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, that's good. All right. Okay. Whew, that's some good news. Okay. But we still have these cells, just real quick before we send you back to programming, the cells that we have to the south in Jefferson County, Arkansas County, and also Lincoln County, Drew, and Deshay have tornado signatures on them. Severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. So we'll keep a close eye on those, and if those storms do uptick once again, then we'll break back in. Anything else, Nathan, before we head back?
No, I think that's it. I mean, we just have to watch out for the next couple hours, but everything moves out of the entire state of Arkansas most likely by 7:30 and no later than 8 o'clock.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll take you now back to, I believe it's 60 Minutes tonight. So we'll see you here, but stay with us on THV 11+. Think we're back on THV 11 Plus. Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon, thank you for hanging out with us. The tornado warnings that were issued for Arkansas County and Jefferson County have been expired. Those cells have weakened somewhat, but we still have other cells to keep an eye on. Let's give you a little radar tour of what's happening around the state. First of all, we're in the clear, Little Rock west, from Little Rock down to Texarkana and west. The storm threat has come to an end. 57 from Little Rock through, let's say, Cabot up to northeast Arkansas. They might still have a little on this side of it, but things are certainly improving. But we still have scattered, strong to severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes and also some very large hail. It looks like the strongest storms are now occurring in Washita County, down around Union County, Calhoun County. These storms are intensifying in northern Drew and southern Lincoln and Dea counties, moving to the east. And the cells that were to the south of those tornado warned storms, Jefferson County, also fairly strong to severe. Now the severe weather timeline. Here's the timeline of the all clear, and I'm going to let Nathan walk you through that. Go ahead, Nathan.
Like what we've been saying, this is a short-lived event, but it certainly packs a punch. And now the severe weather threat continues to march its way into East Arkansas. So along I-30 through Little Rock and pretty much to the west, we are done with the threat of severe weather.
I'll be right back.
Yes, it's going to be windy. Yes, there's still going to be some wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour. That could still bring down some tree branches, tree limbs. And the big story is going to be the cold air now pouring its way on the backside of the system. Temperatures will continue to tumble down from the 70s eventually into the 40s. We've already seen 40s and 30s start to show up into northwest Arkansas. But here is where you can say you're done with the threat of severe weather. From Batesville, Searcy, Little Rock Metro, Malvern, Benton, Bryant, Sheridan, Arkadelphia, Prescott, Hope, Texarkana, and over to the west. It's really going to be locations now that are in southeast Arkansas and east Arkansas for the next 1 to 2 hours. These cells continue to develop. The good news is we're not seeing too many cells all by themselves. We're seeing more numerous cells, and with that is a good sign because they will be competing for the same type of juice that's available in the atmosphere. But these two cells, the one into southeast Jefferson County, about to move into Arkansas County, headed towards DeWitt. You want to watch them closely because they are showing supercell characteristics with the little appendage. This one has a lot more lightning. So if this were to go tornado warned, it would be headed for that part of Arkansas County. The other cell into Lincoln County and Drew County, just stop this here, also a lot of lightning. And if this were to go tornado warned, it'd be headed towards Dea County. And then we have severe thunderstorm warning still into Washita County, just to the east of Camden. Lots of lightning with that. Heavy rain, damaging wind threat, 50, 60 mile per hour winds, maybe higher gusts in some pockets. This is headed towards Hampton, Banks, and Warren. Once that line moves through, you're done with the threat of severe weather. So we still have about 1 to 2 hours that we're contending with the potential of severe weather through southeast Arkansas and east Arkansas. And actually, Little Rock Airport, we had a wind gust of 58 miles per hour. That just came down from the National Weather Service. So that technically is a severe thunderstorm warning criteria. 58 miles per hour or greater is when they pulled the trigger and issue a severe thunderstorm warning. But there's a line. So it's quiet. Independence County, White County, you're done with threat of severe weather. We have a tornado warning in effect for Clay and Greene counties in northeast Arkansas. And it looks like pretty strong winds happening into that part of the state as well, including Jonesboro. But this will be over in the next hour, and then that area will also clear out. So now is just the time. You just got to stay put in this part of Arkansas, ride out these storms. I wouldn't go out and drive around until this line clears through. And of course, it's impacting Interstate 40 right through the area of Duval's Bluff and headed towards Brinkley, pretty much over the White River. So that area is certainly seeing some ugly weather in that direction. But look how fast it clears out. I mean, it's done. Lono County, for the most part, Pulaski County, we're in the clear. Now let's talk about the temperatures real quick, because I want to show you the temperatures and how things have changed so drastically across the region. We'll take a look at the regional temperatures here. And we'll continue to watch radar very closely, of course. But I just got to show you these temperatures. So it's 36 in Branson right now, 30 in Kansas City, 79 in Shreveport, 97 in San Antonio, 32 in parts of Kansas. Your lows tonight, this is unbelievable. Since we warmed up about 71, 72 degrees, we're going to see the numbers drop down into the 20s and 30s. This is your forecast Monday morning. You'll be looking for the winter coats. 22 in Harrison, 18 in Fayetteville, 30 in Hot Springs, 32 here in the metro, 29 in Searcy. And your highs tomorrow pretty much staying into the 40s. But I want to show you the wind chill forecast. Just give me a second to find this in the graphic, because that also is impressive when it comes to what we're expecting with this blast of chilly air for this time of year. So this is the wind chill forecast of what you really want to address for Monday morning. It's going to take some time to update, I think, for the most part. So this is saying, give it a second because it might not be exact. I think the wind chills are lower than this. Teens in Fayetteville, Harrison, feeling like 16, feeling like 22 at Mountain Home. And then Tuesday morning, it's going to be in the 20s, the wind chills in the 20s. So I'm a little surprised it's saying 30s. I think that's a little too warm. But you get the idea. It's going to be cold. It's going to be a shock to the system type situation as the cold air continues to spill its way in from the northwest. All right, let's go back over to radar now. And let's go over to Storm Track 11, actually, Perry. Let's take a look at that, seeing if we're seeing any more rotation. This is the velocity mode. We're looking at the winds within the storms. And we had that one cell near Stuttgart. We'll rewind this here of when they were concerned and when they had that little reported tornado, probably right there. Probably once it moved close to Humphrey, because that was certainly an uptick with that area. Once it moved over Humphrey and just to the south of Stuttgart, and then we just lost that rotation. As for the other cells, we've got broad rotation here. Not much at all, but certainly something to just watch for over Moscow. And that's been moving towards Biomeda, Gillette, and Tishner. And then we also have this cell. That looks a little more impressive now. Northeast of Monticello. That one's showing more rotation.
Still has the tornado tag on it too. So
let's go back and see if that has, yeah, that's come up a little bit. So Selma, Reed, Rower, be on your guard that this may go tornado warned if this continues to show rotation. That's going to be for northeast Drew County and then getting into Deshay County. So that's probably the most concerning cell I'm seeing right now in Teachfield 11 viewing area, Tom.
And I have those cells on Max 2 just to kind of give you an idea of what they look like with the warning boxes. And if we want to take that, Perry, we can. And here's what it looks like. Southeastern quadrant of the state. This is where the action is. Here's that cell. Let me take a step back. Oh, you can pop me in. There you go. Here's the cell Nathan was referring to north of Monticello, northeast of Monticello. This would be tracking to the northeast. It will split Dumas and McGee if it continues its current track. Another cell here that if you were to extend it a little farther to the east would impact Arkansas County, central Arkansas County, DeWitt. This stuff has kind of come together in one conglomerate. This is where the line is located, so the line is caught up with those individual cells here in central and east central Arkansas. We still have some activity popping up, but that's non-severe. I was looking at the temperatures, Nathan. 57 Little Rock. It was in the 30s in northwest Arkansas and Fayetteville. So it's sharply colder behind that front. You'll know when it moves through your area. And down in South Arkansas, now a lot of these locations are just on the edge of our THV11 viewing area, but we'll give it to you. It looks like that cell's almost out of Ouachita County. So Camden should be lifted here soon, as well as Nevada County, Columbia County, and then we'll begin to focus on Bradley, Calhoun, and eventually Ashley, Chico, and Drew counties. These cells have been moving very quickly to the east-northeast at between 45 and 55 miles per hour, but that's where your line is. And pardon me, got to put the glasses on. My goodness, I've never known for eyesight to just go downhill so quick. And these are reading glasses. There you go. Moving over toward McCrory down to Brinkley, Clarendon, Arkansas. We had a person on the YouTube page this afternoon asking about Clarendon. Well, it's pretty much right on top of Clarendon right now. There's McCrory to Brinkley, Desark. It's finished with you. This is the line. The line is just about ready to push out of our main viewing area. This area is Memphis, so you'll be seeing the folks from Memphis cover the storms as they move into Forest City, Wynn, and Marianna. But we still have a little ways to go here. THV 11 viewing area, Clarendon, Stuttgart, getting some strong thunderstorms and some wind. Jefferson County, Pine Bluff, there's still a severe thunderstorm warning. In far southeast Jefferson County, that cell is going to move into Arkansas County and a little bit more on the western flank. That's just a few showers. Most of it has come to an end in central Arkansas. Certainly some good news from the standpoint of severe weather. It is 6:29, and forecast models were projecting this would more than likely hang with us until 7:30, at the latest 8 o'clock. And that's what else is happening up in the northeastern. And I see numerous tornado warnings up there, Nathan. What's going on in northeast Arkansas? Even a county with blue. Maybe it's Is the blue outline to have anything to do with a tornado warned storm, or is it
so it's just one right now, just the east of Jonesboro, but those other severe thunderstorm warnings are tornado possible or considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the winds.
Okay. Did that just go tornado warned? No, it's still okay. Never mind. Eyes are playing tricks on me now, folks.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's and I'll tell you, and I'll be honest with you, I'll be transparent. I mean, you get away from doing this, a few months, you have to work back up.
Oh yeah.
In some regards, I mean, you have to work back up to it. We've had a couple of 3 minor episodes, but nothing like this today. This is probably the most active one that we've seen so far. These are your warning boxes: tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning, and down in northern parts of Drew County, Deshay County, also Calhoun and in Bradley County, severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like those boxes have been lifted there. I have to ask a question of you. Do you not need a break? Did you not take a break?
I'm good.
What do you?
I know, my wife is like, how do you go on a long road trip for like 5 hours?
Wait till you turn 50 plus.
You always say that.
Wait till you get above the age of 50.
What are you trying to do to me?
Because I used to be that person where I'm good. We can go 8 hours without pulling off to the side of the road or anything like that. But no, I mean, after the age of 50, things change.
Okay, Tornado Watch has been updated.
Oh, great news.
So
let's see it. Who's been dropped?
No surprise, pretty much the counties and the areas that we figured. So you can go to the watch box in the palette. I can pull it up for you 1 second here.
Oh, well, I can. Yeah, well, it's no big deal.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's
not there. It hasn't.
That's not the county one.
Okay.
Let's try this one.
We'll see what happens.
Because I had the winds pulled up. So those are your max gusts. Look at 75-mile-per-hour winds in Jonesboro.
Wow, that's a big wind.
So they just had that tornado warning. Wonder if it was the actual straight line winds or maybe something rolled through there at the airport.
So we have an update, but it just isn't showing up.
Yeah, so I'll just say Clark County, Cleburne, Conway, Faulkner, Garland, Hot Spring, Izard, Perry, Pike, Pulaski, Saline, Sharp, Stone, Van Buren counties all lifted from the tornado watch. As what we've been saying, pretty much if you are off to the west of Little Rock, and Little Rock included, you're done with the threat of severe weather. But those are your maximum wind gusts that have been observed today. Almost 60 miles per hour in Little Rock, 75-mile-per-hour winds in Jonesboro. So I would say, Tom, looking at the Storm Prediction Center, they had this area highlighted. 45% chance that there was going to be a storm that produces winds of 70, 75 miles per hour. It verified. So I think the Storm Prediction Center highlighted the right area because it was a low risk in West Arkansas. We were watching those cells initiate over West Arkansas, intensify as they made their way into Central Arkansas, and now they have gone more tornado warned, especially into looks like large parts of southeast Missouri and into northeast Arkansas. That's the corridor of where these storms are really starting to rotate,
starting to take
in that
off.
part of the country. Yeah.
What's interesting, okay, so I'm looking at, hey, Perry, do me a favor. Pull up Max 3, because what's interesting is I'm seeing the adjustment of the tornado watch, Nathan, on this radar, but not on ours. So we'll have to figure that out here. And, well, you know what? That's not going to work because it's going to go through its looping. Never mind. Come back to Nathan and I.
No, you can see. Just give it 1 second.
Give it a second. Okay, we'll go back.
It's like 10 seconds.
Okay, go back. Go back then. Well, let's go back to their radar. Okay, we'll leave it here. So that's good news. Most of it's cleared out. There are the warnings in northeast Arkansas. This is Live Radar 24/7, and you have access to it if you have THV 11 Plus. You can check in anytime, day or night. Whether we're tracking severe weather or not, you will be able to find your location and you will be able to see what's happening outside. And we've got some great music with it as well. In just a moment, we'll go back to the big statewide map and you'll see who's under the watches and who's not.
So I think those are just the warnings.
Yeah, those are the warnings. But I did see the map that it did have the tornado watch. Unless my eyes are playing tricks on me, and who knows? They might be. They do that occasionally. It happens. And Nathan built this. He went and spent a little time and did it region by region so that everybody would have a fair shot.
They're watching rotation with that storm in Arkansas County, saying it's broad right now, but they're keeping a close eye on it, by the way.
Okay. And I see the one you're talking about. Okay. All right. Is that it? We're going to go back to statewide? No, we got another place to go. Okay, that's fine. But there you can also get an idea who's under the warnings in southeast Arkansas this evening. It's moving fast.
Yeah, it'll pan to the southwest and then it will pan out for the rest of the state. It's like 9 sections.
Because to me, there's no way that western Arkansas is still under a tornado watch. Surely they've adjusted. Yeah. All right, so there's that. And we'll get a couple. Oh, look at, you mentioned the snow in northwest Arkansas. There you go.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so we have carved out about the northwestern half of the state, including Pulaski County.
I mean, even southwest Arkansas should be carved out too, but they're probably too busy with storms to the east of Shreveport.
Okay. Well, we can go back to a live radar if we need to and take a closer look at that cell in Arkansas County that is of concern.
Yep, so let me switch over here to radar. And
take your pick.
I mean, they're all trying to spin.
Is that one near Elmira?
I'm going to go over to
Storm
Track 11. Let's go over Storm Track 11, Perry, please. We'll take a look at that.
Because there's a couple of 3 different areas.
Yeah, well, it's the same area. I was thinking of Drew County, but then the one into Arkansas County. Must be this area.
Yeah, that's one that was south and west. Elmira had 2 last year.
Yep.
They don't want another one.
Let me take a look at that. I mean, it doesn't have an appendage like the other ones do, but nonetheless, that's still showing a little rotation right there. So we'll just have to see
And one
how it happens.
Southeast of DeWitt tightened up a little. Not as impressive, but that's the scorecard, folks. It's all in Southeast Arkansas now. There's Selma. Excuse me.
Now you're getting
Fountain Hill.
way high. You're 10,000 feet once you get into Ashley County and Chico County area. And this is the loop, our loop. This, you see this cell over here, Dallas County, just kind of interesting. It split off, and then it went on its own, and then just died out.
Just died. Well, that's what you get for going on your own. Probably ran into the front.
Yeah, it got undercut.
Yeah. So how many tornado warnings have we had today? 2. We had the Faulkner County. Then we had this one. I mean, 2's plenty.
Well, we had the one in Southwest Arkansas.
That's right. That's right. We're looking at Storm Track 11. There's a little bit of activity trying to develop behind that front, but it's non-severe. Yeah, that stuff.
But it's almost out of here. Just another hour and a half or so, because it's almost out of the THV 11 viewing area. It's done in Jackson, done in Lawrence County, done in White County. Mm-hmm. And they are going to put tornado warning for that one in Selma into Drew County, this one.
Okay.
That's going to go over Reed and very close to McGee.
Deshay, Drew, and Lincoln.
Yep, there it is.
Okay. All right, here we go, Mr. Perry. Yes, sir. Tornado warning. Okay, thank you.
I think we have a... We don't.
Evening once again, 6:40. Tom Brandon with Nathan Scott. Another tornado warning to pass along for our neighbors in southeast Arkansas. This is for Drew, Deshay counties, and there was one more than Lincoln County. Drew, Deshay, and Lincoln County for this severe thunderstorm that has or could possibly produce a tornado. We mentioned before we signed off the last time southeast Arkansas would have the greatest impacts going through. So here we go. Here's the storm that is capable of producing a tornado. It's just to the west of Tiller, Arkansas, riding along the interstate, riding along the highway there. You got Winchester, there's Yukon, Omega, and just to the east, you're getting over into Kelso, Arkansas, Rower, Arkansas. This cell could produce a tornado at any time. You can see the hook echo there. So Drew, Deshay, Lincoln County now under tornado warning until 7:15. The cell's moving to the east, northeast very rapidly, anywhere between 45 and 55 miles per hour. Drew County, Deshay, and Lincoln County, and you can see quite a signature here. The couplet here near Tiller, Arkansas. So they placed it. They saw that it was getting stronger near Selma, Arkansas. So this is our area of concern. Not a confirmation. Radar indicated tornado warning. Let's put a track on it. This is going to take you almost into Mississippi here in the next 45 minutes or so with that cell moving to the east-northeast. And here are the locations: Tiller, MacArthur, Rower in southeast Arkansas. So you've got these areas here. Riding along Highway 165, this is one of those popular areas that folks travel when they're heading down to Louisiana. Here's McGee for reference. So just west of Tiller, if you're joining us on THV 11 plus, THV 11, take your precautions currently. Make sure you've got your safe place ready to go. Get in it, because we could be looking at a tornado. And
Just that time, so.
okay, you did? Okay. And so, yeah, Tiller, MacArthur, Roar, there are the times. Here, 6:44, 6:52, and 6:57. You talking about my mic or his mic? Okay, that's fine. We will get back with Nathan here in just a moment. We've been streaming all afternoon on THV 11 Plus, and we've had an active day. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings and several tornado warnings this afternoon. We just want to make sure you know what's going on so that you can get your family safe. This is in southeast Arkansas with that tornado warning for Drew County until 7:15. It includes DeShay and Lincoln counties as well. In just a moment, we'll get you back out to a broader vantage point and show you what's going on. This is our velocity or our wind mode, and it does point out quite clearly where you've got the potential for rotation. There you go. Looking at our reflectivity mode here, we'll take you a little broader perspective to give you an idea of what's around you. Here's Dumas, Arkansas. There is Lincoln County. Here is DeShay County, and here's McGee. For those of you wanting to know, okay, where is this going to impact us? Where does it affect us? Again, it's at southeast Arkansas quadrant where Drew, Lincoln, and DeShay counties come together. And there are other cells with tornado tags on them to our north that have been born, that have dropped off, and we've got the frontal boundary and the line that is helping to push this along. Give it another 45 minutes to an hour, and we should be finished with it here in Arkansas. The severe weather threat has ended. To the west, Little Rock, Hot Springs, Arkadelphia, and westward, our severe weather threat has ended. But Nathan, we still have a little corner of Arkansas to be concerned with these storms this afternoon.
Tom, let's go over to Storm Track 11 now. We'll look at our rotation pinpoint tool, which is known as NROT, but this really highlights where the rotation is located within that storm cell, and it matches up with what velocity was saying, what the winds were saying. So, Reed, you are under the direct path of this rotating storm that may produce a tornado at any moment. You see, this is a lot of farmland here. Tiller, Reed, been down there several times coming from Jackson. But that is where the rotation is happening. That's where the wall cloud would be located within this. It's trying to be a hook echo. There's definitely quite a bit of updraft energy going into the storm. To the north, this is where your rain's going to be. This is where your hail could be located. Winchester, Rower, and also towards Kelso. When we take a look at the winds, and there's the rotation right over Reed, matching up with the NROT tool. So the highest chance of a tornado happening would be in that location over the communities of Tiller and Reed at this time. Please make sure you are in your safe place right now for those communities, and then this is going to continue to make its way off to the east. So Rower, you're going to be very close to where this rotation will be moving over this part of DeShay County, and then it moves into Mississippi County. Let's see if I can check out some other data here. This is known as the spectrum width. This basically shows where the winds are going in different directions according to the radar, and where you see this yellow and red show up, that tells you, yeah, there's more chaotic flow to the winds where it's going in different directions right over that same rotation area of Reed and Tiller. But this is Doppler radar indicated. We're not seeing anything that's showing that this is producing a tornado at this time. This is the CC. And again, it's a lot of noise here. I'm not seeing anything that's really showing up too much, but we'll continue to watch it very closely. And it's about to move out of Drew County into DeShay County. So Selma, you're pretty much in the clear. That rotation is just to the east of you now, but it's right along the border of DeShay County and Drew County that this cell could produce a tornado at any moment. And the rest of the area from Stuttgart, just to the east of Pine Bluff, Star City, still have that threat of severe weather. Everybody to the west, though, you're done with the threat of severe weather. That includes Little Rock Metro, along Highway or Interstate 30, and up through Interstate 57. All is said and done. It's going to be areas now towards Memphis that will continue to see increase in shower and thunderstorm activity, but also the potential of severe weather. Tom?
Yeah, this was the part of Arkansas, the eastern and northeastern part of the state that had the greatest tornado potential today. Those discrete cells, those individual cells developing, and we have seen a few of them develop this afternoon or this evening. It's now 6:47. I guess we're technically in this evening, but that is one of those cells. There have been others, and this broken line that is the leading edge of the front also kind of broken apart a bit. Having to keep an eye on a few more of these. I was looking at the one back up towards Star City that also is beginning to grow that hook echo type signature. But this one down in southeast Arkansas, here's McGee once again. There's Dumas, 165. We travel this way when we go to the beach. You know, we're going down into Louisiana. So that's a very familiar area for folks. Tiller, the center of circulation is moving right over the top of you here on 165, traveling to the northeast. And we're also looking at a pretty good shot of some large hail. It would indicate some quarter to ping pong ball sized hail near Tiller. So maybe we have a pretty good updraft, at least a strong enough updraft for some big hail there, as well as potential for a tornado. Hopefully, if we do have one, it's brief. There's a lot of farmland, a lot of smaller communities out here, but they need to be warned just as much as some of the larger communities. So there you go. And it looks as if the center of that circulation or the potential is now near Reed, if not right over the top of Reed. There's Tiller, there's Reed. Here's some of the roadways. MacArthur Road, for those of you familiar with that, here's MacArthur Road intersecting with 165. You've got Young Lane, County Road number 8. And some other roadways that could be in the Waldrop Lane, I believe. County Road 520. So you're getting a little deeper here into Dea County as the storm lifts to the east northeast at about 45 to 50. And again, we look at the colors, the velocity colors indicating the blues and the reds when they come together. This is the strongest area of rotation that could be producing a tornado. Just north of McGee, south of Dumas. If it continues to the northeast, may impact Rosedale. And here's Mississippi on the other side over here. Again, this is a tornado warned storm till 7:15. It's 6:49. And let's take a look at a few of the other spots, Nathan, because southeast Arkansas does have most, if not all of it now. There's the cell that I just mentioned that's prompted a severe thunderstorm warning near Star City. Here's one near DeWitt in Arkansas County. They've been very active here in Arkansas County this afternoon. And I cannot tell if this is a tornado warned box for Phillips County.
It's not.
It's not. Okay, no. Good. Or maybe it's severe thunderstorm with a tornado.
Yeah, if
possible.
If the entire box is shaded in red, it's tornado warning.
Yeah, the yellows were interfering, so I couldn't quite tell that. And then you've got the end of it here, moving through Hampton, marching to the east. This is where we find the frontal boundary and the line, so it's going to help really to initiate storms out front. We got another supercell developing there, northern Ashley County, southern Drew County, and this is going to move into and through northern parts of Chico County before all of it's said and done. Most of this action that we're looking at here will be out of our viewing area over in Memphis within the next 15 to 20 minutes, and hopefully this cell will skedaddle along and get out of here and get over into Mississippi. But Drew, Dea, and Lincoln counties with that tornado warning. Nathan?
Just a whole bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings lined up, pretty much encompassing most of East Arkansas now, Tom. So all the way from Northeast Arkansas, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, although there's a tornado warning for just to the north of Blytheville. But right along the Mississippi River, all these are severe thunderstorm warnings extending through Wynne, Forest City, Marianna, and they'll be moving into West Tennessee momentarily. Helena, West Helena. We just have this one tornado warning here in southeast Arkansas. Now it's just about to move out of Tiller and Reed communities just to the east, but still have to watch out for any of these cells that try to start to rotate. So the danger is not over unless you are past this line. So if you are at Camden, you're done with the threat of severe weather. Fordyce done. Hampton pretty much almost done. Into Cleveland County, you're done. Pine Bluff, you're done. But Lincoln County, Arkansas County, Drew, Dea, Ashley, Chico, and Phillips counties still on your guard. Stay weather aware. Certainly heed these warnings as they are continuing to be issued across this part of the region for the next hour or so. And then everything will start to move into Mississippi. We can go back over to Storm Track 11 because now we have a new update on what it is seeing when it comes to the rotation, and you see it's primarily now just to the east of Tiller and Reed. Does not look significant. We're not seeing greens. We're not seeing bright blues. So this is good news. As long as we don't see those bright blues show up in an uptick in rotation, the confidence of this trying to produce a tornado is pretty stable at this time. Nonetheless, Drew County, you're under that tornado warning. Go ahead and still take those tornado precautions because things can change very quickly. Other areas not seeing too much in the form of rotation with these severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll go over to the velocity. That's something a little bit of a concern near Biomeda. So if that continues to start to see more rotation, then probably another tornado warning will be coming out for Arkansas County, and that will be very close to DeWitt. And then it'll start to move into Phillips County. So we have to watch out for that area near Biomeda, Tom, I would say.
Okay.
And then the rest of the area, that's all Memphis TV market. But Arkansas County, Lincoln County, Deshay County, Drew County, and down to the south, still watching out for these cells as they race their way off to the east-northeast, still showing some rotation and still had that potential of going with the tornado warning until probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock, it looks like, Tom.
And it looks as if the cell is now out of Drew County and it's entirely in the southern part of Deshay County. So they're probably going to drop Drew here anytime. I think it's just right over central Deshay County now. And it won't be long before it is crossing the Mississippi River. There it is right there. And of course, we've got more hot spots here with the severe thunderstorm warnings. You're watching THV 11. THV 11 Plus, you can access through the app on your phone if you want more live severe weather information. As soon as this tornado warning is allowed to expire, Nathan and I will head back over to THV 11 Plus, where we have been all afternoon, alerting folks of the severe weather that we've had around the state. And there it is, MacArthur, Roar, there's Kelso, Deuce, Arkansas. And that warning still in effect. So it's still in effect for Drew and Lincoln, but it is now entirely in Deshay County. So Deshay County, we continue with this tornado warning. There's Drew County, and Lincoln County was up here. So waiting to see if the National Weather Service will keep this going until it hits the Mississippi River and Mississippi, or if they will expire it here. It is now 6:54, and this is in effect till 7:15 this evening. This is a great look at live winds, the velocity mode. We look for those couplets, winds blowing toward and away from radar, and this is where you find the strongest rotation along Highway 1 between MacArthur and Roar, Arkansas. There's one in Highway 4. If those highways sound familiar to you, then you are in the crosshairs of where we're finding the strongest rotation within this severe cell, or tornado warn cell. And there's the hail. That could have some hail with it. It would be up in that ping pong ball category right there, with anywhere from quarter to nickel or dime sized surrounding it. It's a big thunderstorm. Again, southeast and east Arkansas had the best parameter this afternoon to produce big thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes as well as large hail. And I'm just looking at Storm Track 11. Yeah, lots of counties here in eastern and southeastern Arkansas with those warnings. And there's a well-defined hook here, Nathan. And again, that's where we were finding that rotation. It's not far. This is where you find Mississippi. So as soon as this storm crosses the river, we're back off of THV 11, but we'll be on THV 11 Plus to kind of ride this out. Most of the activity to our north has now left our viewing area, Memphis viewing area. We still have a few thunderstorms we're keeping an eye on, and then we will call it a night. Nathan can go back to normal. Coming up at 7:30 tonight on THV 11 Plus, they're going to review the selection show today. I wanted to pass that on a little bit of a plug for our sports guys. But we continue right now with a tornado warning for Deshay, Drew, and Lincoln counties, although looks like it's more Deshay, Nathan.
Yeah, it's definitely in Deshay now, and the hail core is about to move over the community of Rower. So you may be seeing golf ball size hail is a possibility as this cell moves right over Highway 1. Rower, Deuce is going to be pretty close to that as well. That purple area, that's what we're looking at when it comes to the potential of hail. As for the potential of a tornado, still in place. When we take a look at the rotation, it's fairly weak. It's nothing that's really screaming out to me, but also we have to think about how high we are into the atmosphere with the radar beam. It's 8,000 feet. So what you see here on radar may not be exactly what's happening closer to the surface, and that's why you don't want to disregard this whatsoever. Go back over to Storm Track 11 now. This hail signature is definitely showing up. Where you see that white pixel, that's some pretty big hail, golf ball size hail, maybe larger than that, headed towards Rower. We'll look at the velocity, we'll look at the winds, and it's still there. So where this rotation is located, if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be just to the south of Rower, it looks like, and then it will continue to march its way towards the Mississippi River. This is the NROT tool, still there, nothing too significant, but it's still showing rotation. The storm is still rotating. Nonetheless, that tornado warning will continue, and it'll probably be extended to Mississippi.
They've extended the warning for Dea County only, and that is until 7:45.
Okay.
I think it's out of here well before that.
Oh yeah.
Unless
yeah,
I read that wrong. Maybe it was 7:50. You know what? Let me look at. I saw it just for a moment, glanced up at it. Let me check it real quick. But we still continue with that tornado warning for Dea County. Yeah, 7:45 tonight. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was right over the top of Rower, where you've been tracking.
So it just matches up with
moving
what
east
we're
at 40.
saying.
You bet.
And also that it's still Doppler radar indicated that we're not seeing anything too concerning when it comes to the rotation picking up. There's a new tornado warning though for Phillips County and Lee County that does include the city of Helena, West Helena, also Marvel, and if you know anybody in that location, we'll just take a look at the rotation with that. That is definitely showing a little more. So Marvel is going to be in the direct path of that rotation of that Doppler radar indicated tornado warning that's come from the Memphis area. So we just have this one tornado warning in effect for Dea County in the THV 11 viewing area, and we're almost done with this severe weather event. It did unfold as expected. We did expect storms to really flare up once they moved into central Arkansas and especially in East Arkansas, and that certainly has been the case. And there you see the cells continue to really pop up over southeast Arkansas, but now we are done with the threat of severe weather from Hampton, Fordyce, Rison, Pine Bluff, Stuttgart, Clarendon, Searcy, Augusta, Newport, and off to the west. So it's just this area, pretty much the counties that border the Mississippi River, and a few counties in southeast Arkansas, Drew County, Lincoln County, and also into Ashley County that still have the threat of severe weather. Also Calhoun County and Union County for the next hour or so, and then things will start to wind down for you folks as well. But this cell still has that tornado warning with it into Dea County. Rotation is still there. Rotation pinpoint tool, nothing's changed. It's still blue. If there is going to be something happening, it's going to be very close to the community of Rower before it moves off to the east and into Mississippi. Tom?
Of which it's getting close. So leave that up right there. This is Storm Track 11 with the rotation mode. Let me take a step back. Oh, there we go, right there. And this is velocity, live winds. It just really shows us where the rotation is located. Nathan was mentioning here over Rower. We're not far. This is Mississippi. The tornado warning is in effect till 7:45. I don't think it's going to last that long, and we may decide to move on. But we do have other places of interest that are getting severe weather at this time. For Dea County, 7:45. You're getting close to the Mississippi River. There is a fairly strong signature that we've got some rotation here. Rower, here's MacArthur. You can see the colors are a little bit different. So let's go back to just plain radar live. Let's go back to Max 2. Perry, I have radar up, and this is what it looks like on our reflectivity mode. And the area that's being highlighted here is the new tornado watch box or warning box till 7:45. Here's Rosedale right up here. This is where we find the area that is rotating. Here's McGee, Arkansas for reference, as well as Dermot, Arkansas. There are some other places though in the state that are receiving severe weather. I'm going to go there real quick here. Give me just a moment. Back over. I just want to broaden it out just a little bit, show you southeast Arkansas. Thanks for hanging with us, THV11, THV11.com. And as soon as the storms move out of our viewing area, they're close to doing that. Phillips County's technically out of our viewing area, although there might be one or two households that watch us up here. But as soon as this cell crosses over the Mississippi, this would be it. What happens here in Bradley County, Union County, in that little strip of Ashley and Chico, although technically not within our THV11 viewing area. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln County that is going to track into Arkansas County. This is butting up against the frontal boundary. The cold front is helping to push things along. It's been an active afternoon, and we still have a little ways to go, but we're getting close to this event coming to an end, and we hope not to interrupt too much more of your programming tonight. The other storms to the north of us tonight are now out of our area and now over into western parts of Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee, Jonesboro, Arkansas. We continue with tornado warnings up there. But the rest of the state is now beginning to clear out. The wind is picking up. We go from severe weather to the wind advisory. And then tomorrow morning, when you wake up, there will be a freeze warning in effect. So when you get a chance tonight, here in the next few minutes, you might want to put something over your tender blooms that have already started to bud out so that they don't get hit by the freeze that we're expecting. Yeah, once again, southeast Arkansas, thank you for hanging out with us. There's the tornado warning that's in effect for Dea County, continues to move to the east, and we'll be out of here, be over the river here in just a few. The warnings that continue for a few more southeast Arkansas counties. There's Arkansas County, also Lincoln County, and might even right along a part of Dea County there. This activity in Bradley County, we're keeping a close eye on. There's a little bit of a line here. This is where we find the frontal boundary pushing through. It's been, once again, a day where we've had several tornado warnings. Everything's kind of verified. Where we began this afternoon, it was about 1 o'clock. We saw the storms begin to pop up and move into northwest Arkansas. They were through central Arkansas about a couple hours ago through 5 o'clock, and they've picked up a little bit of forward momentum, and now they're moving almost completely out of the state. Let's see here. Let me turn lightning off and go into these cells. For those of you that are watching now from Arkansas County, Lincoln County, there's Grady, here's Gillette, Arkansas County. There's that other strong storm, severe thunderstorm warning, and there's another strong to severe thunderstorm just to the north. DeWitt, got to keep an eye on this one right here, and Lee and Phillips County in eastern Arkansas with the tornado warning. Southern parts of Monroe County, there's strong thunderstorm where you are. So we're oh so close to putting an end to this severe weather episode for the day. And you can see the appendage here with this cell right here is the main area of concern. Tornado warning continues till 7:45 tonight, and it will be moving across the Mississippi River here within the next, I think, 15 to 20 minutes or so. But the warning is in effect until 7:45 tonight. You see those big storms down in southeast Arkansas. All right, so while we wait that out, Nathan, what else is new?
I think it's interesting just to show the current temperatures, Tom, because we were 70 degrees just a few hours ago before the front arrived. Now we're 55. 71 though, Monticello. That's why there's still severe weather potential. But look at Fayetteville, 35 degrees right now. And along with that, we've got those winds. So yes, the severe weather threat is over for a large part of the state, but the winds will stay up. They will be howling tonight. Easily 25 to 35 miles per hour, but there's going to be gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. Here are the current observations with the winds. Sustained 15 to 25, but we've had a gust of 33 here at Little Rock. 37 was the gust just the past hour in Russellville. Even 40 showing up in Fayetteville, 36 in Stuttgart. So these winds are going to be blowing things around through the course of the evening, and they're not going to really die down until we get into the late overnight hours. But we're still watching that tornado warning for areas of Dea County. Go over to Storm Track 11 now. We're getting pretty far from the radar. So this is about 8,000, 9,000 feet above the surface. There is still some rotation pretty close to Rower. And then when we look at the NROT tool, rotation, it's very minor. Very minor in this part of Dea County. So that's some good news. But I want to highlight also, we were watching this area that it tried. There was something trying there, but looks like it got undercut by the front. because I think the front's now moving through DeWitt. So if the front wasn't there, I think that cell would have tried to spin up something into Arkansas County. But with the front moving in, that's undercutting the warm and humid air mass, and it's just pretty much just going to gust out now. So I think your tornado threat's really starting to shift its way more into Mississippi, Tom, and get out of Arkansas.
Yeah. The frontal boundaries undercutting a lot of it, which is good news, except we still have that one. It's just taking its sweet little time getting out of here. Max 2, Mr. Perry, Max 2 if you don't mind. And we can take a look at what it looks like. Yeah, still a little signature here, Nathan, with rotation in Dea County. There it is, still 7:45 tonight. That's hopefully the last of our tornado warnings, although a new warning was posted not long ago for Ashley and Chico counties, severe thunderstorm warnings. This is where you find the boundary. This area pushing is the line of storms, or the broken line. That's where we find the front. And there you go. Severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued across the river because of that cell, that tornado warn cell 745. I feel confident we could just end it right there. That is in an area that hopefully, I know there's probably a few people here, but hopefully this cell has settled down somewhat. It is 7:08. We want to take you back to our CBS programming. Nathan and I will still be here. Join us on THV 11 Plus. You can access it through your app. Just click Watch Live and we'll be right here. Let's go back to CBS. Okay. Are we back? Back on THV 11 Plus. And it's after 7 o'clock, 7:08. And although that warning is still in effect for Dea County, Nathan, it's may not be much.
They're saying it's more of a hail threat.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at software on Storm Track 11. This is the probability of severe hail, which when this was formulated, that would be 3/4 inch or greater. But it's saying 100% chance that we have severe hail in place. And then you have a number 2 on Storm Track 11. If we can pull that up, Perry, please. We have hail size that this is trying to detect of 2.5 inch size hail. So this is big hail falling in Dea County, about to move into Bolivar County, Mississippi. And that's why they issued that severe thunderstorm warning. But when it comes to the potential of a tornado, that threat has gone down, it looks like. So Storm Track 11, Perry, if you can. When we look at the maximum estimated hail size, we have, 2.23 inches I'm looking at here. So there's the green triangle showing that this software is detecting it could be producing 2-inch size hail, which is about the size of a hen's egg, so bigger than golf balls, if you just want to put that in perspective. And there's the probability of severe hail, saying it is 100% confident that there's hail happening just on the outskirts of Rower and headed for Beulah over the Mississippi River into Bolivar County, Mississippi. So the tornado threat moving out of Dea County. We look at the rest of the storms, seeing if there's anything there. Damaging wind threat, certainly a possibility, along with hail. But things are starting to wind down significantly. So now, Star City, you're in the clear. DeWitt, you're in the middle of it right now. But give it 30 minutes or so, things will start to improve. We're in the clear. Monroe County, Prairie County, Woodruff County, and then also Jackson County, Little Rock Metro, we're doing good. So the only counties that are now under the potential of seeing severe weather is going to be for Dea County, Drew County, Ashley, Chico counties, Arkansas County, and Phillips County, I would say. The cell's moving out. Calhoun County, Union County could still move into Drew County and Ashley County. So it's about 6-7 counties that still had that potential of seeing some severe weather out there, Tom, but things are starting to wind down.
Yeah.
This has worked out as expected. The Miles did a great job. Thank goodness this is not going to be an overnight event for us. However, friends and family, Mississippi, Tennessee, those meteorologists have a long night ahead of them because this system is not going to really lose strength through the course of the overnight.
Yeah. We are running up against the time for our sports team to take over at 7:30. We want to give our directors and our crew a little bit of time to take a break, grab a quick bite to eat. These are severe warned storms. Moving out of the THV11 viewing area, we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope they don't perk back up. But just know that you have severe thunderstorm warnings as we head through the rest of the evening. So we're gonna wrap up here at 7:15 and let our folks get a chance to do what they need to do ahead of the next program that's coming in. And Nathan, I think that's probably, fingers crossed, unless this one here that's in northern Arkansas County gets feisty, this warning that we have moving out of Arkansas into Mississippi from Dea County should be the end of it. Knock on wood. And hopefully that's the way it is so that we don't have to run back in and interrupt the sports program. But it was expected that we would be on this late, and now it's time to kind of wind things down. We're not ignoring you, Southeast Arkansas. We're hoping that the things don't perk up from here. But Nathan's had a long afternoon. He's also got to do a little forecasting, and I'm sure that you'll be talking just a little because you got to talk about the wind that's coming in tonight. The freeze warning tonight, and I guess we're going to have one for tomorrow night into early Tuesday as well.
Yeah, we're going to have some really cold temperatures for tomorrow morning and also Tuesday morning. It's a brief cold snap, red bud winter, dogwood winter, whatever. But I think the main thing is the pattern is going to get quieter, tranquil.
Quieter. Don't say quiet. Don't say the Q word.
It looks like this week we're not going to have to contend with severe weather threats like what we have been dealing with over the past week because it's been just nonstop for the most part for the past 7 days. So that is some good news. Forecasting should not be too much of a big deal. I think I should be able to get it done probably in a half hour or hour. So, hey, there's the sunshine.
Well, there you go. There's the light at the end of the tunnel. The sun, the sky's breaking up. It's cool outside. You'll need your coats. We're down to 57 degrees. And you have Friday off this week.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Yes, I do.
So you'll be able to enjoy those 80-degree temperatures.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that it's going to be that way when we're going to be waking up tomorrow morning looking for the heavy winter coats, turning on the heat.
I got to go home and cover up my plants. I got to get a sheet and do the same thing. Although you would think, okay, freeze the freeze, but I guess it doesn't matter. If the wind is up, the wind acts as kind of a helpful element. But in this regard, if our temperature drops below freezing, it doesn't matter.
I think Tuesday morning is more concerning because the winds will go calm. And I think we're going to have a frost and a freeze.
Which is not good.
Yeah. Those annuals, marigolds, hostas, for perennials, anything that is more summertime, warm season, danger of getting injured or killed.
They're expiring the tornado warning.
Yeah, okay.
So that's good. So that's done. I think
Hopefully
I looked behind
that's
you,
it.
disappeared. And that is it. Thank you for joining us. Y'all have a great night. Tyler Cass, Nick Luttrell coming up. They're talking about Selection Sunday here in just a few minutes. Y'all have a great one. Thank you. And thank you, Perry Black.